Chapter 1219. Brother Yang, are you interested in this tortoise shell? Wei Guchang complained for a while before suddenly asking a random question. If you're interested, feel free to take it. Although this thing is unusual, it's cracked a lot, so I don't know if it has any use. He knew that Yang Kai had a powerful artifact refiner behind him, and this kind of 10th order monster beast material was the favorite of those skilled artifact refiners. Even if he brought this tortoise shell back, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to refine it into an artifact. Grandmaster Gulin was already very old and hadn't refined an artifact for many years. Elder Qian had also been trying to extend Grandmaster Gulin's lifespan over the years, but the results had been minimal. Grandmaster Gulin's condition was getting worse and worse, causing Elder Qian's heart to ache. What's more, with Grandmaster Gulin's level of artifact refiner, he might not be able to refine this tortoiseshell, so it was better to give it to Yang Kai now. Perhaps this kind of useless material would be able to play its greatest role in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse, simply nodding and putting away the 10th order monster beast's tortoiseshell in front of Wei Guchang. While the two of them were talking, Dong Shener and Dai Yuan were also whispering to each other in the distance. However, at this moment, Dai Yuan was holding a jade bottle in her hand as well as a pill in her palm. This pill was round and light blue in color, exuding a delicate fragrance that made one feel relaxed and refreshed upon smelling it. When Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes stared at this pill, a trace of imperceptible excitement and expectation flashed across them, followed by a look of admiration. Dong Shener didn't say anything to disturb her. She knew why her close friend was showing such an expression, so she simply stood quietly to the side. This pill wasn't a rare treasure, just an ordinary recovery pill used to restore one's strength, but its grade wasn't low, Saint King grade high rank. It was one of the pills Yang Kai had just given to Dong Shener. Dong Shener hadn't finished using it yet, but Dai Yuan took it and carefully inspected it. After a long time, Dai Yuan placed the pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Dong Shener before taking a deep breath. "How is it?" Dong Shener asked. "What an amazing alchemy technique. I can't do it. This pill's medicinal properties have already been refined to the pinnacle. If my luck is a bit better, I'll be able to form pill veins. On the surface of the pill, there are faint traces of pill veins. Unfortunately, I don't know why it failed at the last moment." Dai Yuan showed a look of regret and shock. "It's not just this one. All the others are like this. This alchemist's skill in alchemy has already reached the limit." "So powerful." Dong Shener was taken aback, her apricot mouth opening slightly, being able to cause so many Saint King grade pills to almost form pill veins. Doesn't that mean the one who refined this pill was an origin grade alchemist? And it should be an origin grade alchemist. When Dai Yuan said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. Seeing this look, Dong Shener didn't know what she was thinking and quickly said, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, don't worry, this matter will eventually be resolved." Dai Yuan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear before saying lightly, "I know I'm not in a hurry. It's been so many years already. By the way, little sister Xian, what is the origin of that Yang Kai?" She seemed to suddenly become interested in Yang Kai and began inquiring about Yang Kai. Dong Shener didn't hide anything and immediately told Dai Yuan everything she knew. When she heard that Yang Kai had come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tender body couldn't help trembling, the look of expectation in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Since others could come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, why couldn't she leave Shadowed Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu Yi, Dai Yuan also wanted to leave Shadowed Star, but their starting points were different. Wu Yi wanted to experience the wonders of the outside world, while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Yang Kai which alchemy grandmaster had refined that bottle of vitality restoration pills, Dai Yuan still restrained herself. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and had only met by chance. So if she rashly asked him these questions now, if it involved someone else, it would only annoy him. How could she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already considering whether she should improve her relationship with Yang Kai and wait until the time was right before asking him. Time passed by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally they had a lot to say to one another. Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were also chatting happily, constantly chatting about various things. From Wei Guchang, Yang Kai learned many interesting stories and secrets about Shadowed Star. Yang Kai had no intention of staying behind to act with them, but now that they had just escaped danger, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to leave them alone. So he decided to wait for everyone to recover. When the time came, he would say goodbye and continue deeper into the third layer to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Hall finally recovered and came to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to sincerely thank them. This time, the 3 of them didn't dare to underestimate Kai Yang anymore. When Lu Yen opened the sand field, these 3 people had been waiting in line behind Wei Guchang. At that time, Wei Guchang proposed that Yang Kai act with them, but the 3 of them were very reluctant, secretly feeling that bringing Yang Kai along would definitely be a burden and would only drag them down. If they found any benefits, they would have to share some with him. Never had they thought that this young man, who they considered a burden, would actually save their lives in the third layer flame area. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling ashamed and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. The 3 of you returned to the 2nd floor the way you came from. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return the way you came from, with your strength and means, you should be able to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks in the 3rd floor. This is not a place you should be able to enter. Wei Guchang waited for the 3 of them to finish thanking him before directly speaking. The 3 of them froze for a moment before immediately understanding why Wei Guchang had made such a decision. Back at the lava lake, the performance of the 3 of them was really inconsistent with their status as elite disciples. So now that Wei Guchang had ordered them to return to the 2nd layer, they didn't dare disobey, and all of them nodded in shame, warning Big Brother Wei and Senior Sister Dong to be careful. Wei Guchang gently nodded, although he was a little disappointed with the performance of his junior brother and junior sister. In the end, they were still fellow disciples, and he still remembered their friendship. Before they left, he gave them all the pills he and Dong Xianer hadn't used. The 3 of them said their goodbyes with tears in their eyes, but before they could set off, the sky above Lu Yen's sand field suddenly became much brighter. This kind of abnormality was naturally noticed by everyone. Everyone looked around suspiciously, but they didn't find anything wrong. Just as they were puzzled, the tall female disciple pointed in a certain direction in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The sun! Looking in the direction she was pointing, everyone was stunned when they saw the strange phenomenon. At the edge of the sky, a red sun was rising. The bright red light almost dyed the entire sky into a gorgeous color. It was because of the rise of this red sun that everyone felt that their field of vision was much brighter. But no one thought this was really the sun. It had been a few months since they entered the Lu Yen sand field. But in this strange space there was no sun, no moon, no stars, not even the sky. Looking up, all they could see was a red space, the dark red cracks on the ground, giving off a feeling that it was the end of the world. How could there be a sun in such a forbidden zone? Yang Kai's first reaction was that someone was fighting, and that someone was using some kind of powerful artifact. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that this was impossible. The red sun was clearly far away, at least a few 100 kilometers away from here. Yet, even at such a distance, the red sun was still able to affect his vision. Only an Origin King-grade artifact could achieve such an effect. Which great force would allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into the Lu Yen sand field? There were so many dangers here that no one could guarantee their own survival. Even Wei Guchang had almost died here, unless the elders of that great sect were stupid enough to allow their disciples to bring an Origin King-grade artifact into this place. Each of these artifacts was a hallowed treasure of their respective sect and could not be used easily. What's more, even if this was the case, with the strength of a Saint King Realm cultivator here, they would not be able to use an Origin King-grade artifact. Forcibly using it would only cause a backlash. What is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. Even though he had seen all kinds of incredible things in the Luoyan sand field, he still could not understand the scene in front of him. However, faintly, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure it out, causing him to frown secretly. How can there be a sun here? Could it be that the barrier around the Luoyan sand field has been broken? A male disciple of Shadow Moon Hall exclaimed in surprise. What he said made sense. The barrier around the Luoyan sand field had been broken, so naturally one could see the scene outside. If the sun happened to rise from the east at this time, one could indeed see such a scene. Wei Guchang shook his head. It's not the sun. His thoughts were the same as Yang Kai's. Then what is it? Brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xianer leaned her tender body slightly towards Wei Guchang, a faint uneasiness and tension spreading from the depths of her heart. I've never seen it before. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, wanting to hear his opinion. But how could he have known that Yang Kai had a thoughtful expression on his face at this moment, apparently having no time to pay attention to him? With no other choice, Yang Kai turned his gaze to Dai Yuan. Although he did not think that Dai Yuan was more knowledgeable than him, perhaps she knew something. To Wei Guchang's surprise, Dai Yuan showed the same expression as Yang Kai. What are these two doing? Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Chapter 1220. The rising of the red sun shocked all the cultivator in the third layer of the Luoyan sandfield. On a hill, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator, wearing golden robes, stood behind Chu Changfeng. Their eyes filled with shock as they stared towards the place where the red sun was rising. After recovering from their shock, these Saint King Realm cultivators began whispering to each other about what this red sun was. Chu Changfeng's face, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. On this trip to the Luoyan sandfield, he had indeed seen a lot of good things, but it seemed that he hadn't obtained any substantial benefits, especially the soul-cleansing divine water, which had become a thorn in his heart. Now that such a phenomenon had appeared, it immediately attracted his attention. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go take a look!" Immediately leading his fellow disciples, he quickly rushed towards the direction where the red sun was rising. On another plain, there were also 4 cultivators with pure and vigorous Saint Chi. All of these cultivators had arcs of lightning visible to the naked eye flashing around their bodies, and the artifacts they used were also capable of releasing bolts of lightning, giving them an extraordinary display of power. When the red sun rose, these cultivators had just finished encircling a group of fire spirit beasts that had come to harass them. One of them collected the scattered fire crystal stones on the ground and slowly gathered with his companions around a young man with a steady appearance and simple clothes. "Brother Fong, what is that?" someone asked. The young man in simple clothes slowly shook his head and said lightly, "Let's go take a look." Such a phenomenon appearing in the Luoyan sandfield is very likely the birth of some kind of treasure. Saying so, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight in the direction of the rising red sun. His pace seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but lightning flashed under his feet as his figure floated forward like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several hundred feet. On a towering rock, a man with an indifferent expression was meditating and adjusting his breathing. At this moment, he also looked towards the red sun and, after a moment of contemplation, immediately got up. In the depths of the third layer of the flame area, a man who looked to be in his 30s, was struggling to resist the heat waves and fire poison. It seemed that he wanted to go deeper, but when the red sun rose, he turned around and glanced at it. Immediately, his face was filled with shock and ecstasy. He muttered, "It's actually this kind of thing that matured. Ha ha ha." After saying that, he immediately turned around and impatiently rushed in the direction of the red sun, as if he was afraid that the benefits would be taken away if he was late. Many similar situations were occurring everywhere in the third layer. The elite disciples of the major forces who had broken into the third layer were all rushing towards red sun at this moment. Everyone was guessing what had caused such a phenomenon and whether it was the birth of some kind of precious treasure. But before they could reach the red sun, a fiery red gust of wind suddenly swept towards them. This gust of wind contained an extremely hot aura, causing all the cultivators' expressions to change drastically as they hurriedly circulated their saint chi to defend themselves. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fierce gust of wind did not cause any damage to anyone. Instead, a strange fragrance wafted throughout the entire third layer of the Lu Yen sandfield. This was a kind of fruity fragrance that made one's spirit soar 100 times over. It even contained some very strange power that was difficult to describe, making one want to immerse themselves in it and comprehend it. But no one stopped to try and comprehend it. Just smelling this fragrance had such an effect. So if they could snatch this unknown treasure, what kind of shocking wealth would they obtain? When this fruity fragrance filled the air, everyone's expression became even more excited and their speed increased. Beside the dried-up lava lake, Yang Kai and the others were also hit by the fiery red gust of wind. After smelling the magical fruity fragrance lingering at the tip of their noses, Yang Kai trembled and shouted, "The spirit fruit has matured!" Only now did he finally determine that the rising sun was not caused by some kind of artifact, nor was it the birth of some kind of precious treasure, but rather the maturing of some kind of spirit fruit. The pervasive fruity fragrance in the air was the best evidence. Immediately, the name of a nearly extinct spirit fruit popped up in his mind, causing him to shout almost at the same time as Yang Kai. On the other side, Dai Yuan also exclaimed, "Red candle fruit?" Yang Kai glanced at Dai Yuan in surprise, not having expected that a disciple from Colored Glass sect would actually know about a heaven-defying treasure like the red candle fruit. As far as he knew, this kind of spirit fruit had almost disappeared, not even appearing in the outside world. It was the same as the soul-warming lotus and the 9-branch jade crystal tree, all of which had only been passed down through legend and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But this Dai Yuan had actually pointed it out, surprising Yang Kai. Red candle fruit! Dong Xianer had the best relationship with Dai Yuan, so she asked bluntly, "What's that?" "An Origin King, grade, high-rank spirit fruit." Dai Yuan grit her teeth and spat out. Except for Yang Kai, who had guessed the truth, everyone else was shocked. It wasn't that there were no Origin King grade spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Shadowed Star, but they were extremely rare. Only 1 or 2 would occasionally appear every few decades, and even if they did appear, 90% of them would be Origin King grade low rank. Even mid-rank ones were extremely rare. But now, in the third layer of the Lu Yen sandfield, an Origin King grade high-rank spirit fruit had actually appeared. What's its use? Although Dong Xianer forced herself to remain calm, her voice still trembled slightly. The words Origin King grade high-rank hit her heart like a heavy sledgehammer. It has many uses. While it is maturing, any cultivator can use its fruity fragrance to comprehend some mysterious principles and enhance their own cultivation. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is it is said that swallowing this fruit will give a cultivator a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. What? This time, even Wei Guchang could not remain calm. There had never been an Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star, So if some great force obtained this spirit fruit called the red candle fruit at this time and allowed an origin king to appear in their sect, wouldn't they be able to unify the entire starry stars? As a core disciple, how could Wei Guchang not understand the implications of this? If it were something else, he wouldn't have cared, but his Shadow Moon Hall had suffered heavy losses this time. So Wei Guchang didn't want to get involved in any more muddy waters. Originally, he planned to have his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters return to the second layer, while he and Dong Xian'er wandered around the third layer to see if they could find any opportunities. But if the red candle fruit really had such a magical effect, even if he had to risk his life, he had to snatch it, and he had to get his hands on it. Once this thing fell into the hands of others, especially their enemies, it would be a disaster for Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang could not sit back and watch this happen. Brother. Dong Xian'er bit her red lips as she looked at Wei Guchang with worry in her beautiful eyes. The latter's expression was gloomy, but he soon made a decision and turned to his junior brothers and junior sisters. You should return to the second layer. Don't interfere with the red candle fruit. This time it will definitely be very chaotic. What about you, Brother Wei? The tall woman asked. I'll go with Xian'er. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he glanced over at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan chuckled lightly. This kind of rare event, I naturally have to go and take a look. What's more, it's still some time away from ripening, so I can use its fruit fragrance to fuse with my own cultivation. Wei Guchang seemed to have known she would say this, and nodded before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, What does Brother Yang think? I'll also go and take a look, Yang Kai said faintly. Good, then let's go. Wei Guchang no longer hesitated. After a day of recovery, he had mostly recovered. So if he rushed over, he would definitely be able to restore himself to his peak. Even if he had to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. The 4 of them quickly flew towards the red candle fruit. On the way, Yang Kai glanced over at Dai Yuan thoughtfully and said with a smile, Sister Dai Yuan seems to be quite proficient in medicinal principles. If she hadn't been immersed in silver herb all year round, it would have been impossible for her to recognize the red candle fruit so quickly. Looking at Dai Yuan's appearance, it was obvious she had read a lot and was very knowledgeable about all kinds of rare and precious spirit grasses and spirit fruits. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wei Guchang laughed. Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know, but Sister Dai Yuan not only possesses amazing strength, but is also a Saint King grade alchemist. Oh, this time Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Dai Yuan to actually be a fellow alchemist like him, but he was an origin grade alchemist, while she was just a Saint King grade alchemist. The gap between them was quite big. Dai Yuan said softly, I'm just a Saint King grade low-rank alchemist, nothing special. My aptitude in the alchemic Tao isn't very good, but Junior Brother Yang, there must be many origin grade and origin king grade alchemists out there, right? Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that she should have asked Dong Xian'er about his details, but he didn't mind, just slowly shaking his head and saying, There are indeed many origin grade alchemists out there, but origin king grade alchemists are rare. I've never seen one. So origin king grade alchemists are rare existences in the outside world. Dai Yuan showed a surprised expression. Naturally, there aren't many origin king grade masters out there either. Dai Yuan heard this and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something but hesitated. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask, causing Yang Kai to frown. However, since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to take the initiative to inquire. If he ended up causing some unnecessary trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. A few 100 kilometers was a distance the group of 4 could cover in a moment, but in the Luyan Desert, such a distance would take a lot of time. However, the further they went, the stronger the fruity fragrance that permeated the air became. On top of that, the rising red sun was gradually rising higher, reaching a height of several 100 meters. We need to pick up our pace. When the red candle fruit ripens, the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will appear. Only after the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will it truly ripen, so before that happens, every bit of time is precious. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can comprehend the benefits, Dai Yuan urged softly. Chapter 1221. Hearing what Dai Yuan said, the other three couldn't help speeding up their pace. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer asked about the Three Suns' grand opening wonder, while Yang Kai also pretended to be very interested and listened attentively. After Dai Yuan's explanation, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer finally understood what the Three Suns' grand opening wonder was, but Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that although Dai Yuan recognized the red candle fruit and knew about the Three Suns' grand opening wonder, she didn't seem to understand everything. Yang Kai didn't know if the others were the same, but Yang Kai was sure that it wasn't just him and Dai Yuan who recognized the red candle fruit. The most elite cultivators on Shadowed Star were all gathered in the third layer, so there would definitely be others who recognized it. After a full 4 hours, the group of 4 rushed to a valley. This valley wasn't large, and it occupied an area of around 300 meters. Below the valley, there was a dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. There were countless cracks and ravines, but surprisingly, there were some withered trees growing in this valley. The trees were also red in color, and they looked as if they didn't have any vitality. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these trees were clearly not dead, and there was a strange energy that allowed them to survive in this cruel environment. On all sides of the mountain valley, there were at least 20 large and small hills. By the time Kai Yang's group of 4 arrived, about half of these hills had already been occupied. These people were all from their respective sects, occupying these small hills as footholds. Most of the cultivators' eyes lingered on the withered trees in the mountain valley, a look of longing and desire flashing across their eyes. But strangely, no one ventured deep into the mountain valley, making it impossible to tell what everyone was avoiding. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, countless eyes swept over them, many of them showing vigilance and disgust. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was about to ripen, so the fewer people there, the better. However, everyone knew that this was unrealistic. Before the red candle fruit ripened, the rising red sun had already caused the entire third layer to boil, so it was likely that everyone was rushing over. So even if they were vigilant and disgusted, there was nothing they could do, only glancing over at Yang Kai and the others before withdrawing their gazes. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and couldn't help feeling shocked. The scene this time was truly magnificent. There was no need to mention the number of people who had come, all of them elites from great sects. Yang Kai saw people from Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Colored Glass Sect, as well as other young talents he didn't recognize. Altogether, there were at least 70 or 80 people here. Yang Kai's group of 4 had arrived relatively late, so there were definitely more people on the way. Presumably, this place would become even more chaotic. Yang Kai also saw the indifferent cultivator who had previously occupied the center of the soul, cleansing divine water. This guy occupied a small hill all to himself, his hands behind his back, his expression as indifferent as ever, his figure as straight as a sword as he stood there proudly. But no one dared to come up and find trouble with him. Everyone who came here could more or less guess the identity of this guy, so no one dared to provoke him. So even if they didn't like his behavior, no one dared to say anything. On the side of Colored Glass Sect, In Su Dai's expression became a little strange after seeing Dong Xianer, as if she hadn't expected that her senior sister would be traveling with someone else. But after recognizing her, a look of relief appeared on her face, and she didn't ask anything, nor did she show any intention of greeting Dong Xian. Wei Guchang swept his eyes around before pointing to a small hill that no one was paying attention to and saying, "Let's go there." After a while, the 4 of them arrived at the top of this hill and, like everyone else, turned their eyes to the mountain valley below and observed. "Where's the red candle fruit?" Wei Guchang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of a spirit fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, causing him to be stunned. "The red candle fruit can't be seen before it matures." Dai Xianer slowly shook her head. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head, but it is definitely somewhere in this mountain valley. Once it matures, it will naturally surface. So that's how it is. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Oh, Brother Liu Nan of Medicine Pill Sect is coming over. I wonder what he wants to do. Dong Xian let out a light cry of surprise and turned her gaze to a spot not too far away. Over there, a middle-aged, scholarly-looking cultivator wearing blue robes and a jade belt was galloping towards them. Before this person had even arrived, he had already waved his hand towards them with a smile. Medicine Pill Sect. Yang Kai had heard of it before. In any place, there were sects or forces that specialized in alchemy. The central capital had Medicine King's Valley. Tong Xian Realm had the Alchemist Guild. And on Shadowed Star, Medicine Pill Sect was the most famous. Such an existence was not one that ordinary people would easily offend, because there was no telling when they would have to beg for their help. In Medicine Pill Sect, there were as many as 5 origin-grade low-rank alchemists, a number that far surpassed all of Shadowed Star. Each of these 5 was a famous grandmaster on Shadowed Star and was respected by all. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests. Since this guy, named Liu Nin, could penetrate deep into the 3rd layer of Lu Yan Sandfield, he must also be an elite of Medicine Pill Sect. It seemed that he also knew Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others, but Yang Kai didn't know what their relationship was. After a while, the middle-aged scholar named Liu Nan arrived at the mountain, where the 4 of them were standing, and cupped his fists to Wei Guchang with a smile. "Brother Wei, you really came." Wei Guchang returned the courtesy and laughed. "Of course, I'm here to join in on the fun." To the side, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan also greeted Liu Nan. Liu Nan responded with a smile, appearing very gentle and refined. He then asked about Yang Kai's origins and name, but Wei Guchang simply brushed it off. Although Liu Nan was a little curious as to why a first-order Saint King like Yang Kai would come here. Since he was brought here by Wei Guchang, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Brotherly, why have you come looking for this way?" Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and asked straightforwardly. Liu Nan smiled lightly and pretended to be mysterious. "Brother Wei, since you came here because you saw a vision, do you know what is about to appear here?" "I heard it's the red candle fruit," Wei Guchang replied. Liu Nan raised his brow, seemingly a little surprised, but after looking at Dai Yuan, he suddenly realized something and patted his forehead. This Li asked a stupid question. Since Sister Dai Yuan is here, then Brother Wei must know something about it. I'm afraid there is no exotic grass or exotic fruit in this world that Sister Dai Yuan doesn't know about. Brother Li is too kind. Dai Yuan has only studied it a little. Dai Yuan responded lightly. Haha. Sister Dai Yuan doesn't need to be modest. There aren't many people who can recognize the red candle fruit. Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect didn't recognize it. It was this Li who told them. Otherwise, why do you think they've been biding their time? With their tempers, I'm afraid they would have already scoured the entire mountain valley. Wei Guchang suddenly understood why everyone was standing on the surrounding hills and not making a move. It turned out that Liu Nen had notified every force that had arrived. Obviously, he wasn't doing this out of good intentions. With such a precious treasure in front of him, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? Liu Nan was no exception. Him notifying others was obviously because he didn't want them to act rashly and interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit. If the red candle fruit was disturbed by someone who didn't know about it and caused it to disappear, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, even though he was somewhat unwilling, Liu Nen still worked hard to travel to each mountain, informing the cultivators who came here of the situation. Brother Li really cares about the world. This Wei admires him greatly. Wei Guchang put on a sincere look and cupped his fists again and again. This hat was a bit too big, so Liu Nan didn't dare, quickly changing the subject and revealing his true intentions. I wonder if Brother Wei is interested in joining forces with my medicine pill sect. Join forces? Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed even more as he grinned meaningfully. Brotherly, although this Wei is not very proficient in alchemy, This Wei knows that there should only be one red candle fruit. So how should we join forces? If we really obtain the red candle fruit, how should it be distributed? Brother Wei, please listen to this one first. Liu Nan seemed to have known he would say this and wasn't in a hurry, his expression calm and collected. Please speak. Brotherly, this one is listening. Although Wei Guchang knew what the other party was up to, he couldn't refuse. After all, there was no benefit in offending medicine pill sect. What I mean is to first obtain the red candle fruit. Although there is only one of this spirit fruit, if it is used in alchemy, it should produce more than one pill, Liu Nan said as he observed Wei Guchang's reaction. Liu Nan observed Wei Guchang's expression as he spoke, but seeing no reaction from him, he continued, As far as I know, your Shadow Moon Hall only has one origin grade low-rank alchemist, right? On top of that, that alchemist has only been promoted for a few years, so his success rate in refining origin grade pills is not high. If Brother Wei obtains the red candle fruit, he can only bring it back to the sect and give it to his elders, which will greatly reduce its medicinal properties. After a pause, a proud look appeared on Liu Nan's face. This situation is not only limited to your Shadow Moon Hall, but also to all the other great sects. However, my medicine pill sect is different. My medicine pill sect has a total of 5 origin grade low-rank alchemists. Although the grade of this red candle fruit is very high, if my medicine pill sect's elders work together, they may be able to refine more than a dozen pills. Hearing this, Wei Guchang finally understood what the other party was trying to say and squinted towards Liu Nan. What brotherly means is that your medicine pill sect will take the red candle fruit, refine it into pills, and give my Shadow Moon Hall a share. And this Li thinks so. Liu Nan nodded repeatedly. I have not only said this to Brother Wei, but also to Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect, Brother Chu of Twin Heart Valley, and Brother Tang of Floating Mist Palace. What do they think? Wei Guchang raised his straight eyebrows. Haha. Although none of them have expressed their views yet, this Li believes he should be able to convince them. Liu Nan put on a confident look. Chapter 1222. Everyone knew that Liu Nan was spouting nonsense. If he really had the confidence to convince all the great forces to give up on the red candle fruit and hand it over to medicine pill sect, it would have been strange indeed. Only when it was in one's own hands did it truly belong to them. Liu Nan's words were completely insincere and could not be trusted. What's more, how could such an important matter be decided by these juniors? If Liu Nan took the red candle fruit back, and the elders of medicine pill sect refused to recognize the decision of these juniors, what could the other sects do? Even if they joined forces to destroy medicine pill sect, the red candle fruit would still be lost. Wei Guchang knew better than anyone else that once he agreed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Chu Changfeng, Fong Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Chu Minghai of Twin Heart Valley, and Tang Yongyi of Floating Mist Palace would not rashly agree to such an unreasonable proposal. However, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to offend medicine pill sect directly, so he pretended to think seriously for a while before nodding lightly. If Brother Chu and Brother Fong agree, then my Shadow Moon Hall shares fine. But Brother Li, haha, have you talked to that guy yet? Saying so, he quietly gestured towards a nearby mountain. Liu Nan's face twitched slightly. Of course, he knew who the guy Wei Guchang was talking about was, but he still forced a smile and said, This Li wants to communicate with all of you first before discussing with him in detail. Wei Guchang curled his lips and shook his head, sighing as he said, This matter is not easy to handle. If there were only a few of us, then there would be no harm in joining forces. But now that such a variable has appeared, this Wei feels that Brother Li should first finalize what that guy's intentions are before coming to discuss it with us. Liu Nan was startled, but his expression remained calm as he cupped his fists and said, What Brother Wei says makes sense. Then this Li will go back and think about it. Saying so, he flew down the mountain and returned to his own side. After he left, Wei Guchang snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Dai Yuan chuckled to the side and said, It's not like Brother Wei doesn't know what kind of people medicine pill sect are. So why bother arguing with them? Not agreeing this time was the right thing to do. If he had, it would have been more troublesome. Of course, I know that. Wei Guchang's expression was solemn. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that such a spirit fruit has ripened. I don't know if it's an opportunity or a calamity. He looked at the elites on the various hills, wondering how many of them would die from fighting when the red candle fruit matured. Let's not talk about that for now. I feel like cultivating here is very beneficial. In any case, there's still some time before the Three Suns grand opening wonder that elder sister Dai Yuan mentioned. So we might as well cultivate here, Dong Shinner suggested. The other three nodded and immediately found a place to sit down cross-legged on one of the hills, carefully savoring the various mysteries contained in the fragrance of the fruit. Yang Kai soon became aware of the heaven-defying nature of this red candle fruit. Indeed, just as recorded in the ancient records, in the days before it matured, it would constantly exude a fruity fragrance. When this fragrance entered one's nose, it would blend into one's flesh and bones, promoting one's mastery of their own strength and the integration of their cultivation. Only a single red sun had appeared, yet it had such a miraculous effect. So if all 3 suns gathered together, the effect would definitely be multiplied several times. Because he was with Wei Guchang and the others, Yang Kai wasn't worried about being ambushed here. So he only spared a small part of his consciousness to monitor his surroundings before quickly immersing himself in this wonderful feeling. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so when performing alchemy, he needed to have an extremely high level of control over his Saint Qi. So in this regard, he was better than most cultivators. Stimulated by the fragrance of the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's control over his Saint Qi became more and more exquisite. Yang Kai soon immersed himself in this feeling, as if he had entered a new world where he could perfectly communicate with the power in his body and control it to its peak. While Yang Kai was immersed in his comprehension of Saint Qi control, Wei Guchang, Dong Shinner, and Dai Yuan were also immersed in a deeper understanding of the different strengths in their respective territories. The other cultivators on the various hills, after the initial observation, also sat down cross-legged and began inhaling the fragrance of the red candle fruit, no longer wasting any time. About half a day after Yang Kai arrived, a strange tranquility had appeared as everyone was savoring the benefits brought to them by the red candle fruit's fragrance. More and more people continued to come to this hill, and although most of them were confused, seeing the people who had come before them meditating, they also began looking for suitable positions. In an instant, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces as they immersed themselves in the fragrance, unable to extricate themselves. At a certain moment, a young cultivator in blue robes arrived here alone. This person was the one who had tried to go deeper into the 3rd layer, but he had come a little too late. The hills near the valley had already been occupied by everyone else. Sweeping his eyes around coldly, he secretly considered whether he should seize a territory, but soon dispelled this idea. He had just seized this body and had seen the light of day again, so for the time being he did not want to attract too much attention. However, when his eyes swept over Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, his eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He had not expected to see Yang Kai in this place, but soon he frowned, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He was certain that it was this First-Order Saint King, cultivator, who had taken away his precious treasure, but he still could not sense any aura from the other party. Did the other party really fuse with it? That was impossible. He knew better than anyone just how powerful that thing was, let alone a First-Order Saint King. Even an Origin King would not be able to fuse with it in a day or two, and there was a great chance that they would suffer a backlash if they attempted to do so. However, the strange thing was that after the First-Order Saint King youth obtained what Yang Kai wanted and left the stalactite cave, less than an hour later, the aura of the stalactite disappeared without a trace. No matter how Yang Kai tried to use his secret technique to track it, he was unable to find any clues. Besides, if it was really him who had fused with it, it was impossible for him to still be alive. He would definitely be dead by now. Such a strange thing annoyed him greatly. He could never have imagined that it was not Yang Kai himself who had fused with that treasure, but rather a supreme treasure that had already grown to 6 colors, the soul-warming lotus. Just as he was feeling bewildered and puzzled, on the opposite hill, the First Order Saint King youth suddenly opened his eyes and locked his gaze onto him from a distance. This man's heart trembled, and he quickly turned his gaze away as if nothing had happened, looking for a spot that was not too good and sitting down to meditate like everyone else. Atop the hill, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He had been immersed in a deep state of enlightenment when he suddenly discovered that someone was spying on him, and this person had a trace of hostility and murderous intent. At first, Yang Kai thought it was Chu Changfeng, but after seeing this person's face, he couldn't help feeling stunned. This person was not Chu Changfeng, but Yang Kai had seen him before. It was one of the people who had entered the stalactite cave with him to soak in the soul-cleansing divine water. Being interrupted while he was meditating naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. This person's strength was not bad, a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that this person belonged to a force called Flowing Cloud Valley. However, at that time there was an old man and another man with him, but now he was the only one left. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, nor did he know whether the old man from Flowing Cloud Valley and the other man were dead or alive. Why was this person so hostile and murderous towards him? Yang Kai had never provoked this other party, nor had he exposed too many of his secrets in front of him. Now that he was suddenly targeted, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. Junior brother Yang, did you discover something? Dai Yuan seemed to notice that Yang Kai's aura had changed and opened her eyes, only to see his contemplative expression and quickly ask, "No." Yang Kai shook his head before turning his gaze towards a certain spot and asking, "Do you recognize that man?" Dai Yuan followed his gaze and actually recognized the other party's identity. That man is Flowing Cloud Valley's core disciple, Li. What's wrong? Does brother Yang have some kind of grudge with him? Lu Yi. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name before shaking his head and saying, "No, I've only met him once, but I don't know why this Lu Yi has some hostility towards me. It's really strange." Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked curiously, "This Lu Yi doesn't seem to be the type to provoke others. Although I don't have a deep friendship with him, we've still spoken a few times. His reputation in Flowing Cloud Valley is also very good, so why would he be hostile to you?" "I also want to know." Yang Kai grinned. Dai Yuan seemed to have misunderstood something and thought that Yang Kai really had some kind of grudge with Lu Yi, so she frowned and whispered, "Lu Yi is the son of Flowing Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Lu Xiangdong. Although Flowing Cloud Valley isn't a top force, it's not bad either. If it's not a big deal, I can help you speak to Lu Yi and mediate. With his temperament, he should be fine." "There's no need." Yang Kai shook his head, not to mention that he had no grudge with this Lu Yi. Even if he did, he didn't need others to resolve it for him. If the other party didn't come looking for trouble with him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Seeing Yang Kai refuse her proposal, Dai Yuan naturally didn't say anything more and was about to continue meditating when Yang Kai suddenly gestured to the side and asked, "What about that person?" Dai Yuan followed his gaze and saw an indifferent man occupying a small hill by himself. Her expression couldn't help changing slightly as she immediately withdrew her gaze and warned, "Junior brother Yang, don't ask others about this person. I only know that he should be from Star Emperor Sect, but I don't know his name." Chapter 1223. Sure enough, it's Star Emperor Sect. Since seeing Chu Changfeng treat this person so cautiously in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai had faintly guessed that only someone from Star Emperor Sect could make the arrogant and despotic Chu Changfeng act so restrained in front of him. to the point that even after suffering a loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit defeat, not daring to retaliate. Dai Yuan seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful Star Emperor sect was, so she said with a serious expression, "On the entire Shadowed Star, the three most powerful forces are Star Emperor sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon sect, but in reality, every great force knows that the gap between Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect is not small. I heard that there are over 100 powerful peak Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain, a terrifying number that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect cannot compare to. What's more, I heard that they also possess several powerful Origin King grade artifacts. Are they that powerful?" Yang Kai was shocked. A single sect having over 100 peak Third Order Origin returning realm masters was truly astonishing. And it's just that their total number is relatively small and they never recruit disciples from the outside, so they aren't very famous. Then how long has their inheritance lasted? Yang Kai frowned. "I'm not too sure. However, over the past countless years, there have been rumors that some lucky individuals had met some powerful cultivators who had come down from the Star King Mountain and were brought back to cultivate. However, there aren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them." Dai Yuan smiled lightly. "The people on Star Emperor Mountain rarely come out, so although they have many masters, as long as other great forces don't provoke them, they won't bully the weak. But if someone provokes them—" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he noticed Dai Yuan's tender body tremble slightly just now. His heart clenched as he thought to himself that if someone really dared to provoke such a terrifying existence, their end would definitely be miserable. Dai Yuan's voice dropped even lower as she continued. "Generally speaking, every 10 or 20 to 30 years, Star Emperor Mountain will send one or several young disciples out for life experience. These disciples also don't reveal themselves, keeping a very low profile. I'm afraid that even after they return to Star Emperor Mountain, no one knows their origins. I once read in one of Colored Glass Sect's ancient books that 2,000 years ago, there was a sect on Shadowed Star that was as famous as Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, one called the Ancient Yang sect. At that time, a young cultivator who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain had accidentally obtained a precious treasure, which was discovered by some people from the Ancient Yang sect. These people had set up an ambush for him, killed him on the spot, and robbed him of his treasure. A month later, the Ancient Yang sect was uprooted overnight and suffered a tragic extermination." Yang Kai's face paled. Needless to say, it was Star Emperor sect that destroyed the Ancient Yang sect. Being able to destroy an existence on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect overnight, it was easy to imagine how powerful this Star Emperor sect was. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and brushed her hair back behind her ear. But that was more than 2,000 years ago, so whether it's true or false is impossible to say. The elders of the sect are also wary of this matter and have never mentioned it, so it's impossible to ask them about it. However, on Shadowed Star, there was a place called Grand Hidden Valley. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, not even a blade of grass grew. It was completely desolate and filled with dense inchi. It was rumored that the Ancient Yang sect used to be located here. In the past, there were many cultivators who went to Grand Hidden Valley in search of opportunities, saying that the Ancient Yang sect had a hidden cave that contained many precious treasures and a great deal of wealth. Unfortunately, no one ever found it, and many of them even died. You've been there. Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile. Although she had used the words hearsay and rumors several times, Yang Kai could tell from her tone that she was certain these rumors were true and that she had been to Grand Hidden Valley before. Naturally, Dai Yuan nodded lightly. However, I didn't gain anything, only a wisp of yin qi lingering around my body. After returning to Colored Glass Sect, it took me a few days to resolve it. If Junior Brother Yang is interested, you can go take a look, but you must be careful. And if there is a chance, we'll talk about it again. Yang Kai nodded casually, but in his heart he disagreed. Even if the ancient Yang sect really had some kind of hidden cave, 2,000 years had already passed, so it should have been discovered long ago. Yang Kai didn't think that such a thing would have been left behind for so long. Rushing over to find it would only be a waste of time and energy, something he wasn't willing to do. Haha. Dai Yuan also saw Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and didn't continue on this topic, simply saying, "In the past, those who came out of Star Emperor Mountain generally wouldn't be discovered. But this time it was different. It just so happened that Luyan Sandfield opened, so before I came in, Honored Master told me to be careful of any strange cultivator who came out alone, because there was a chance he was a disciple of Star Emperor's sect. To be honest, when I first met Junior Brother Yang, I thought you were from Star Emperor's sect." Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to have such a misunderstanding. But it wasn't surprising. He was indeed an unfamiliar face to the people of Shadowed Star, and being able to break into the third layer with just a first-order Saint King cultivation, his methods were definitely extraordinary. So it was inevitable that Dai Yuan would have such a misunderstanding. Considering all this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he realized why Imperial City sects Meng Hongliang and Extreme Path sects Huang Shiran seemed to have misunderstood him after he displayed some of his methods. It turned out that they thought he was from Star Emperor Mountain, which was why Meng Hongliang was so cautious. Dai Yuan also had such a misunderstanding, but after learning that Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were friends, she immediately denied this conjecture in her heart because people from Star Emperor's sect generally didn't make friends with others. After arriving here and seeing the indifferent man, Dai Yuan instantly understood that he was a true disciple of Star Emperor's sect. After talking for a while, the two of them didn't say anything else. They closed their eyes and continued to meditate. The red sun rose higher and higher until it reached the middle of the sky. The fruity fragrance floating in the air became stronger and stronger, and the various insights one could obtain from this fragrance naturally became more and more profound, causing every cultivator to feel excited and overjoyed. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble, and immediately after, an earth-shattering energy erupted. Such a change caused all the cultivator present to pale, and in an instant, all of them awoke from their deep meditation and stared at the mountain valley in front of them in amazement. There seemed to be a layer of red mist in the mountain valley, and this red mist contained a terrifying power. The appearance of this red mist was extremely strange. There was no sign of it before, but when the cultivator looked over, it had already filled the mountain valley, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire mountain valley. Immediately, an astonishing amount of heat spread in all directions, forming a hot wind that blew towards every corner of the Luyan sand field's third layer. Everyone had experienced this kind of thing once before, so seeing it again at this moment, the horror in their hearts immediately eased a lot. They knew that although this hot wind looked terrifying, it wouldn't cause any harm to them. Sure enough, when the hot wind swept past everyone's bodies and spread further away, no one suffered any kind of accident. However, in the very center of the mountain valley, another red sun was born and was slowly rising from the bottom of the mountain valley. This red sun was not big, only about the size of a bamboo hat, so one's divine sense could not penetrate it, and if one stared at it for too long, they would immediately feel dizzy. An even stronger fruity fragrance spread out, and intense heartbeats rang out from the chests of the cultivator. A second red sun had appeared. This also meant that the red candle fruit was one step closer to true maturity. The various sects who had learned the truth about this place from medicine pill sects, Liu, Nen couldn't help feeling restless, and a tense and hostile atmosphere quickly spread around the mountain valley. Everyone stared at each other as if they were all irreconcilable enemies and couldn't wait to rush over and kill them all. Those sect cultivator who didn't know the truth and didn't know about the wonders that would occur when the red candle fruit ripened were also affected by this atmosphere. While carefully monitoring the movements of others, not willing to let go of any clues, they also sent people to inquire about information from the sects they were familiar with. Soon, all kinds of secrets about the red candlefruit spread, allowing every cultivator here to understand the reason behind it, calming the restless atmosphere considerably. Since the three suns rising sun phenomenon had appeared, there was no need to rush into action now that only 2 red suns had appeared. What's more, before it truly matured, the red candle fruit would not appear at all. So even if someone wanted to snatch it, they wouldn't know where to begin and could only give up. After the appearance of the second red sun, the mountain valley only trembled for a moment before everyone fell silent again and continued to absorb the fruit fragrance, comprehend its mysteries, and integrate them with their cultivations. Yang Kai was also immersed in this process. He felt that, through this enlightenment, his understanding of Saint Chi control seemed to have risen to a whole new level, and a vague idea began to form in his heart. Although he had grasped some traces of it, he was unable to fully integrate them. This situation was like dozens of cats scratching an itch, causing Yang Kai to become restless and immerse himself in his thoughts. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity before the red candle fruit ripened to clarify this vague idea. Once he could realize it, his combat power would increase greatly. Time passed by little, and just as everyone was trying to figure out what to do, a roar suddenly rang out from a nearby mountain. "Bastard, you dare secretly arrange a spirit array!" This roar awakened many cultivators who were meditating and comprehending. Looking towards the source of the roar, they saw a man from Heaven Battling Union waving a huge fan angrily. The energy contained within this fan wasn't low, so it was obvious at first glance that it was a good artifact. Chapter 1224. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator waved the fan in his hand and summoned an imposing wind dragon, accompanied by a loud dragon roar. This wind dragon instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and rushed towards the other cultivator, who was standing foolishly in a corner of the mountain valley, his face flushed red. It was unknown which great force this cultivator came from, but he seemed to have been sneakily doing something. Originally, this cultivator thought that everyone was immersed in their own comprehension, so it was a good opportunity to sneak in and attack. On top of that, he had some knowledge of spirit arrays, so he had been wondering if he could arrange a spirit array near this mountain valley so that when the red candle fruit matured, he would have a layer of protection. But how could he have known that there were still people here who were not comprehending their own spirit array and were constantly on guard? As soon as he took action, he was immediately seen through by one of the Heaven Battling Union cultivators. This roar awakened most of the cultivator, and in front of everyone's eyes, the cultivator who had been trying to sneak in blushed. But before he had time to explain himself, the huge wind dragon had already arrived in front of him. This wind dragon's body was completely composed of sharp wind blades, and it opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura as it attempted to swallow him whole. This cultivator was not a mediocre cultivator. If he had not used enough means, it would have been impossible for him to break into the third layer. Raising his hand, he sent out a red beam of light that poured into the wind dragon's mouth and at the same time flew backwards in horror. With a bang, the crimson light directly exploded in the belly of the wind dragon, bursting out with unimaginable power. The crimson light sputtered in all directions, and the wind dragon's seemingly corporeal body blurred for a moment before collapsing. "You dare fight back!" On the Heaven Battling Union side, Chu Changfeng stood up and grinned as he stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator from afar. An invisible force suddenly bound the cultivator, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator controlling the wind dragon artifact grinned meaningfully and waved his fan again, summoning another wind dragon that rushed towards the cultivator who was arranging the spirit array and swallowed him whole. A pitiful scream rang out. Although the person who had set up the spirit array was also a third-order Saint King, under the joint attack of Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect master, he was unable to put up any resistance. After struggling for a moment, he was cut to pieces by the countless wind blades from the wind dragon. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh were all over the ground. After Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect brothers killed one of them, they immediately turned their gazes towards a certain mountain, their eyes filled with malice. At the top of the mountain, 3 Saint King realm cultivators stood there with ugly expressions. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted, "Chu Changfeng, what are you doing? Even if my Flame Shield Union's disciple did something wrong, it's not up to you to kill him. Do you want to provoke a dispute between Heaven Battling Union and Flame Shield Union?" "Haha, provoke a dispute?" Chu Changfeng sneered. "Don't try to accuse this young master. You're not worthy. Why don't you ask if the others will agree to this junior brother of yours secretly setting up a formation here?" The man who spoke turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the cultivators on the mountain were glaring at him, clearly not wanting to see him. His heart sank as he knew that his fellow sect master's actions had angered everyone. The red candle fruit was about to ripen, yet someone dared to secretly arrange a spirit array in order to gain the upper hand. How could they tolerate this? So even if Chu Changfeng's reputation was not good and his character was not good, at this moment, everyone was standing on his side. In other words, everyone was defending their own interests. After Chu Changfeng shouted, many of the cultivators on the mountain peaks stood up, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. The faces of the 3 Flame Shield Union cultivators changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything, knowing that there was no place for them here. While hating Chu Changfeng's ruthlessness, they were also extremely annoyed. Just now, their fellow sect master had wanted to go out and arrange a spirit array after everyone had discussed and agreed. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to arrange a spirit array, but they hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, causing them to be forced into a passive position. If they didn't leave now, they were likely to be killed. Thinking so, the Flame Shield Union disciple nodded and said, "Good, Chu Changfeng, I'll remember you. Killing my fellow sect master. I'll definitely get my revenge in the future. As for you accomplices, I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate as us. Haha, I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Let's go." As he said this, he simply took his other 2 fellow disciples and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party act so decisively, Chu Changfeng was also a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid enough to chase after them. Leaving at this time wasn't a good opportunity. Just now, he and his junior brother had been able to instantly kill the other party's cultivators, but there were still 3 of them left. Wanting to kill all of them was a bit unrealistic. All of them were 3rd-order Saint Kings, so even if there was a gap in strength between them, they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. With a sullen expression, Chu Changfeng swept his eyes around and declared proudly, "If anyone else dares to secretly play tricks, don't blame this Chu for being impolite. A precious treasure is about to appear. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and compete for it with their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Young Master Chu, I just saw that guy secretly let something out. It seems like he's up to no good." "Who?" Chu Changfeng's expression went cold as he stared at the speaker. "Myriad Beast Mountain's people." The speaker didn't show the slightest fear as he pointed to the 5 cultivator atop one of the hills. The faces of these 5 people changed dramatically as they glared at the speaker with resentment. But this person clearly wanted to curry favor with Chu Changfeng, so how could he care about their threats? Instead, he shouted, "Although I didn't see what it was, it should be some kind of monster beast that specializes in concealment." "Haha, Myriad Beast Mountain's people are all good at controlling monster beasts. Everyone knows that." "So that's how it is." Chu Changfeng nodded naturally before turning to the 5 Myriad Beast Mounted disciples and coldly asking, "What else do you have to say?" The leader of this group, a burly man, frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly laughing. "Young Master Chu, words alone are useless. Don't tell me you really believe this guy's words?" Obviously, he was confident in his methods, and felt it was impossible for anyone to see through them. So he wasn't afraid of anything. As long as there was no evidence, how could Chu Chang Fong force them to leave? However, now that things had developed to this point, everyone could see that Heaven Battling Union was planning to act ahead of schedule, since they couldn't force people to kill for no reason. Naturally, they had to find some excuse. The Flame Shield Union disciple who had been killed before had deserved it, who told him to run over and arrange a spirit array, causing him to lose his life. Even the other Flame Shield Union disciples had been implicated and driven away. Now, it was unknown whether these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples had really done something or if they had been framed, but no one spoke up for them. In this situation, the fewer people who remained here, the better. Most people held an attitude of indifference, allowing Chu Chang Fong to act as he pleased, hoping he would drive more people out. Once there were fewer people here, it would be easier to compete for the red candle fruit. Listening to the burly man's words, Chu Chang Fong frowned. Although he wanted to drive away these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples at all costs, without any evidence, acting rashly wasn't a good idea. Does young Master Chu think that just because Heaven Battling Union is strong, you can disregard the other great forces? If that's the case, this High will not agree. My Myriad Beast Mountain is not a place anyone can bully. As the burly man said this, his expression turned ruthless. Suddenly, fist-sized, pitch-black giant bees emerged from his body. The giant bees spread their wings and hummed incessantly. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them had a cold light flashing on their tails. The stingers on their tails were a few inches long, and they were pitch-black. At first glance, one could tell that they were highly toxic, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not only that, the several cultivators around High Surnamed also released their own monster beast. Each of these monster beasts was a rare species, each of them an 8th order monster beast. Each of them was born with some kind of mysterious killing technique. Circling or crawling, they gathered around the 5 Myriad Beast Mountain disciples, their scarlet eyes staring around maliciously, waiting for their masters to give the order to attack. Bitter monarch bees. After seeing the 30 or so giant bees, Chu Chang Feng's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of dread as he grit his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out you've brought a lot of Myriad Beast Mountain's giant bees with you. It seems Myriad Beast Mountain has put in a lot of effort this time." The burly man surnamed High heard this and grinned. "We've let young Master Chu see a joke. Myriad Beast Mountain disciples only know how to control Monster Beast. Entering this Lu Yen desert, how could they not bring some life-saving treasures? This High doesn't want to make things difficult for young Master Chu. But if young Master Chu doesn't have conclusive evidence, please don't embarrass this High any further. This High will be grateful." Although the bitter monarch bee had given Hai Shan some confidence, he didn't want to tear down all pretense of cordiality with Chu Chang Fong here. At this time, he wanted to use some soft words to give both sides a way out of the situation, turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chu Chang Feng's brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't want to look for trouble anymore. There were more than 30 bitter monarch bees. If they really attacked, they would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly rang out. "If you want evidence, it's very simple. Just let me see it." Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw In Su Dai standing up from the hill occupied by Colored Glass Sect. Her charming face filled with a soul-stirring smile, her slender waist seemingly boneless, her jade white hand holding a small gray bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead looked ordinary, not at all precious. But when Chu Chang Fong saw this bead, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1225. On the other hand, the big man, surnamed Hai from Myriad Beast Mountain, exclaimed, "Form illuminating bead! In Su Dai, you crazy woman, you actually brought this thing here. Did you specifically target my Myriad Beast Mountain?" In Su Dai giggled again and said, "What is Big Brother Hai saying? Your myriad beast mountain and my colored glass sect are close neighbors. We live in harmony and are as close as brothers and sisters. How could I possibly target you? It's just that there are various barriers in this Lu Yen sandfield, so I brought this bead here just in case. What's wrong? Why is Big Brother Hai so nervous? Could it be you really have some kind of secret? Her voice was sweet and clear, but when it reached the ears of the big man surnamed Hai, it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. In Su Dai didn't wait for the big man surnamed Hai to say anything and simply spat out a mouthful of fragrance onto the gray bead. The gray bead immediately burst into a dazzling light, and wherever this light shone, it seemed to contain some kind of incredible divine technique. Everyone couldn't help feeling as if they were unable to conceal their auras, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure several meters long appeared, quietly lurking a few dozen meters below the ground, wriggling about, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. As the light shone down on the valley, even though this centipede-like monster beast had been hiding perfectly, it couldn't help revealing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng shouted, "Red line iron centipede. What else do you have to say now?" After recognizing the gray bead in In Su Dai's hand, the burly man surnamed Hai knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With a quick thought, he took back the red line iron puppet he had hidden underground, his face flushing red as he ignored Chu Changfeng and glared towards In Su Dai with a venomous look. The scene instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk the sound of electric arcs flashing was extremely ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, Hai felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to rely on the powerful monster beast brought by his brother and the others to forcefully stay here. But now he had no choice but to dispel this idea, because the one who made the sound of lightning arcs exploding was actually Feng Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. He slowly got up and looked towards Myriad Beast Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant. Feng Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the other party's sneaky tricks, so he joined forces with Chu Changfeng this time. In Su Dai had already made her attitude clear, so Haishan knew that if he insisted on remaining, he would become enemies with these three powerful sect elites. The monster beast he had brought with him was definitely not enough to cope with such a situation. His face becoming gloomy to the extreme, Haishan didn't say anything, simply taking a deep breath and taking back the 30 or so bitter monarch bees that had been flying around him. He then led his fellow sect members down the mountain and quickly left. After the people from Flame Shield Union were driven away, the 5 people from Myriad Beast Mountain also suffered the same fate. Sure enough, the words of the Flame Shield Union cultivator before he left were confirmed. Neither of these 2 forces was weak, but after committing such an outrageous act, they didn't dare remain. The red candle fruit was indeed precious, but their lives were naturally more important. After forcing the people from Myriad Beast Mountain to retreat, In Su Dai's mood was the most wonderful. Her charming smile was like a blooming peony, exuding a soul-sucking power, causing many male cultivator who caught a glimpse of her to feel greatly moved, all of them wishing they could rush forward to embrace her in their arms and savor her beauty. Myriad Beast Mountain and Colored Glass Sect were close neighbors, so naturally there was no shortage of battles between them. This time, In Su Dai had brought the form-revealing bead because she was worried that the people from Myriad Beast Mountain would use the monster beast to conceal themselves, but she hadn't used it until now. Now it had come in handy. After reporting this matter to her honored master, she should be able to receive praise, right? In Su Dai thought so, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Dai Yuan. But seeing that the other party had not opened her eyes and was immersed in her own comprehension, In Su Dai couldn't help feeling a bit bored. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan, and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Around the mountain valley, all was quiet, with many cultivators' eyes darting left and right, and some of them even holding their breaths. None of them dared to speak loudly. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the extreme. So Yang Kai's groan was extremely abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to normal as he smiled lightly. "It's nothing. I just made a small mistake in my comprehension and was almost injured." Oh, although Wei Guchang still felt a little strange after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if he made a mistake in his comprehension, he shouldn't have been injured. Not only was Wei Guchang puzzled, but even Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also puzzled. Dai Yuan, who had not opened her eyes all this time, even turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Wei, is everything all right on your side?" Chu Chang Feng asked coldly. Just now he had been showing off his strength, but Yang Kai's groan had interrupted him. Whether this first-order Saint King cultivator had done so intentionally or not, Chu Chang Feng was still very unhappy, so naturally his tone wasn't very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai to begin with. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this guy, Chu Chang Feng would feel a belly full of anger. It just so happened that Yang Kai often ran into him, and Chu Chang Feng couldn't help wondering what kind of skill this guy possessed to be able to break into the third layer with such a low cultivation. "It's nothing. Brother Chu can continue," Wei Guchang grinned and said meaningfully. Chu Chang Feng's face sank as he shot a deep look towards Wei Guchang, but tactfully didn't try to find trouble with him. Instead, he crossed his arms behind his back and stood atop his own mountain, loudly declaring, "Fire Shield Union and Myriad Beast Mountain only have themselves to blame." This Chu just said that he hopes everyone will abide by the rules and not try to tamper with the red candle fruit before it fully matures. Once the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone can compete for it. This Chu also believes that those two forces aren't the only ones who have tried to tamper with the red candle fruit. Ha! If any of you want to do so, please leave now. Otherwise, when this Chu finds out who you are, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, realizing that they had underestimated Chu Changfeng's appetite. Previously, when he chased away the people from the Fire Shield Union and the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there was more or less a reason. He stood on everyone's side and could be considered to be working for everyone's benefit. But now, when he said these words, there was something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to chase them away boldly. Thinking so, many of the forces who didn't have the confidence to remain turned their eyes to Thunder Typhoon Sect, wanting to see how Feng Tianzhong would react. Everyone knew that Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng didn't get along. Every time the two of them met, they were like fire and water. Just now, Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had joined forces once, but that didn't mean they would do so again. Perhaps Feng Tianzhong would put on a show against Chu Changfeng this time, and if that happened, they could fish in troubled waters. However, after seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank. Feng Tianzhong was actually sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Chu Changfeng's domineering and arrogant actions. What did this mean? This clearly meant that Feng Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Chu Changfeng, so he was simply ignoring the current situation. On second thought, many people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. There really was no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had temporarily joined forces. So how could there be room for them to survive? For a time, several forces with only 2 or 3 cultivators left the mountain with gloomy looks on their faces. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Chu Changfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. When that time came, there would be absolutely no benefit to them, so it was better to leave now and at least escape unscathed. Sure enough, some great forces couldn't stand Chu Changfeng's approach and insisted on staying, but they were all framed and slandered. This time, Chu Changfeng didn't ask any questions and simply took action, expelling several more great forces in a fit of murderous intent. When he dealt with myriad beast mountain before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of the bitter monarch bees. But against others, he didn't have such scruples. Since his fists were bigger, he had reason. When Chu Changfeng showed his power, only the cultivators from the dozen or so forces remained calm, not showing the slightest concern, simply watching the scene in front of them with indifferent eyes, neither showing any intention of intervening, nor trying to stop it. Because everyone knew that if Chu Changfeng did this, he would more or less gain some benefits, while Heaven Battling Union would have to bear the bad reputation. In any case, Heaven Battling Union had too many debts to worry about, so why not do it? Chu Changfeng cut the Gordian knot and drove away the originally bustling mountain valley. At least 70% of the forces who had come here were driven away by him. The remaining dozen or so forces each occupied a mountain. It wasn't that Chu Changfeng didn't want to drive them away, but because these forces weren't weak, he didn't dare to frame them casually. After some commotion, the scene quieted down again as the second red sun gradually approached its zenith. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the back of a figure walking away with a cold expression. The cultivator who was walking away was the one Dai Yuan had just mentioned, Lu Yi of Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had long felt murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he had never expected that the other party would dare to attack him in front of so many people. What's more, the other party's methods were so profound that even he had failed to notice. When In Su Dai had used the form illumination bead before, Yang Kai had opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what was so special about this form illumination bead that even the big man from Myriad Beast Mountain was so afraid of it. But unexpectedly, when the light from the form illumination bead was released, he vaguely saw an abnormal energy not far in front of him that was spreading towards him. The source of this energy was none other than Lu Yi. Chapter 1226. This was a wisp of spiritual energy that had been perfectly concealed. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he hadn't been able to detect it when it approached him. If it weren't for a freak combination of factors and the help of the form-revealing bead, Yang Kai would likely have been ambushed. The moment he detected this spiritual energy, Yang Kai immediately counterattacked. What surprised him, though, was that his opponent's divine sense cultivation was not inferior to his own. After the invisible collision between their divine senses, Yang Kai suffered a slight loss, while his opponent didn't fare much better. However, after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai's grunt attracted everyone's attention. After Chu Changfeng began driving people away, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy. After many cultivators from other forces were driven away, he had no choice but to take the initiative to leave. After all, he was the only cultivator from Flowing Cloud Valley who had come here. Chu Changfeng didn't put Flowing Cloud Valley in his eyes, so if he didn't leave, he would only be asking for trouble. There's something wrong with this Lu Yi. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't obtained the soul-warming lotus by chance a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a powerful spiritual energy. But how many supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus could there be in this world? Even if there were other soul-warming lotuses, it would be impossible for them to be in the hands of a cultivator like Lu Yi. Lu Ye's divine sense cultivation was actually not inferior to his own, which was quite strange. Flowing Cloud Valley's forces weren't very strong and could only be considered mid-tier on Shadowed Star. It was impossible for the sect to possess a secret art that could temper one's soul. So how did this Lu Yi cultivate his spiritual energy to such a degree? Back in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai had noticed anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just an ordinary third-order Saint King cultivator. Later, when he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, Lu Yi had also entered, but the benefits he obtained weren't enough to cause such a drastic change. Such a powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely depressed. He didn't even know how he had provoked the other party. Yang Kai had to find an opportunity to kill him, regardless of whether the other party's targeting him was a misunderstanding or not. Being targeted by such a person was unsettling. With all kinds of thoughts intertwining in his mind, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about Lui, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. The second of the red sun rose up the divine waterflower red's fruit's fragrances and the various mysteries of this fruit fragrance. To Yang Kai, Yang Kai was still immersed in his own comprehension of Saint Chi control. He knew that using the fragrance of a world treasure like the red candle fruit would only allow him to comprehend it for a short period of time. So he didn't plan on comprehending the space principles at all. As long as he could comprehend how to control his Saint Chi in just 2 or 3 days, it would definitely be worth it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of choice the others would make, but he believed he had made the right choice. When the second red sun rose to the middle of the sky and stopped moving, a layer of dark red energy spread out in the valley. The many masters who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it, but they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and expressions. The appearance of this dark red energy meant that the third red sun was about to rise, creating a spectacle of 3 suns, which also meant that the red candle fruit was about to truly mature. Many impatient and unstable cultivators were disturbed by this and were no longer able to meditate calmly or comprehend anything. Instead, they opened their eyes one after another and stared at all the movements in the mountain valley, unwilling to miss a single thing. The dark red energy suddenly appeared and the earth trembled slightly. Soon, this energy erupted and spread out in all directions, causing the fruit fragrance in the air to become even stronger. The third red sun slowly rose in front of everyone's eyes, living up to expectations. A slight uproar sounded as traces of Saint Chi surged, some people seemingly unable to wait to rush down. Seeing this, Liu Nan of Medicine Pill Sect kept wiping the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Everyone, don't be impulsive! The 3 suns rising spectacle has not yet formed and the red candle fruit has not yet surfaced. Now is not the time to fight. Once we interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for our sins." Liu Nan knew the secrets of the red candle fruit and the signs before it matured better than anyone present, so naturally he was duty-bound to warn everyone. At the same time, Liu Nan cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried these people wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would really interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, Liu Nan wouldn't have bothered to say such things. What did these people fighting to the death have to do with him? If they all died, his Medicine Pill Sect would be able to monopolize this heaven-defying spirit fruit. After listening to Liu Nan's words, many people glanced at him coldly, remaining indifferent. Those who needed to be vigilant still remained vigilant, and those who needed to condense their Saint Chi continued to do so. On the other side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and secretly felt that there was still some time before he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the red candle fruit, not acting too aggressively. As time passed, the atmosphere near the small mountain valley became more and more tense. When the third red sun rose halfway, many of the cultivators who had been meditating finally couldn't hold back and stood up to pay close attention to the movement of the red sun. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but also the famous rising stars such as Wei Guchang, Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Tang Yongyi, Chu Minghai, no one could continue to maintain their previous indifference. While paying attention to the height of the red sun, these people whispered to the people around them, their expression solemn. Junior Brother Yang is still trying to comprehend. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a look of surprise as she stared at Yang Kai, who was sitting motionless, but whose Saint Chi was surging fiercely. Yang Kai was clearly at the most critical juncture of his comprehension and didn't even bother to pay attention to the ripening of the red candle fruit. It seems that Big Brother Yang's harvest this time is not small. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly, feeling a little envious of Yang Kai. He had also been meditating for a day or two, but because he had to check the situation of the red candle fruit from time to time, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything substantial. Although there were some benefits, they were still far from what Yang Kai was experiencing. There's another person who is also comprehending. Dong Xianer cast her beautiful eyes towards another mountain. Atop it, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect was in the same situation as Yang Kai, both of them sitting cross-legged with calm expressions, but the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging fiercely. I'm afraid this is the gap between us and them, Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Wei Guchang muttered to himself. He was a heaven-defying genius who had become famous early on and was known as the most dazzling star of Shadow Moon Hall, sharing the same fame as Feng Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he had never felt he was worse than others. But after seeing the various methods Yang Kai displayed, he faintly realized his shortcomings. Now, in addition to Yang Kai, another disciple from Star Emperor sect had appeared, causing Wei Guchang to inexplicably feel a sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't work hard, there would be no place for him on Shadowed Star in the future. Throughout the mountain valley, dozens of cultivators were standing on top of the mountain, paying close attention to the third red sun. As a result, the actions of Yang Kai and the Star Emperor sect disciple were very eye-catching. Yang Kai wasn't a big deal as no one knew his origins, but a mere first-order Saint King cultivator wasn't worthy of these elites' attention. On the other hand, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect continued meditating, causing everyone to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but hope that the other party would continue meditating until the ownership of the red candle fruit was decided. Everyone truly understood what it meant to live like a year. Ever since the third red sun appeared, it had been as slow as a turtle crawling, slowly rising into the sky. Everyone wanted to rush forward and push the red sun to the top. This situation lasted for a full day, and when the third red sun rose to the sky and merged with the first two, forming a three-sun spectacle, the three red suns seemed to resonate with each other and suddenly released a brilliant red light that illuminated the entire third-layer territory of the Lu Yen sand field, causing all the cultivator on the third layer to lose sight of the light in front of them and involuntarily close their eyes. A shocking wave of energy fluctuations spread out from the sky, and when everyone opened their eyes to look, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. This was because the three red suns had actually merged together and completely turned into an even larger red sun. That red sun was like a top, spinning and spinning. Every time it spun, it brought about an incomparably huge suction force. The world energy aura in the air suddenly became abnormal. The dense spiritual qi condensed into a solid substance, forming a gust of wind that madly poured into the red sun. The red sun was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the spiritual qi. Over on Medicine Pill Sec side, Liu Nan's body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, unable to contain his excitement. It was exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book, without the slightest difference. Sure enough, the red candle fruit had matured. After a stick of incense worth of time, the world energy aura in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field had been completely depleted, and the surrounding several hundred kilometers had suddenly become a dead land. The red sun seemed to become more and more solid, like a real sun hanging in the sky. Suddenly it stopped rotating, going from extreme motion to extreme stillness in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, Liu Nan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly summoned a shield-like artifact. This shield transformed into a stream of light and directly formed a protective barrier around the mountain where the Medicine Pill sect disciples were standing, protecting them from all harm. Chapter 1227. The moment Liu Nan took action, the other Medicine Pill sect disciples also took out their own defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Obviously, they had already discussed this beforehand. Otherwise, their actions wouldn't have been so orderly. This bizarre action of medicine pill sect's disciples stunned all the other cultivator present, none of them understanding why they were acting like they were facing a great enemy. Although they didn't understand, everyone knew that the situation wasn't good. Liu Nen clearly had something he hadn't told them, so there was likely going to be some danger ahead. Otherwise, why would they act like this? There was no need for anyone to remind them, as all the other cultivators who saw Liu Nan and the others also summoned their own defensive artifacts. Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang coldly snorted as a surge of Saint Qi burst out from his body, creating a black light curtain that wrapped around the entire hill. Inside this light curtain, red lightning and fire flickered. Dong Xianer took out a token-like object and poured her Saint Qi into it, causing it to suddenly turn into a stream of light and fly around everyone. Dai Yuan also summoned her colored handkerchief artifact and sent out a cloud of pink mist to surround the hill. The only one who didn't move was Yang Kai, seemingly still immersed in his own enlightenment. He didn't need to take any action, as Wei Guchang and the other two were more than enough to protect him. The disciple from Star Emperor sect, on the other hand, didn't receive such good treatment. He had always been alone, dominating this hill. So after noticing everyone's strange actions, he immediately opened his eyes and stared at the red sun in the sky indifferently. Right at this moment, tens of thousands of rays of red light burst forth from the red sun, attacking in all directions. The red lights were extremely powerful and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of everyone. The guards that the cultivators had summoned shook and clanged incessantly. Only now did everyone understand why the people from Medicine Pill sect had taken defensive actions in advance. When the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor sect saw this, his face couldn't help but turn solemn as he sent out a punch. This punch seemed to be able to stir up some kind of world principle, and wherever it touched, all the red rays of light disappeared. This made the expressions of Wei Guchang and the others, who were secretly observing him, change. Such a punch might seem casual, but anyone could see how tyrannical this Star Emperor sect cultivator was. The tens of thousands of red lights came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Because everyone was prepared, other than a few people who were unprepared and injured, everyone else was safe and sound. Seeing this, Liu Nin couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. He knew that his actions just now had been too big, which had caused everyone to be on guard. If it weren't for that, the number of people injured definitely wouldn't have been limited to just these few people. But soon, Liu Nan smiled bitterly, because all the cultivators present were glaring at him angrily, obviously blaming him for not making things clear. He had actually wanted to take advantage of this situation to scheme against others. He really had ulterior motives. Liu Nan didn't bother trying to discern the various phenomena occurring before the red candle fruit ripened, so he had no need to tell others about them. Revealing the three suns, rising sun phenomenon was only for his own benefit, so it was normal to conceal some information. He believed that these people wouldn't be stupid enough to blame him for such a trivial matter. Sure enough, everyone just glared at him and didn't say anything more. In fact, no one had time to bother with him, because after the tens of thousands of red lights shot out, the only red sun in the sky suddenly fell rapidly towards the mountain valley. In just a few breaths of time, the red sun fell somewhere in the mountain valley and disappeared without a trace. "Get ready!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted and waved her hand, causing the pink cloud to transform back into her colored handkerchief again. At the same time, her beautiful eyes stared towards the bottom of the mountain valley. "Should we wake up Brother Yang?" Dong Xianer bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai with some hesitation. The Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been tumbling all this time. They hadn't disturbed him before for fear of disrupting his comprehension, but now that the red candle fruit was about to emerge, Dong Xianer didn't know if she should remind Yang Kai not to miss such a grand event. Wei Guchang frowned slightly and shook his head. No, Brother Yang must know about the situation outside. If he is willing to participate in the competition, he will definitely take action. We shouldn't disturb him." Dong Xianer nodded gently. As soon as Wei Guchang's words fell, a series of cracking sounds rang out from the bottom of the mountain valley, as if the earth was splitting open. Everyone was unable to stand still, and the small hill they were on began to crumble. An extremely rich, red energy spread out from the cracks in the mountain valley and filled the entire mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But faintly at the position where the red candle fruit had originally fallen, something was slowly rising and emitting a faint red light. This light was like a candle flame in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any time. But no matter how strong the outside wind or rain was, it always flickered and remained firm. After a while, under the watchful eyes of everyone, this candle-like light finally surfaced. It was a fist-sized, dark red spirit fruit. Its skin was thin and tender, and it tasted extremely delicious. Its shape was very strange. It looked like a lit candle flame, and it was sparkling and translucent. One could vaguely see traces of pure energy swimming inside it, like small snakes. The red candle fruit! Li Yunan saw this and couldn't help shouting. As soon as his voice fell, a ribbon-like artifact flew out from a nearby hill. This ribbon-like artifact was extremely flexible, like a woman's arm, and quickly spread out several dozen meters before wrapping around the red candle fruit and wrapping it up. In Su Dai had taken action. After waiting for several days, the spirit fruit had finally ripened and appeared, so she could no longer hold back and was the first to act. Almost at the same time, a lightning arc suddenly shot out from the side and with a cracking sound, struck the ribbon-like artifact and knocked it to the side, causing it to miss. In Su Dai cried out as she bit her red lips and glared at Fong Tianzhong with a look of resentment, stomping her foot as she called out, "Brother Fong!" Fong Tianzhong's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hands, sending out bolts of lightning to block all the methods used by those who tried to snatch the red candle fruit, completely ignoring In Su Dai's coquettish actions. A trace of annoyance flashed across the pretty face of this colored glass sect's proud daughter as she secretly cursed in her heart. Not bothering to continue entangling with Fong Tianzhong, she continued to urge her ribbon-like artifact to join in the scramble. For more than a dozen peaks, several dozen cultivators took action almost instantly, all of them aiming for the ripe red candle fruit. At this moment, almost all of these rising stars of Shadowed Star were bringing out their best skills. In an instant, the light of martial skills and artifacts burst forth, illuminating half the sky as if it were daytime, causing the battle in the mountain valley to instantly turn into an abyss of suffering. However, no matter who it was, all of them were extremely careful when taking action, not daring to damage the red candle fruit in the slightest, all of them doing their best to keep the battle within a few meters of the red candle fruit. On one hand, they had to prevent others from snatching the red candle fruit, while on the other hand, they had to work hard to snatch it themselves. The cultivators of each force seemed to have discussed this in advance and divided into two groups. The force with fewer people would undoubtedly suffer a lot, and Shadow Moon Hall's side was no exception. Although Dai Yuan had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, she was acting alone and had no intention of joining forces with Wei Guchang because everyone knew that this heaven-defying spirit fruit was not something they could possess. Even if they managed to snatch it back, they would have to hand it over to their sect, and its ownership would be determined by their sect. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had a very good personal relationship, but when it came to the interests of their sect, neither of them dared to overstep their boundaries and could only refrain from becoming enemies. This was the limit of what they could do. After removing Dai Yuan, only Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer remained on Shadow Moon Hall's side. With one blocking and the other snatching the fruit, it was quite difficult for them to cope. On the contrary, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect, every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering and full of momentum, causing everyone to be secretly shocked and couldn't help but focus their attention on him. This was probably the first time this guy had left Star Emperor Mountain for life experience and didn't understand what it meant to be the tallest tree in the forest. Soon his brow furrowed because every time he made a move, there would be at least a dozen attacks coming from all directions to stop him. On the other hand, the others didn't receive this kind of treatment at all. It seemed that everyone had reached an unspoken consensus that this guy must be stopped while the rest of them could do whatever they wanted. This time, the pressure on the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor's sect doubled. No matter how amazing his strength was, he was unable to compete with so many elites present and was forced into a difficult situation. Becoming angry out of shame, the indifferent man coldly snorted and stomped his feet on the ground. The fierce force behind his stomp seemed to cause the earth to tremble slightly as an astonishing energy fluctuation burst from his body. The remaining cultivators from the dozen, or so forces, all turned to look at this indifferent man in shock. What they saw was this indifferent man slowly throwing a punch, but in front of that punch, a huge column of energy visible to the naked eye shot out. Not good. Quickly stop this guy, he's crazy. Liu Nan shouted in horror again, his clothes instantly drenched in sweat and his face pale. The other party's punch was actually aimed straight at the red candle fruit. If such an attack really hit the red candle fruit, this heaven-defying spirit fruit would instantly be pulverized and disappear. How could Liu Nan not be anxious? Saying so, he immediately launched a fierce attack to block the huge column of energy from the Star Emperor sect disciple. The others didn't need him to remind them and quickly took action. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, a violent explosion rang out as the huge column of energy was blocked and weakened by one attack after another on its way forward. But what shocked everyone was that the column of energy didn't disappear and instead continued to bombard the red candle fruit. Chapter 1228. Liu Nan's face went ashen and he almost fell to the ground. He thought that the red candle fruit was doomed and would definitely be poisoned. At that moment, though, a bolt of lightning struck and the power of the energy column weakened significantly, but it was still not completely eliminated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the energy column slammed into the red candle fruit, causing everyone's soul to fly out of their bodies. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk the red candle fruit, which had not been affected by the battle, was sent flying straight out of the mountain valley under the impact of the energy column. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fragile and delicate heaven-defying spirit fruit was actually unscathed under that blow. Everyone was overjoyed and used their movement skills to rush out of the mountain valley. An even more dangerous battle was about to begin. Just now, when the red candle fruit was in the mountain valley, the red energy had filled the air. Everyone had simply stood on top of the mountain and used various methods to collect this spirit fruit. But now that the red candle fruit had left the mountain valley, the scene had become more and more chaotic. With so many sect elites colliding, there was bound to be a fierce battle. Over at the Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang glanced over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai still hadn't opened his eyes, making him feel quite depressed. Just as he was wondering if he should let Dong Xianer stay behind to protect him, Yang Kai suddenly said, "The three of you can go. Don't worry about me." Hearing this, Wei Guchang smiled happily and nodded slightly before also flying out with Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan. As long as Yang Kai wasn't immersed in a deep state of enlightenment, there was no need to worry about him being ambushed or suffering an accident. After Wei Guchang and the others left, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as a hint of joy flashed across them. He had finally managed to clear up his fuzzy thoughts at the last moment before the red candle fruit ripened. Although he felt that his control over his Saint Chi had reached a new height, now was not a good time to test it. Turning his head to look a few dozen meters away, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown at the scene before him, even though he had experienced great storms and waves. Several dozen elite third-order Saint King cultivator were desperately using their martial skills and artifacts, fighting in groups of 3 or 5, each of them ruthless and showing no mercy. Although the scene was extremely intense, almost every force had one or two people paying attention to the situation of the red candle fruit. Strangely enough, after the red candle fruit was blasted out of the mountain valley by the Star Emperor Sect's cultivator, it had yet to fall. Every time it was about to land on a certain cultivator, some subtle energy fluctuation would sweep it aside at the right moment, allowing it to continue flying through the air. The performance of the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor Sect was particularly eye-catching. Fong Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, and Chu Changfeng formed a three-pronged formation and completely restrained him, not allowing him to intervene in the red candle fruit's matter. This guy was also displaying great strength, not falling into a disadvantageous position even when fighting 1 against 3. Although this was not a life or death battle, being able to single-handedly fight against 3 rising stars was still amazing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and immediately understood that this guy from Star Emperor Sect was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this red candle fruit's ownership would not be decided in a short time. At the very least, a few people would have to die before everyone's strength could be fully unleashed. Only then would it be possible to settle this matter. But in the end, it was hard to say who would obtain it. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't interested in the red candle fruit. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was an Origin King grade high rank that even he had never seen before. If he used it in alchemy, it would definitely be of great benefit to his alchemy skills. On top of that, after being refined into a pill, it could help a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator break through to the Origin King realm. Such a spirit fruit in the right hands could create at least 4 or 5 Origin Kings. However, the scene of the battle was simply too chaotic. Yang Kai knew that even if he broke in, his chances of snatching the red candle fruit were less than 10%. So it was not worth it if he didn't get to eat the lamb meat and ended up getting scratched instead. What's more, this thing was also a hot potato. Only a few dozen elites would be able to obtain it. But if the red candle fruit fell into the hands of Yang Kai, who did not have a huge backer, it would only lead to disaster. As such, Yang Kai had long since made up his mind to not get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit. It was precisely because he had such an idea that he had chosen to remain here and comprehend the situation, not showing the slightest interest. However, although he didn't want to get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit, that did not mean Yang Kai had no other plans. Glancing around the mountain valley filled with red energy, Yang Kai grinned silently and mysteriously. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted by the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he slipped directly into the mountain valley, disappearing into the red energy. The red candle fruit was indeed precious and rare, but the rhizome that grew from it was also a rare treasure. The rhizome of the red candle fruit was called the red candle stalk. If it was placed in a place with rich world energy, it could absorb this world energy and then bear spirit fruits similar to the red candle fruit. Of course, the fruit born in this way was not a real red candle fruit, nor did it have the effect of helping an Origin returning realm cultivator break through to the next realm, but it had the ability to help a cultivator temper their physique. What Yang Kai was interested in was precisely this ability of this spirit fruit. The benefits of having a powerful physique were self-evident. Yang Kai's physique was countless times stronger than that of a cultivator in the same realm. Even an ordinary Origin returning realm cultivator could not compare with him in terms of physical strength. As his strength improved, and as the level of the cultivator he came into contact with increased, Yang Kai found that his physique was faintly holding him back. Over the past few days he had been injured many times, which was enough to make him vigilant. Moreover, after using the power to tear space, Yang Kai needed an extremely strong physique to support him. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist the strangling power of the void crack. If he could obtain the red candle stalk and take one of those spirit fruits from time to temper his physique, it would be perfect. As long as he was given enough time, he could improve the strength of his physique again. At that time, whether it was fighting or tearing space, it would be extremely convenient. The red candle fruit was not of any use to him for the time being, and Yang Kai believed that with his ability and everything he had now, breaking through to the Origin King realm should not be a problem. All he lacked was the accumulation of time. However, the red candlestalk was what he needed right now. So Yang Kai did not want to participate in the competition for the red candle fruit, and instead planned to secretly take away the red candlestalk. Yang Kai's wishful thinking had never crossed his mind before, but unexpectedly, someone else had the same idea as him. When he sneaked into the mountain valley and searched for the red candlestalk in the red aura, he saw a vague figure happily putting something into his space ring. As for who this person was, Yang Kai did not know, but he knew that what this person was taking away was definitely the red candlestalk. Being able to stay behind and collect the red candlestalk at this time showed that this person had a very deep understanding of the red candle fruit. Dai Yuan was fighting outside while Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect was also fighting outside, so it couldn't have been these two. Therefore, the person who stayed here was most likely a member of Medicine Pill Sect who had received instructions from Li Yunan long ago, so he deliberately stayed behind. When Yang Kai discovered him, this person obviously also noticed Yang Kai. Shocked, he pushed his Saint Chi violently, but before he could use any kind of killing move, a puffing sound rang out and the man let out a brief scream before falling silent. A bloody smell filled the air, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Activating his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai flew over to the person who took away the red candle fruit, snatched the other party's space ring, and quickly retreated. Kai Yang's movements were incomparably fast. Taking advantage of the moment, he closed in. He saw a scene that made his blood run cold. The one who took away the red candlestalk was indeed a disciple from Medicine Pill Sect, something Yang Kai had guessed correctly. However, from this disciple's chest, an arm was protruding out, and this arm was holding the Medicine Pill Sect disciple's heart, which was beating powerfully. Moreover, this arm was very unusual. It looked extremely withered, like a piece of dead wood, but it was actually able to absorb the blood essence of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple. Before Yang Kai retreated, he clearly saw the body of this Medicine Pill Sect disciple rapidly wither and turn into a dried corpse. There was a third person. No matter who this third person was, being able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator in an instant using such a strange method was absolutely extraordinary. Almost at the same moment, he snatched the space ring. Another hand also reached out, but after grabbing empty air, a light gasp rang out. Asterisk pooh! Asterisk the sound of something exploding rang out, and in front of Yang Kai, the corpse of the Medicine Pill Sect disciple scattered, but there was no one behind him. The third person who had killed him before had strangely disappeared, as if he had completely blended into the surrounding environment. In this mountain valley filled with red energy, one's line of sight was blocked, making it impossible to see anything more than 3 meters away. Yang Kai released his divine sense without hesitation, sending out countless threads of divine sense to form an inescapable net around him, not letting go of a single inch of space or corner. However, to his surprise, the third person had really disappeared, and even his powerful divine sense was unable to detect the slightest trace of this person. However, Yang Kai knew that the other party had definitely not left. Since they had stayed here, they must be after the red candlestalk. The red candlestalk was now in Yang Kai's hands, so if the other party wanted it, they would definitely come looking for him. Suddenly, one of the threads of divine sense scattered around Yang Kai's body sent out some subtle movements. Normally, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid attention to it, but at this moment, all his hair stood on end. Quickly turning around, he condensed a ball of demonic flame around his fist and punched out. Chapter 1229. Asterisk Kong, asterisk with a loud bang. The black demonic flame wrapped around Yang Kai's fist dissipated as if it had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards by a powerful force. Somewhere in the originally empty void, a faint figure strangely appeared, and just as Yang Kai's figure retreated, the sound of bones breaking rang out as the figure let out a muffled snort, seemingly quite annoyed. "It's you!" Yang Kai shouted. After exchanging a few blows with this person, he instantly recognized who this person was. It was actually Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, who had left long ago. Yang Kai had seen him leave this mountain valley with his own eyes and quickly leave. But Yang Kai didn't know what method the other party had used to secretly remain here without anyone noticing. After the red candle fruit matured, this Lu Yi had infiltrated the mountain valley and targeted the red candle stalk, just like Yang Kai. Needless to say, Yang Kai was certain that Medicine Pill Sect's disciple had also been killed by this other party. While Yang Kai was shocked by the other party's methods, Lu Yi also seemed a little puzzled. The faint figure didn't disappear this time, but instead stood in the red mist and observed Yang Kai for a while before saying, "You're a bit strange." Yang Kai sneered, "You're also very strange." Lu Yi never thought that a First-Order Saint King cultivator could survive his sneak attack and even exchange blows with him unscathed. Yang Kai also hadn't expected Lu Ye's methods to be so mysterious, almost impossible to guard against. If it weren't for Yang Kai's divine sense being far stronger than ordinary people's, his fate would have been no better than that of the Medicine Pill Sect disciple who was killed. At this moment, both of them felt a trace of dread towards each other, increasing their determination to kill the other. "I haven't offended Flowing Cloud Valley, nor have I offended you. So why are you targeting me?" Yang Kai asked the doubts in his heart. He had provoked such an enemy for no reason, and although he wasn't afraid of him, Yang Kai still wanted to understand the whole story. Flowing Cloud Valley. Lu Yi coldly snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his tone, causing Yang Kai to be stunned. But he didn't say anything and simply said coldly, "You can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. If not for that, you would have been a much better talent than those vulgar people outside." Yang Kai's expression became strange, faintly feeling that this guy's tone was bigger than the heavens. The feeling Lu Yi gave him was completely different from Dai Yuan's description before, like a completely different person. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what he had taken that would cause the other party to be so concerned about him. In Luyan's desert, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of good things, several of which were no less valuable than the red candle fruit, some of which were even more valuable. But the other party didn't even try to compete for the red candle fruit. Obviously, he didn't need such a heaven-defying spirit herb. So what exactly was it that made him target him again and again? However, Yang Kai didn't intend to ask, because even if he did, given how important that thing was to him, the other party definitely wouldn't answer him. Now that there was only him and Lu Yi in this valley filled with red mist, a fight was bound to break out. Asterisk chi chi, asterisk a slight sound came from behind him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Even though he had been mentally prepared, this unexpected sneak attack still caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Not even thinking about it, Yang Kai quickly condensed a layer of demonic flame around his body and turned his head in the direction of the sound. Inside the red mist, a vague figure strangely appeared, and a giant hand that resembled a dead tree secretly stabbed towards Yang Kai like a sharp sword. A long sword covered in demonic flames appeared, and Yang Kai slashed out with his profound heavenly sword. When the sword wave collided with the giant dead tree hand, the giant dead tree hand shattered and the vague figure disappeared. But the profound heavenly sword wave also collapsed. Your Saint Chi is quite interesting, actually possessing such power. I really didn't expect there to be a Saint King realm cultivator like you in this world. Lu Ye's voice came from behind again with a hint of mockery. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he turned around again, only to see that the other party was actually standing there without moving, as if the giant hand and the vague figure that had just attacked him weren't him at all. What kind of method is this? Yang Kai was shocked and no longer dared to act carelessly. Just as he was about to take the initiative to launch an attack, countless vague figures he had seen before suddenly appeared from all directions. These figures were all identical, as if they had been cast from the same mold, and all of them rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, unleashing a series of powerful martial skills towards Yang Kai. Each of these martial skills was a real attack, without the slightest bit of illusory feeling. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he directly summoned his purple shield and placed it beside him to protect himself. At the same time, he sent out a series of shocking sword waves to form an impenetrable defense around himself. Asterisk chi 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 star. Wherever the sword wave passed, the blurry figures were reduced to nothingness one by one, and all of their attacks were blocked. However, there seemed to be no end to the blurry figures around Yang Kai, as if there was no end to them, constantly attacking him one after another, causing Yang Kai to feel a headache coming on. Yang Kai had never seen such a strange method before, so he couldn't find a way to break it for a while. But after exchanging blows with his opponent for a while, Kai Yang also faintly felt that something was wrong. Each of these vague figures had Lu Ye's aura, making them seem like afterimages of Lu Ye's body. But at the same time, they also seemed like Lu Ye's, both real and illusory, making them difficult to grasp. Sending out another sword wave to stop these blurry figures from approaching, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to bite his index finger and drip a drop of golden blood, which Yang Kai quickly smeared onto his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation reappeared, and an invisible majesty spread out from it. Yang Kai's left eye was no longer as hazy as before, instantly piercing through the red mist and allowing him to see everything clearly. The blurry figures around him also became clear at this moment. They were indeed Lu Yi. Each of them was Lu Yi, but under the divine technique of the demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions. These figures all gave off an abnormal faint red glow. Only one figure in the distance remained the same from beginning to end. Yang Kai's eyes instantly locked onto this figure, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was Lu Ye's real body. The previous figures were all created by him through some special method. Oh, a heavenly talent! A look of shock and anger appeared on Lu Ye's face as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's left eye, as if he had discovered something incredible, a look of greed appearing on his face. With his knowledge and experience, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's left eye was not a result of some kind of secret technique, but rather an innate divine technique. This kind of innate divine technique was extremely rare, and even he had never possessed one before. The golden pupil was narrow and slender, and at first glance, it was obvious it was a precious treasure. After staring at it for a moment, Lu Yi actually felt his soul become turbulent in his knowledge sea, as if it was about to be sucked away. Panicking, he hurriedly stabilized his mind and calmed the tumbling of his knowledge sea. While feeling great fear in his heart, Lu Ye's expression also became excited. If he could seize Yang Kai's left eye, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger for him. He really hadn't expected that this first-order Saint King cultivator would give him so many pleasant surprises. Moreover, the other parties I seemed to be able to see through illusions, so Lu Ye's original plan could not be carried out. With a single thought, all the scattered illusory figures shook and transformed into streams of light that returned to his body. The next moment, a shocking burst of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ye's body, transforming into a sharp spike that pierced towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai only felt that the defenses of his knowledge sea were about to be broken at this moment, and in a great shock he didn't dare to hold back, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit to block the other party's attack. Although he had managed to block it, Yang Kai still felt a little dizzy, and his divine sense had been slightly damaged in that instant. It seemed that before the red candle fruit ripened, Lu Yi had not used his full strength when he attacked him. This guy's soul cultivation was even higher than his own. The moment he felt dizzy, Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good and quickly waved his sword, sending out a burst of demonic flames that broke through the red fog and shot towards the void. A red curtain of light covered Yang Kai's head, one that was filled with a thick, evil aura. Lu Ye's strange laughter rang in his ears, causing his blood to boil. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai's unguarded state to capture Yang Kai in one fell swoop, so he could unearth all the secrets hidden on Yang Kai's body. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? With a single thought, the demonic flames he had sent out before suddenly transformed into pitch-black beams of light that shot towards a certain point on the red light curtain like arrows released from a bow. Yuan control technique. Lu Ye's face sank as his expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's performance had always amazed him. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his Saint Chi, spiritual energy were all different from ordinary people. Now he was actually able to display Yuan control technique, which was far beyond Lu Ye's expectations. Although the other party's Yuan control technique seemed a bit crude, as if he had just comprehended it, this was not a skill that a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and gaining a certain degree of understanding of Shi would it be possible to achieve this. Even so, there were very few origin returning realm masters who could control their Saint Chi outside their body, and each one of them was a shocking genius who would have great prospects in the future. The Yuan control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was something Yang Kai had painstakingly comprehended over the past few days. Before, Yang Kai's use of his Saint Chi was based on the foundation of some martial skills. Sometimes Yang Kai would simply throw out his Saint Chi, but whether or not he could hit his target depended on both sides' reactions and their defensive abilities. But in the days before the red candle fruit ripened, Yang Kai had comprehended a deeper level of control over his Saint Chi. This not only required a deep understanding of Saint Chi, but also a powerful spiritual energy to support it. Otherwise, Yuan control technique would be a joke. Chapter 1230. One of the foundations of Yuan control technique's use of divine sense was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai. Now that he was facing Lu Yi, Yang Kai intended to test the fruits of his comprehension over the past few days, and as a result he was pleasantly surprised. Under Yang Kai's control, the burning black fireballs turned into sharp arrows that directly pierced a hole in the red curtain and shot up into the sky. At the same time, the evil Chi and demonic Chi, which had been soaring to the sky, seemed to have been greatly reduced due to the appearance of this hole. Yang Kai grinned as the sound of wind and thunder erupted from behind him. Without waiting for Lu Yi to react, Yang Kai appeared in front of him and swung his demonic flame sword in a beautiful arc towards Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi had already experienced the terrifying power of the demonic flame, so although he wouldn't be burned to death by it, it was best to avoid contact with it as much as possible. Lu Ye's cackling came to an abrupt end, and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he began forming a series of inexplicable seals with his hands, causing the red curtain to squirm and transform into a giant red hand that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Unexpectedly, he also understood Yuan control technique, and the degree to which he was able to control it was not inferior to Yang Kai, who had just comprehended this divine ability. In fact, it was even superior. The moment the red hand slammed down, it was as if the world itself had been sealed, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai's movements even paused slightly. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he madly pushed the Saint Chi in his body, breaking free from this quagmire, not even bothering to look back as he sent out a palm strike. Similarly, a giant hand appeared, the nine heavens' divine skills heaven covering hand met Lu Ye's red hand. When the two palms collided, the world energy around them shook violently, causing the entire mountain valley to crack and crumble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai leapt forward and swung his demonic flame sword. Under the influence of his Yuan control technique, the black flames transformed into a variety of attacks that madly shot towards Lu Yi. Yang Kai could see that this Lu Ye's divine sense was stronger than his own, but there was a limit to it. As long as Yang Kai was vigilant enough, this Lu Yi wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to his divine sense. However, Lu Ye's Saint Chi wasn't as pure and vigorous as his own, and his physical strength was far inferior. This was why Yang Kai chose to engage in melee combat, as it was his greatest strength. Not only that, but in order to prevent Lu Yi from escaping, Yang Kai also poured his Saint Chi into his purple shield. After absorbing enough Saint Chi, the purple shield immediately released a yellow aura, Yang Kai's hand's Chi, and a massive sandstorm in the mountain valley. This was one of the powers contained within the purple shield that Yang Kai was using for the first time. The purple shield was refined from the shell of the scarlet-tailed, purple armored scorpion. Yang Kai had deliberately integrated the monster core of this ninth-order monster beast into the purple shield, giving it one of the scarlet-tailed, purple armored scorpion's abilities when it was alive. The sandstorm was one of the purple shield's abilities. As the sand and dust swirled around, Yang Kai's figure became more and more unpredictable. Under this violent sandstorm, Lu Yi had no choice but to divert a part of his attention to resist this strange attack, allowing Yang Kai to take the initiative and suppress him. Lu Yi was annoyed. He had never expected that, after regaining his freedom after tens of thousands of years, the first enemy he would encounter would be so powerful. This wasn't an existence he could easily deal with. This made him feel like he had lost a great deal of face, causing him to become angry out of shame. The Yuan control technique of the two was almost the same. Yang Kai had only just comprehended it and was unable to control it to perfection, while Lu Ye's Saint Chi wasn't pure enough, so he couldn't display his full strength. As a result, the Saint Chi he used to control was always at a disadvantage when fighting against Yang Kai's demonic flame. His Saint Chi was at a disadvantage. His spiritual energy was unable to suppress his opponent, and his physical body wasn't as strong as his opponent's. After only a short exchange, Lu Yi was already riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply continued to frantically suppress his opponent, the demonic flame sword in his hand causing some damage to his opponent from time to time. However, what made Yang Kai extremely depressed was that even when his demonic flames touched his opponent's body, they would be extinguished by a flash of blue light. Yang Kai didn't know what this blue light was, but it was actually able to restrain his demonic flames and only caused him superficial injuries. Since he had made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't hold back. Yang Kai didn't use his space force. His self-created space blade had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, so it was best to use it for a surprise attack. If he missed and allowed his opponent to be on guard, it would no longer be effective. Yang Kai was looking for the right opportunity to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as Lu Yi was hit by his space blade once, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's frantic suppression also aroused Lu Ye's anger. After being wounded again, Lu Yi roared, "Junior, you court death!" Saying so, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The smell of this blood was extremely pungent and nauseating, and it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of power. It seemed to be his blood essence. This blood essence turned into a blood mist that suddenly condensed into a single point and burst open. Immediately after, Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned a short black ruler into his grasp. This short ruler was only about the length of 2 palms and was about as thick as a fist. It seemed inconspicuous, but when it appeared, Yang Kai's heart jumped as an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely felt this way, but every time this feeling appeared, it meant that an unimaginable danger was approaching. A fierce grin appeared on Lu Ye's face as he madly poured his Saint Chi into the short black ruler, causing the world around him to dim. It was as if all the light in the world was being absorbed by this short ruler, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see anything around him. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, he was unable to see anything. The sandstorm that had been filling the mountain valley was suddenly cut off, and the sound of the wind came to an abrupt end. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. At this moment, he noticed that the Saint Chi in his body was unable to circulate freely. No matter how he tried, he couldn't use much strength, and even his knowledge, was blocked. In the darkness, something seemed to be smashing towards him, and a deathly aura rushed towards him, one that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. I can't catch it. I can't block it. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind flashed with all kinds of methods and ideas, realizing that whether he used his Saint Chi or spiritual energy, he would not be able to block this shocking blow. Even if he wanted to escape, with both his Saint Chi and spiritual energy completely suppressed, he couldn't move or tear space. In the blink of an eye, a drop of golden blood condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip, and a shocking vitality aura spread out. Immediately after, the drop of golden blood turned into a streak of golden light and pierced into the darkness. The aura of vitality and world annihilation collided with each other, but unexpectedly there was no sound at all. Only the golden light and the black light collided in the mountain valley, seemingly evenly matched. How is this possible? Lu Ye's complexion finally changed. Although he had been suppressed by Yang Kai before, he hadn't used all of his means and hadn't panicked. But now that he had used such a powerful artifact, he was determined to kill Yang Kai and believed that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to block his blow. To Lu Ye's surprise, though, the scene of flesh and blood being splattered did not appear as he had imagined. Instead, Yang Kai's blood force surged like a sea and blocked his attack. This boy must be killed as soon as possible. Lu Yi thought to himself, and his face became extremely fierce. This boy was just a first-order Saint King, cultivator, yet he was already able to compete with him. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he be invincible in this world? Nipping all dangers in the bud was Lu Ye's experience over the past 10,000 years and his code of conduct. At this moment, he really regarded Yang Kai as a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh that he had to get rid of. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he spat out another mouthful of blood essence to contend with the golden light. The black light, which had been evenly matched with the golden light for a while, suddenly soared and overshadowed the golden light. It seemed like this black light was about to sweep towards Yang Kai and swallow him whole. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and another drop of golden blood sputtered out. The golden light once again shone fiercely and pierced through the black light's blockade. Ah! Lu Yi cried out in surprise as the black light collapsed inch by inch and light reappeared. Inside the mountain valley, both Yang Kai and Lu Yi stood in place, but at this moment Lu Ye's body was swaying and his face was extremely pale, as if his Yuan Qi had been greatly injured. Yang Kai's expression, on the other hand, was quite ugly, but he was unscathed and still full of energy. Through the red mist, Yang Kai stared at Lu Yi, a cold light flashing across his eyes, like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain. Lu Yi couldn't help but shiver. A dark, blade-like attack suddenly struck from the front, and before Lu Yi could react, it had already reached him. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly twisted his body to avoid being hit, but at the same time a slight tingling pain suddenly came from his left arm. Turning his head to look, Lu Ye's soul nearly left his body as he discovered that one of his arms had been cut off by the attack just now. What kind of attack was this? Even he hadn't noticed it or felt any aura at all. Yet how could it be so powerful? What frightened Lu Yi even more was that his severed arm, which had fallen to the ground, was obviously missing a bit and couldn't fit perfectly with his wound. He didn't know what was going on. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide and was about to take advantage of his heavy injuries to kill him when Lu Ye's figure flickered, and he suddenly turned into a red light and sped away. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of secret technique he used, but by the time Yang Kai's divine sense detected him, the other party was already 35 kilometers away. Chapter 1231. In the sandy Luyen Desert, where flight was impossible, Lu Yi was able to run 3 to 5 kilometers in an instant. This secret technique was quite impressive, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Ye's aura flashed as he ran another 3 kilometers. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he was shocked by the other party's endless methods. But at the same time, he also felt a great sense of dread. Yang Kai had even used his space blade, but had failed to cut the other party in half and had instead allowed him to escape with his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this black ruler was, but just a casual wave of it had required 2 drops of his golden blood to resist. Origin-grade artifacts didn't have such power, so the only explanation was that the black ruler in Lu Ye's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact. Flowing Cloud Valley actually had an Origin King-grade artifact? And why was it being carried by Lu Ye? Although Yang Kai didn't understand why Flowing Cloud Valley would make such a choice, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ye while he was seriously injured. Otherwise, once Lu Ye recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to pursue when he suddenly heard the shouts of countless people, all of them filled with panic and inexplicable panic. These shouts were coming from the group of elites who were competing for the red candle fruit. Chu Changfeng's angry shout, Fang Tianzhong's attempt to stop him, Wei Guchang's scream, Yin Su Dai's cry, all sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, something terrible had happened. Immediately after, Yang Kai heard a soft sound, as if something had broken. Then a red light flew straight from the battlefield towards the mountain valley, and the direction it was flying towards was Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't think much about it and directly reached out to grab it because he could feel that the energy contained in this red light was amazing, but it wasn't some kind of attack. As soon as he touched it, a rich, fruity fragrance immediately filled his nose. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked carefully at the object in his hand before exclaiming, "The red candle fruit!" Yang Kai hadn't expected that the red candle fruit, which he hadn't even tried to snatch, would actually end up in his hands while everyone was fighting over it. But now this red candle fruit was incomplete, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon. The one in Yang Kai's hand was only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh of the fruit was exposed, and a rich fruity aroma filled the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movements of others. Soon, Yang Kai's mood relaxed as he found that the elites who had been competing for the red candle fruit were still fighting over it, but they were no longer able to obtain the whole spirit fruit, and were instead divided into groups of a dozen or so, each of them staring at a portion of the fruit. "You dare!" Chu Changfeng shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped shut by an attack. Immediately after, the indifferent man from Star Emperor's sect made a feint and retreated, under everyone's shocked and angry gazes, calmly leaving and quickly disappearing. No one had any intention of stopping him. Firstly, there were still a few pieces of the fruit that had yet to be determined, and secondly, this man was too strong. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be able to stop him. At this time, who would bother with such a thankless task? Everyone turned their eyes to the few pieces of the fruit that had been cut open. Once again, a chaotic scramble ensued. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and while feeling distressed over the loss of the red candle fruit's medicinal efficacies, he quickly rummaged through his space ring. This kind of heaven-defying spirit fruit couldn't be stored in an ordinary jade box. If he wanted to maintain its medicinal efficacies, he had to use a wood attribute box. Fortunately, Yang Kai had such a wood attribute material in his space ring, so after a while he found a piece of azure spirit wood and used his Saint Chi to create a simple wooden box. Placing the red candle fruit inside, he closed the lid and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would have prepared a wooden box a long time ago and would not have panicked so much. Although the wooden box made of azure spirit wood was quite good, if it was left like this for a long time, the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit would inevitably disappear. Yang Kai needed to find some time to deal with it to prevent this from happening. But right now, he didn't have the time to do such a thing, so he could only wait until he had time. Moreover, after being delayed like this, Yang Kai had to give up on his plan to hunt down Lu Yi. The other party had long since escaped the range of his divine sense and was now hiding somewhere. Outside the mountain valley, the pieces of red candle fruit that did not belong to anyone eventually fell into the hands of several forces after a chaotic scramble. The elites who managed to snatch the red candle fruit were all overjoyed, while those who failed to do so thumped their chests and sighed, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. On the battlefield where the red candle fruit had originally been, 7 or 8 corpses were left behind, each of them in an incomparably miserable state. It was impossible to tell who had killed them in the process of snatching the fruit. The scene just now was so chaotic, with all kinds of artifacts and martial skills being used. Everyone was using their full strength, and no one had the time to pay attention to the situation of others. So even though the forces that had just lost a few people knew that their enemy was right in front of them, they couldn't determine their target. So they didn't dare act rashly and could only grit their teeth and swallow the bitter pill in their hearts. After the pieces of red candle fruit were taken into their space rings, everyone rushed over to the mountain valley at the same time. It seemed that they had all seen the piece of red candle fruit that had just flown over, and only now did they find the time to continue scrambling. However, the mountain valley was filled with red mist, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. After releasing their divine senses, all kinds of divine senses intersected with one another, and from time to time, muffled groans could be heard, making it difficult for everyone to release their divine senses too far. After searching for more than half a day, until the red mist in the mountain valley gradually dissipated, no one had found the last piece of red candle fruit that had flown in, so they could only look at the others suspiciously, secretly feeling that every force other than themselves might have obtained the last piece of red candle fruit, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. He had been considering how to escape after obtaining the piece of red candle fruit, but he hadn't expected that the red mist in this mountain valley would help him so much. Now that everyone who was still alive had gathered here, he could naturally fish in troubled waters. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Yang Kai and frowned secretly. She remembered that when they were fighting for the red candle fruit, Yang Kai had still been in the process of comprehending it. So if the red candle fruit had flown over here, the one most likely to obtain it would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. However, she didn't have any conclusive evidence, so it was impossible for her to betray Yang Kai, so she only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and standing there calmly. Dai Yuan wasn't the only one who had such suspicions, but like Dai Yuan, none of them could determine the truth of the matter. Although some of them wanted to inquire about Yang Kai, in the end Yang Kai was with Wei Guchang, so none of them dared to act rashly. Everyone, Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect smiled bitterly and suddenly stood up, cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, please listen to this Li's words." Everyone looked at him indifferently. Those who had obtained the red candle fruit were vigilant looks, while those who hadn't obtained any benefits remained indifferent. But they all wanted to know what Li Yunan was going to say now, so the scene remained silent. Everyone, the red candle fruit is different from other spirit fruits in that it cannot be placed in a jade box, and now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces by that bastard, it can't be placed in a jade box. Once it is placed in this jade box, its medicinal efficacies will quickly dissipate. I'm afraid that before you can leave the Luyan Desert, this heaven-defying spirit fruit will lose its effect and become a pile of waste. It can't be placed in a jade box. Chu Changfeng's face changed slightly as he quickly took out a jade box from his ring. As soon as this jade box appeared, many people immediately showed greedy eyes as they stared at Chu Changfeng. It seemed that this heaven's pride of Heaven Battling Union really had some skill. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was still able to grab one of the pieces. Fong Tianzhong, In Su Dai, and a burly man with a rough appearance but an astonishing aura also heard this and stared at Liu Nan intently. If it can't be placed in a jade box, then what should be used? You should know, right? Chu Chong Fong asked bluntly. Liu Nan showed a complacent expression and nodded lightly. Naturally, this Li knows. Please enlighten us, Brother Li. Fong Tianzhong cupped his fist slightly. Liu Nan grinned meaningfully and returned the courtesy. This Li wouldn't dare. It's just that this Li has studied alchemy since childhood and knows more about alchemy than any of you here. Although I can tell you how to store it, in the battle just now, this Li's junior brother was seriously injured and almost lost his life. As for who is behind this Li knows in his heart, so I won't point it out here. Saying so, Liu Nan swept his eyes around, his posture clear and confident. Only then did everyone understand what he was up to. The several elites of Medicine Pill sect hadn't obtained anything in this competition, so Liu Nan clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss about his junior brother being injured. Normally, no one would injure an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect for no reason. But that was then, and this was now. When they were fighting for the red candle fruit, just now, who cared if you were a disciple of Medicine Pill sect? Not killing you was already being lenient, so it was only a minor injury. It wasn't as if you would lose your life. What's more, there really were 7 or 8 elites who had died in the battle. In comparison, the cultivator from Medicine Pill sect was much luckier, although they all snorted in their hearts. No one said anything at this time. Fong Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was clear as he quickly said, "If Brother Li is willing to tell this Fong the method to store it, after leaving the Lu Yen sand field, Thunder Typhoon sect is willing to pay 1,000,000 Saint Crystals as a reward." Chapter 1232. 1,000,000, haha. Liu Nan chuckled lightly before turning to Fong Tianzhong and saying, "Does Brother Fong think this red candle fruit is only worth 1,000,000? If that's the case, this Li will take his leave." 5,000,000. Fong Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged, but the price he offered directly increased 5-fold. Liu Nan's raised foot fell as he revealed a look of excitement. Although his Medicine Pill sect failed to grab the red candle fruit this time, if every great force that managed to grab the red candle fruit offered him 5,000,000, the harvest from this trip would not be small. What's more, the value of the red candle fruit that had been cut open was no longer as heaven-defying. As such, Fong Tianzhong hesitated for a while, wondering if he should continue to raise the price. While Yan Kai was lost in thought, Yin Su Dai suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Dai Yuan from colored glass side, her red lips moving slightly as if she was sending a message to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on her face, but she still sent a message back. The next moment, Yin Su Dai's charming face filled with a happy expression as she giggled and said, "Several brothers, please continue your discussion. This junior sister will take her leave first." Saying so, he quickly left with several of colored glass sex elites. Everyone was extremely surprised because just now, Yin Su Dai had also used her ribbon-like artifact to snatch a piece of the red candle fruit, so no one had expected that she would actually leave without obtaining a method to preserve it. But soon, everyone felt relieved. In terms of proficiency in the Tao of Alchemy, besides Liu Nan, an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect, there was also Dai Yuan. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had learned some information from Dai Yuan, which was why she had simply retreated. With such a precious treasure in hand, Yin Su Dai naturally did not want to remain in this dangerous place. For a time, several people cast burning gazes towards Dai Yuan, seemingly wanting to learn from her how to properly preserve the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit. Seeing this, Liu Nan knew that if he didn't agree now, he wouldn't get his share of the 5,000,000. He had been so depressed before that he had completely forgotten about Dai Yuan's existence. Although this woman was from colored glass sect, for some special reason, she had been studying medicinal herbs, so she definitely knew how to preserve the red candle fruit. Feeling annoyed, Liu Nen quickly nodded to Fong Tianzhong. Good. 5 million it is. Will do as Brother Fong says. Fong Tianzhong gently nodded, not showing any intention of going back on his word. Liu Nen quickly sent a few words to Fong Tianzhong, causing him to ponder for a moment before silently leading Thunder Typhoon Sek's group away. On the other side, Chu Changfeng and the burly man with an astonishing aura hesitated for a while before also sending Liu Nen a message, both of them contentedly leaving. Let's go too. Wei Guchang grinned. He had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Although very few people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, only he and Dong Xian'er had come. His luck was simply unstoppable. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but when the Star Emperor Sect disciple cut open the red candle fruit, a piece of fruit flew over to him and he immediately collected it. It could be said that this was an extremely simple and easy process. Compared to the others who had to fight for a piece of the red candle fruit, Wei Guchang's luck was simply off the charts. It was as if the bad luck he had felt since entering Lu Yen Sand Field's third layer had suddenly dissipated. Dai Yuan and Dong Xian'er had a close relationship, so naturally she wouldn't be stingy with telling him how to preserve this fruit, so there was no need for him to make any kind of deal with Liu Nen. Brother Wei, please wait. Liu Nen saw that he was about to leave and quickly stopped him. What's wrong? Does Brother Li have something to say? Wei Guchang's footsteps paused as he suddenly turned around, his expression becoming cold as he secretly condensed his strength, preparing to attack at a moment's notice. Seeing him act like he was facing a great enemy, Liu Nen immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood him and waved his hand. Brother Wei doesn't need to be so nervous. Although this Li and Brother Wei haven't had many dealings, this Li is not a scheming person. Brother Wei should be clear about this. Wei Guchang heard this, and the vigilance on his face relaxed slightly as he gently nodded. This Wei naturally understands Brother Li's character. But, this place is not a good place to stay for long. Saying so, he swept his eyes around. All around, the many cultivators who had failed to obtain anything from the red candle fruit this time were all staring at Wei Guchang, seemingly considering whether they should make a move to keep him here. Seeing this, Liu Nen raised his voice and said, "Everyone, please calm down. If it was a complete red candle fruit, it would be worth fighting over. But now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces, and Brother Wei has only obtained a single piece, it is unknown how much medicinal efficacy it will have. Don't tell me you want to provoke a powerful enemy over something so uncertain?" Liu Nen actually spoke up for Wei Guchang, pulling him out of this whirlpool of right and wrong, causing Wei Guchang's expression to become extremely strange. "Brotherly, I just want to ask, can a cut red candle fruit have the effect of allowing an origin returning realm master to break through their shackles?" A young man in white robes frowned and asked. On the chest of this young man's white robes was embroidered a white cloud. This was the symbol of Floating Mist Palace. "Good question, Brother Tang." Liu Nen nodded. "However, I cannot answer this question because this Li has only heard of the red candle fruit and has never seen it before. I believe that even my master cannot give an exact answer to this question. But the medicinal efficacy of the red candle fruit itself is enough to allow an origin returning realm master to break through their shackles. It is only a possibility, but now that it has been cut into several pieces, this possibility, I don't think this Li needs to explain, but Brother Tang should be clear about it." The Floating Mist Palace youth, surnamed Tang, frowned and pondered for a while before nodding. "I understand. Farewell." Saying so, he immediately left with the disciples of Floating Mist Palace. The cultivator from the other forces saw that Tang Yong of Floating Mist Palace no longer had any ideas about the red candle fruit and could not help sighing in their hearts before leaving one after another. Soon, only the people from Medicine Pill sect remained in the mountain valley. Wei Guchang looked at Liu Nen with a faint smile. From beginning to end, he did not say anything, but his smile was full of meaning. He did not believe that Liu Nen would help him for no reason. The other party obviously had some ulterior motive. But since the other party did not say anything, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to ask, "Now, can Brother Wei have a good talk with this one?" Liu Nan looked at Wei Guchang with a smug look on his face, as if he felt that his ability to send everyone away with just a few words was quite amazing. "If Brother Li has something to say, please speak." Wei Guchang nodded slightly. "This one would like to ask if Brother Wei has any intention of selling that piece of red candle fruit." Liu Nen did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "Sell." Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed. "Brother Li wants to buy it." Liu Nen nodded seriously. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, "Didn't Brother Li just say that the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before? Why does Brother Li want to buy it?" Liu Nen shook his head and said solemnly, "Even if the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before, it is still a heaven-defying spirit fruit that only appears once every 10,000 years. My medicine pill sect has always been dedicated to the research of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines, as well as the refinement of pills. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself before this Li, if this Li doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will be punished by the elders of Medicine Pill Sect after returning to Medicine Pill Sect. After buying this piece of red candle fruit, perhaps the elders of Medicine Pill Sect will be able to research something that will greatly improve my alchemy skills. Of course, if Brother Wei is willing to sell that piece of red candle fruit to this Li can guarantee that not only will Medicine Pill Sect provide sufficient compensation to Shadow Moon Hall, but also that the 5 elders of Medicine Pill Sect will agree to Brother Wei's request to refine pills 5 times for free." Wei Guchang originally had a disapproving look on his face, but after hearing the last condition, his expression changed immediately and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, the efficacy of the red candle fruit was only rumored and no one knew what its true value was. Perhaps it was worthless after being cut open, but an opportunity for the 5 elders of Medicine Pill Sect to refine pills for free was extremely rare. Over the years, the 5 elders had rarely acted in alchemy, and every time they did, other great forces would have to pay a huge price to invite them to do so. Comparing the 2 of them, Wei Guchang found it a little difficult to choose. But soon he said, "Brother Li, even if this Wei doesn't say it, presumably you know that this is not a decision I can make. If you really want to buy this piece of red candle fruit on behalf of Medicine Pill Sect, you might as well wait until we leave the Luyan Desert and let the elders of Medicine Pill Sect come to Shadow Moon Hall in person to discuss the matter. Whatever the 2 of us say here is useless." Naturally, this Li understands. Liu Nan saw that Wei Guchang didn't immediately refuse and seemed to have a lot of room for negotiation. So he couldn't help smiling and saying, "Since that's the case, this matter will wait until the Luyan Desert closes and the elders of our sects can discuss it." "That would be best." Wei Guchang nodded with satisfaction. "If Brother Li has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Brother Wei, please." Liu Nan smiled warmly, naturally not stopping him. After there was no one else in the mountain valley, Liu Nan's expression gradually became dignified as he stared towards a certain spot in the mountain valley. There he saw a withered corpse that seemed to have died many years ago. This was the junior brother he had sent to secretly collect the red candle stalk. But at this moment, this junior brother seemed to have suffered some kind of vicious attack and died so miserably that even his space ring had disappeared. Liu Nan's face became extremely gloomy, but he didn't mention this junior brother and instead just stomped his foot and said, "Let's go back to the sect." "Ah, brotherly, we're going back now. There are still 2 to 3 months before the Luyan Desert closes." One of the women looked at Liu Nan in surprise. "There's no need to stay. The second layer's treasure area has been rummaged through countless times by those people, and the 3rd layer is filled with danger. I'm afraid all the good things have already been taken. We should go back now and report the matter of the red candle fruit." Let's see if our martial uncles can go to those great forces to discuss the purchase of the red candle fruit. N. Liu Nan sneered softly. Even if the red candle fruit is taken away by them, in the end, I'm afraid they will ask our medicine pill sect for it. Besides our medicine pill sect, no one else knows much about this kind of treasure, so they won't dare use it rashly, so we still have the advantage. Hearing what he said, the disciples of medicine pill sect who had failed to grab any benefits from the red candle fruit all wore looks of shock. All of their previous frustration and gloominess thrown away, all of them smiling happily, as if they had suddenly found the great value of their sect's existence. Chapter 1233. About 100 kilometers away from the mountain valley, in a desolate and secluded place, a group of 4 came to a stop. It was none other than Wei Guchang, Yang Kai, and the others. After walking out of the gorge, Wei Guchang had his divine perception envelop the surroundings at all times, and he was extremely vigilant. But after walking for over 50 kilometers, he didn't see any ignorant person come looking for trouble with them, and it allowed him to finally heave a sigh of relief. From beginning to end, Dong Xianer, Dai Yuan, and Yang Kai did not say a single word as they continued onwards in silence. Only after arriving here did Wei Guchang stop, touch his space ring, and turn around. "Brother Yang, what do you plan to do next?" He did not ask Dai Yuan, but instead asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood that Wei Guchang suspected that he had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Because the two of them were now in the same situation, Wei Guchang had asked him this question. Yang Kai naturally would not reveal anything through his words. Although he still appreciated Wei Guchang, the red candle fruit was of great importance, so it was best to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any plans. I'm just going to explore the 3rd layer and see if I can find anything good." Brother Yang still wants to go deeper? Wei Guchang's complexion changed slightly as he felt quite strange. It stood to reason that if Yang Kai really obtained the last piece of the red candle fruit, he should be extremely cautious and not take any risks to explore any deeper. But Yang Kai actually wanted to continue exploring. Not only did Wei Guchang feel strange, but even Dong Xianer showed a strange expression. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were thinking. But on the surface, he remained calm and simply said, "No one has ever entered the 3rd layer flame area before, and even a heaven-defying spirit fruit like the red candle fruit has appeared. Perhaps there will be even better things beyond this layer." When Wei Guchang heard this, most of the suspicions in his heart disappeared, thinking that perhaps Yang Kai really did not obtain any pieces of the red candle fruit, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since Brother Yang has made such a choice, this way will not say anything more. I only hope that Brother Yang remains cautious in all matters and returns with a full harvest. Xian, and I will not stay here for long. We will be leaving Luyan, Sandfield, soon." Wei Guchang's choice did not surprise Yang Kai at all. The red candle fruit was too important, and anyone who carried such a spirit fruit with them at all times would feel uneasy. Wei Guchang definitely wanted to bring the piece of red candle fruit out of Luyan Sandfield as soon as possible. It wasn't just Wei Guchang who thought so. Yang Kai estimated that Fong Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Yin Su Dai, and even the burly man would all think so. Moreover, they would not let others handle this matter, and would definitely take the piece of red candle fruit themselves and leave Luyan Sandfield directly. This was good news for Yang Kai. With so many of the sect's elites leaving at once, there would naturally be fewer people remaining. With fewer people, there would be less competition. And Brother Wei and Sister Xian should also be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang then turned his eyes to Dai Yuan and asked, "What about you, little sister Dai Yuan?" "Me." Dai Yuan smiled. "I didn't get anything good this time, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Naturally, I'll stay and see if some good luck happens in the next few days. In that case, you should also be careful. Wei Guchang naturally would not persuade Dai Yuan to leave with him. Dong Xian'er stepped forward and said a few words to Dai Yuan before bidding farewell to Wei Guchang and Xian'er and hurrying back. After Lu Yan's sand field opened, it wasn't impossible to leave, but no one had done so before. After all, even if one's strength was low, they could still hunt for fire spirit beasts in the first layer flame area and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, the appearance of the red candle fruit this time had caused several of Shadowed Star's most powerful sect elites to leave early. This was something that had only happened once in 10,000 years. After the figures of Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er disappeared from sight, Dai Yuan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai. Just like Wei Guchang, she had suspected that Yang Kai had obtained the red candle fruit. But now that Yang Kai had chosen to stay and even continued to explore deeper, she was no longer sure of her guess. Just as she was contemplating, though, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her and said, "Since this matter is over, I will take my leave. I hope Sister Dai Yuan will have good luck in the next few days." Wait, Dai Yuan felt anxious and immediately called out. She had never expected that Yang Kai would actually want to part ways with her so directly. What's wrong? Yang Kai didn't have any malice towards Dai Yuan. Although the other party was congenitally deficient, she had a pure heart. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai had a good impression of her, but he didn't understand why she had still called out to him after he had made himself so clear. Dai Yuan bit her red lips as a trace of hesitation flashed across her face, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Junior Brother Yang, I also want to continue exploring. I wonder if I can accompany you?" "With me?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although he didn't know much about Dai Yuan, from the first time he met her, Yang Kai felt that she was a woman who liked to travel alone. This may have something to do with her appearance, so Yang Kai had never thought that she would actually ask to accompany him. This made Yang Kai feel a little awkward. He wanted to continue exploring the third layer because he wanted to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. But if he were to travel with Dai Yuan, it would inevitably interfere with his plans. Seeing Yang Kai frown, Dai Yuan also seemed a little embarrassed, knowing that her proposal had made things difficult for him. But for some reason, she really didn't want to give up this opportunity to be alone with Yang Kai. What's more, she really did want to explore the third layer. The third layer was very different from the first layer, so Dai Yuan wasn't confident that she would be able to survive alone. If she could accompany Yang Kai, they would be able to take care of each other even if they encountered danger. So even if she felt embarrassed, Dai Yuan still looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes, secretly praying that he wouldn't be unreasonable and refuse her. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had been so worried. Since a long time ago, she had never forced anyone to do anything, nor had she begged anyone. She had made up her mind to only rely on herself. But this time, she had broken her own perseverance. After a while, Yang Kai's brow relaxed and he grinned. Good. Hearing this, Dai Yuan's face filled with joy and a look of gratitude flashed across her beautiful eyes. But there are some things I need to make clear. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. I presume Sister Dai Yuan is aware of the situation in the third layer. If we really encounter some kind of barrier or danger that even I can't deal with, you and I will have to find our own ways to deal with it. If Sister Dai Yuan dies here, don't blame me for not lending a helping hand. Of course, Dai Yuan gently nodded. If we really encounter that kind of fatal danger, it can only be said that Dai Yuan's fate is not good. Seeing her agree so readily, Yang Kai was satisfied and said, "There's one more thing I need to do in the third layer. When I do that, I will have to separate from you. I can't stay with you until the Lu Yan sand field closes." Oh, Dai Yuan showed a look of surprise, but she quickly reacted and smiled. What kind of secret technique does Junior Brother want to use here to practice? She took it for granted that this was an environment that couldn't be found outside, so if Yang Kai had to come here to do something, it was naturally related to this. You can say that. Yang Kai didn't comment. If you don't have any problems with this, we can travel together. Naturally, Dai Yuan readily agreed. The 2 points Yang Kai raised weren't really requests, so there was no reason for her to refuse. In that case, I'll have to trouble Sister Dai Yuan to take care of me for the next few days, Yang Kai grinned. It's Dai Yuan who is bothering junior brother Yang. After making this decision, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, checked the direction, and together with Dai Yuan, they headed deeper into the 3rd layer. The heat of the 3rd layer was so fierce that Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the fire poison. But Dai Yuan's situation was much simpler. She seemed to be wearing an artifact armor underneath her clothes, and all she needed to do was slightly push the power of this artifact armor to release a faint blue halo around her body. This halo gave off an icy aura that prevented the fire poison from getting within 3 meters of her. Along the way, Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. Although from the first time she saw Yang Kai, she knew that he had been using his Saint Qi to resist the fire poison and wasn't wearing an artifact armor like the elites of other sects, she still couldn't help feeling shocked. She didn't know how much consumption Yang Kai had to consume from using his Saint Qi so recklessly. But even now, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Dai Yuan really wanted to know how much Saint Qi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to squander like this. Fortunately, after walking for a day, Yang Kai proposed that they meditate to restore themselves, allowing Dai Yuan to feel much better. Using Saint Qi like this, it would be strange if they didn't need to restore themselves. Even if Yang Kai hadn't suggested it, she would have taken the initiative to ask. So, the 2 of them found a secluded place, and each found a suitable place to meditate. Of course, Yang Kai didn't need to meditate to restore himself. The small amount of Saint Qi he consumed to resist the fire poison was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for him. He just wanted to find an opportunity to deal with the red candle fruit he had obtained. Although he had hurriedly made a spirit wood box to store the red candle fruit in the mountain valley, time was of the essence at the time and the crafting was a bit rough, so he couldn't completely guarantee that the medicinal efficacies would not dissipate. 2 hours later, Yang Kai finished processing the red candle fruit and threw it into the black book space before leisurely getting up and walking over to where Dai Yuan was meditating. Chapter 1234. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of her. After adjusting her breathing, Dai Yuan's spirit had improved significantly. When Yang Kai walked over, she happened to open her eyes, obviously sensing his presence, but she showed a hesitant look on her face, making Yang Kai very curious. Junior brother Yang, I've used up all of my recovery pills. Do you have any extra? I can buy some for St. Crystal's. When Dai Yuan opened her mouth to speak, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yang Kai didn't care about this point. Although it was strange that this woman had actually used up all of her recovery pills, thinking about it for a moment, he figured that she probably hadn't expected him to enter the 3rd layer, so it was reasonable for her to consume so many pills. So without any suspicion, Yang Kai took out a bottle of pills from his space ring and tossed it over, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need for St. Crystals. It's just a bottle of pills. They aren't worth much." Dai Yuan caught the bottle and showed a look of gratitude, nodding. "Then Dai Yuan will thank junior brother Yang." "Good. Let's continue on our way," Yang Kai said before leading the way. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan opened the bottle of pills and swept her gaze over them. After seeing the appearance of the pills inside clearly, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. When she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's back again, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism, and she immediately put away the pills without saying a word before hurriedly following after him. The 3rd layer flame area was indeed countless times more dangerous than the 1st layer. Although the environments of the 2 layers were similar, the dangers lurking inside were completely different. When Yang Kai walked through the 1st layer, with the exception of encountering a large number of fire spirit beasts in the strange mountain valley where he had to spend some effort to resolve the situation, he was basically taking a leisurely stroll through the 2nd layer without any burden. not even needing to circulate his Saint Chi to protect himself. However, in the third layer, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Chi to resist the heat waves and fire toxins. Not only that, but the fire spirit beasts here weren't low in grade, all of them being 7th order or 8th order existences. In addition to these fire spirit beasts that could emerge from underground cracks, there were also various strange barriers. These fire spirit beasts didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan. As long as there weren't too many of them, the two of them could easily kill them and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, after witnessing Wei Guchang's group fall, Yang Kai had become more vigilant toward some seemingly dangerous places. Once he discovered such places, he would avoid them as far as he could, and if he couldn't, he would secretly use his demons of annihilation to see if there was any danger. Along the way, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for his demon eye of annihilation, a divine technique that allowed him to see through illusions, he and Dai Yuan would have fallen into at least 5 different barriers over the past few days. These barriers were extremely well hidden and weren't something a Saint King realm cultivator could discover. Once these barriers were triggered, Yang Kai estimated that his end wouldn't have been any better, because Yang Kai had been secretly using his demon eye of annihilation to lead Dai Yuan through these dangerous places. This woman from Colored Glass sect didn't notice anything, but she secretly felt that the 3rd layer flame area didn't live up to its name. She didn't understand the dangers here at all and simply followed behind Yang Kai with ease. However, although the demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's divine technique, Yang Kai had only obtained it later and refined it for his own use, so it wasn't omnipotent. The two of them eventually fell into a barrier that even Yang Kai hadn't noticed. As soon as this barrier was triggered, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The originally extremely hot territory of the flame area suddenly became bitterly cold, and howling winds blew past them while large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The environment suddenly became completely different from before. Inexplicably formed icicles attacked from all directions. There were also wind dragons gathered in the surroundings. They spat out cold chi that could freeze one's entire body. They hid the cold chi in their wind blades, making it very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were both alchemists, one of whom cultivated a yang attribute secret art while the other cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so their Saint Chi was able to restrain the barriers here. However, it still took them 2 to 3 days to forcefully break the restriction and escape from it. During this process, Dai Yuan suffered some injuries, and if it weren't for Yang Kai saving her at a critical moment, her injuries would have been much more serious. Being injured in this place, unable to advance or retreat, was basically no different from waiting for death. After this incident, Dai Yuan no longer dared to underestimate the mysteries and dangers of this 3rd layer and carefully followed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also injured, but compared to his restorative ability, these injuries were not worth mentioning. After leaving this barrier, Yang Kai immediately took Dai Yuan to a nearby mountain wall and opened up a cave. Inside this cave, the two of them silently licked their wounds like wounded beasts. It wasn't until 3 days later that Dai Yuan's injuries were completely healed that the two of them continued their journey. The various methods Yang Kai displayed and the combat effectiveness he displayed made Dai Yuan finally understand that this First-Order Saint King was indeed different from the ones she had met before. His true combat power was not below hers, and the various methods he had displayed were already not something she could contend with. So what was there to say about what he had yet to show? No wonder Wei Guchang, who was so proud and arrogant, was so polite to him. It was likely he already knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary. Along the way, Dai Yuan occasionally encountered a few rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Every time this happened, Dai Yuan would take the initiative to pick these spirit grasses and spirit medicines and store them with the most suitable materials. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he found that this woman seemed to be very interested in these herbs. Every time she came back from picking them, She would talk endlessly about them, from their medicinal properties, pill recipes, methods to condense medicinal liquids, and even the use of spirit arrays in alchemy. It was as if there was nothing she didn't know, and she didn't shy away from anything. It was as if she was a completely different person from her usual taciturn self. At this time, Yang Kai remained silent and listened quietly. If it were any other time, he would really be interested in discussing alchemy with Dai Yuan. He could also see that this woman was very skilled in the alchemic way, and although her alchemy level was not as high as his, there was no harm in communicating with her. Unfortunately, at this moment, his mind was focused on refining the profound Yin sunflower water, and he really wasn't in the mood to talk about these things, so he could only miss the opportunity to exchange alchemy with this woman. Yang Kai's silence made Dai Yuan feel a little disappointed. She secretly thought to herself, could it be that things weren't as she thought? Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not say a word to these spirit grasses and spirit medicines, or even show any signs of excitement? She even deliberately misstated some information about these herbs, but Yang Kai didn't show any intention of correcting her, causing her to hesitate. Dai Yuan naturally didn't monopolize the spirit grasses and spirit medicines she picked, and she was also very self-aware that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been able to safely travel so far. So when distributing the herbs, she took the initiative to keep a small portion for herself while giving the majority to Yang Kai. In this regard, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He and Dai Yuan didn't have a deep friendship and had only cooperated on this trip to the third layer, so naturally he would accept the benefits that were given to him with a clear conscience. The two of them traveled all the way to the third layer for about 10 days, and by this time, Dai Yuan was already struggling to move forward. The intense heat all around her was like someone was using a fire attribute attack, constantly bombarding her tender body. Even with the protection of her artifact armor and the pink veil she had formed around her body, Dai Yuan was still sweating profusely, her clothes sticking tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. If it wasn't for the fact that she was using the Li by handkerchief to cover her figure, at this moment, she feared that her body would have already been exposed. Fortunately, there was only her and Kai Yang here, and Kai Yang was walking in front, so he didn't have any intention of looking back. With every step she took, she had to expend a huge amount of energy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and there was a faint layer of black gas lingering around her. This was the unique fire poison of Lu Yan's desert, and Dai Yuan couldn't completely resist this fire poison. Now that some of it had already invaded her body, the situation would only worsen if she continued forward. After reaching this point, Dai Yuan already had thoughts of retreating, secretly regretting that she had come so far. However, she also had difficulties she couldn't voice out. She and Yang Kai had already been in the third layer for more than 10 days, and even if she wanted to retreat now, she didn't know if she could do so safely. In the current situation, she was riding a tiger. She could only stand strong and follow behind Kai Yang without saying a word. Although Yang Kai's situation wasn't as difficult as hers, he wasn't feeling very good either. His skin was burning as if it was on fire, and the heat and fire poison were pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel like his bones were being crushed. If it weren't for the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai would have had to find a place to quickly restore himself. Walking in front, Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly monitoring Dai Yuan's movements. This woman's difficult appearance naturally couldn't escape his perception, so Yang Kai didn't rush to help her. The environment here was extremely harsh, but by walking in this harsh environment, one could temper the purity and density of one's Saint Qi, which was of great benefit to a cultivator. Helping her resist the heat and fire poison was only a small matter. But if he lost this opportunity to become stronger, the gains wouldn't be worth it. Moving forward bit by bit, the pair's speed was now as slow as a turtle's crawl compared to a few days ago, and the deeper they went, the harsher the environment became. Yang Kai's eyes gradually showed some excitement because he needed this kind of hot environment, so naturally he couldn't wait for it to get worse. Yang Kai secretly thought to himself, According to his observations over the past few days and the changes in the environment, he should only need to walk forward for another 5 days to find a suitable location. At that time, he could begin refining the profound sunflower water. The only problem was how to deal with the woman behind him. Chapter 1235. Yang Kai hadn't expected that after going so far, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable place to separate from Dai Yuan. Abandoning her now was tantamount to taking her life. It seemed that Yang Kai would have to find a suitable place for her to stay for a while. Taking advantage of this time, he would do his own thing. As long as that place was safe enough, it should be enough for her to wait until the Lu Yen sand field closed. At that time, the world principles here would naturally teleport her out. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this, though, Dai Yuan's tender cry suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. His figure flashed over to Dai Yuan's side and caught her in his arms. This woman was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Saint Chi in her body had dried up to the point where it was almost completely depleted. The power of the artifact armor and artifact armor that had been guarding her could no longer be exerted. The moment the artifact armor and artifact armor lost their effectiveness, the scorching heat waves began pressing down on her from all directions. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action now, she would have been reduced to ashes in the next moment. Dai Yuan really couldn't hold on any longer. After being picked up by Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes blinked weakly as her face turned extremely pale, and she fainted without a sound. She had actually overdrawn herself to this extent. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't carefully examined the situation inside Dai Yuan's body before, and thought that since she was able to hold on, she definitely hadn't been pushed to her limit. So he had taken the lead. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action long ago. Dai Yuan's body was soft and supple to the touch, and there was a seductive fragrance wafting from her body. What's more, after the colorful handkerchief disappeared, this woman's sweat-drenched body was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai, a sight that was somewhat breathtaking. This woman, if it weren't for her face, she would definitely be a femme fatale. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around her before picking her up and carrying her towards the depths of the third layer. Dai Yuan woke up slowly, but before she even opened her eyes, she felt that she was immersed in an environment rich in world energy. The Saint Chi in her body, which had been depleted, seemed to have recovered significantly at this moment, and the air around her was fresh and pleasant. There was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Violet fine jade fruit. Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately determined the source of this medicinal fragrance, quickly opening her eyes and looking around. Her beautiful eyes were instantly attracted by a purple spirit tree that looked like a grapefruit not far away. The vine-like spirit tree was entwined in the middle of several large trees. Between the vines there were a few strings of light purple, sparkling, and translucent berries that were as fragrant as grapes. "It's not ripe yet." Dai Yuan showed a slightly disappointed look. The purple fine jade fruit was a genuine Origin King grade, low-rank spirit fruit. So if it was ripe, it should have been covered in a purple glow and looked like a piece of exquisite purple jade. Whether it was used for alchemy or directly consumed, it would be of great benefit to a cultivator. What was even rarer was that this kind of spirit fruit was similar to grapes and was produced in bunches. Once it appeared, there would be a large number of them. So, the moment Dai Yuan smelled the fragrance, she woke up. After all, this kind of thing was extremely rare. Taking a closer look, Dai Yuan found that there were clear signs that some of the vines had been recently harvested. Thinking about it for a moment, Dai Yuan immediately understood that it was Yang Kai who had harvested them. At the same time, she remembered what happened before she fell unconscious. Turning her head, Dai Yuan found Yang Kai standing not far away from her. Unfortunately, for some reason, Yang Kai's expression was a little gloomy at the moment, as if he was very unhappy. His brow was furrowed, and he seemed to be lost in thought, not even noticing that she had woken up. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan slowly got up and greeted Yang Kai. You're awake. Yang Kai turned his head, the gloomy look on his face converging greatly, but there was still a trace of unhappiness on his brow. This place is... Dai Yuan looked around suspiciously. What she saw was a lush green landscape, filled with the sound of birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. All around her were rolling mountains that towered into the clouds with no end in sight. The rich world energy aura mixed with the clouds and covered the mountain peaks, making it seem as if this was the base of some great sect. Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. The place where Colored Glass Sect was located was also a treasure trove, but compared to the environment in front of her, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. If there really was a power that set up their foundation here, then what kind of heavenly and geographical advantages would their disciples have to cultivate in? How could there be such a treasure trove in this world? Moreover, looking at the mountains, there didn't seem to be any trace of human activity, as if this treasure trove had never been used before. However, when Dai Yuan looked up, she found that the sky was covered by a red curtain, making it impossible to see any stars, sun, or moon, making her a little confused. There's no need to doubt, this is still the Lu Yin Desert, Yang Kai said faintly. Dai Yuan frowned as she seemed to understand. Have we returned to the second layer? The second layer? Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and shaking his head. No, this is the fourth layer. What? Dai Yuan exclaimed. The fourth layer? The fourth layer, treasure area. Yang Kai's voice became much more serious. Ah. Dai Yuan couldn't help covering her mouth. After recovering from her shock, her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she couldn't help muttering. There really is a fourth layer treasure area. Yang Kai tilted his head and asked, Did you know there was such a place? Dai Yuan froze for a moment before shaking her head. I didn't know. I just had some speculations before. Since the first layer flame area leads to the second layer treasure area, after the third layer flame area, there may be another treasure area, but the current situation confirms my previous speculations. Yang Kai listened to her and nodded lightly. Not only did Dai Yuan have such suspicions before, he also had them. But when he really set foot in this place, his mood became extremely delicate. Unlike Dai Yuan's excitement and joy of discovering a new world, Yang Kai, after experiencing the initial surprise, felt more of a sense of loss than anything else. Because he didn't get the environment he wanted the most. After Dai Yuan fainted a few days ago, Yang Kai had carried her deeper into this place and was just about to meet his requirements. But unexpectedly, they had passed through the third layer and rushed into the fourth layer. Originally, Yang Kai had some thoughts of taking things as they came, thinking that this place wasn't bad and that refining the profound Yin sunflower water wasn't something he was in a hurry to do. But to his great disappointment, the treasures of the heavens and earth contained in the fourth level were actually extremely scarce. He'd searched continuously for a few days, yet he'd only found a violet jade fruit tree 2 hours ago and plucked 2 strings of violet jade fruits. This made him very angry and vaguely made him feel like he had been deceived. Without finding a suitable environment and with so few precious treasures here, it would be strange if he felt happy. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that he could finally part ways with Dai Yuan. Making up his mind, Yang Kai said, Sister Dai Yuan, I've been wandering around here for several days now and have investigated the environment slightly. I've found no traces of any monster beast here, nor are there any barriers, so this place is very safe. Dai Yuan was taken aback, but after thinking about it for a moment, she smiled understandingly and asked, Junior brother Yang, are you going to act alone? And, having his thoughts seen through by Dai Yuan, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. Is that so? Dai Yuan gently nodded. Good, I was just looking for a certain kind of spirit grass here. Since this place is so safe, Dai Yuan won't trouble Junior brother any further. I've also wasted a lot of your time along the way. It's fine, then we'll part ways here. I hope Sister Dai Yuan can find what she's looking for, Yang Kai said before simply walking off into the distance. The day before Lu Yen's sand field closed was not far away, so he had to pick up his pace. After walking a short distance, Dai Yuan suddenly called out from behind, "Junior brother Yang!" "Is there something else?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Dai Yuan gently bit her red lips and smiled slightly. Dai Yuan would like to visit Junior brother Yang to express her gratitude. I wonder if Junior brother Yang would welcome me? Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he quickly nodded. Naturally, as for where I live, you can ask Wei Guchang when you arrive. Good. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Dai Yuan smiled, seemingly relaxed. That's right. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Although the elite disciples of the various great forces have all left early and there may not be anyone else who will enter the fourth layer, you still need to be careful. I feel that guy from Star Emperor's sect will also come here. That person. The image of the indifferent man suddenly appeared in Dai Yuan's mind, and she lightly said, "If it's that person, then it's not a big deal. The people from Star Emperor's sect never take the initiative to provoke others. So as long as I don't provoke him, I'll be fine." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more, his figure flickering a few times before disappearing from Dai Yuan's sight and plunging into the rolling mountain range ahead. He wants to go deeper. Dai Yuan waited until Yang Kai left before muttering to herself thoughtfully, "It seems that the secret technique Junior brother Yang wants to cultivate is extraordinary. He actually wants to go deeper." With her intelligence, she could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai wanted to go deeper to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. Even the environment of the third layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only hope to enter the fifth layer. Standing in place and watching for a while, Dai Yuan's mouth curled into a wry smile. She had always felt that her strength was extraordinary, and even if she wasn't as strong as Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, she was still stronger than the average third-order Saint King. But now, compared with Yang Kai, she finally understood that she had been a frog in a well. In this world, there was actually such an amazing character. There was also that guy from Star Emperor's sect, who was a monstrous existence. When they were snatching the red candle fruit, Dai Yuan couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive every time she saw him take action. The combat power he displayed was simply terrifying. Dai Yuan didn't know who would be stronger and who would be weaker if these two met. Chapter 1236. Through the rolling mountain range. Yang Kai's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still suppressed by some kind of inexplicable world principles and was unable to fly, without Dai Yuan holding him back, Yang Kai was able to use his wind and thunder wings to quickly move forward. Yang Kai had no intention of staying in the fourth layer for long. Although he knew that there were likely to be some rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines here, searching for them was simply a waste of time. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. If there was, the biggest purpose of this trip would be achieved. The mountain range was extremely large, and as soon as Yang Kai entered, he felt that the world energy aura here was incredibly rich. It was far better than any of the stars he had been to before, even faintly comparable to the mysterious floating continent. The mountain range was shrouded in clouds, and large clusters of snow-white clouds floated in the depths of the mountain range, like cotton, leisurely drifting about halfway up the mountain. Compared to Dragon Cave Mountain, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. Yang Kai's eyes filled with shock and excitement as he secretly thought that if this was not the Luyan Desert, a restricted area on Shadowed Star, this rolling mountain range alone would be enough for all the great forces and great sects to fight over. Which of those great forces and great sects was not located in a place with rich world energy aura? Even the foundation of each of these great forces had a massive earth vein beneath it. Only the world energy emitted by these earth veins could allow a sect to last for thousands of years without collapsing, allowing its disciples to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, Tongxian Realm's 9 Heavens Holy Land. As far as Yang Kai knew, 9 Heavens Holy Land had a large earth vein beneath its 9 peaks, which was why the world energy aura between its 9 peaks was so dense. Soaring Heaven Sect was the same. Soaring Heaven Sect also had earth veins beneath its 108 peaks. The ancestral founder of any sect would not choose to set up their sect in a place with barren world energy aura. The first condition for setting up a sect was that there must be an earth vein, and the larger and higher the quality, the better. And this continuous mountain range in front of him was definitely the best place to establish a sect. If he let his disciples cultivate here, they would have the best time and place, and they would grow faster than ordinary people. Yang Kai was certain that there must be at least 1 or more high-grade earth veins under this mountain range. Unfortunately, this was the Lu Yin Desert. It would only open once in a while, and it would close again in less than half a year. No one could build a sect here, and no one could stay here for long to cultivate. Yang Kai sighed again and again. Although he was alone now, he still had many relatives and friends left behind in Tongxian Realm. If he could go back one day and bring them to Tongxian territory, this mountain range would definitely be a good place to settle down. Of course, before that, he needed to have the strength to protect himself. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to his family. Shaking his head and dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai continued on his way. The mountain range was extremely quiet and elegant, with no birds or beasts in sight. It seemed that in this 4th layer, Yang Kai was the only living person. As he expected, even if there were spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this place, they were extremely rare because along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter any more spirit grasses or spirit medicines, and there wasn't even the slightest medicinal fragrance in the air. 10 days after Yang Kai entered this mountain range, just as he was hurrying along, his expression suddenly changed and he came to a stop, frowning as he listened carefully, his expression changing greatly. He heard some violent sounds coming from somewhere in front of him. Was someone there? What's more, that person had actually arrived before him. A cold and indifferent face flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly wondered if it was that person who had entered this place. Listening to the sounds, it didn't seem like there was any kind of battle taking place, but rather that the person in front of him was bombarding something. Violent energy fluctuations were coming from that direction, creating a huge commotion. Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He had entered this mountain range for 10 days and hadn't encountered anything. So now that someone had arrived before him and was making such a strange noise, it naturally attracted his attention. Holding his breath, Yang Kai quietly moved forward, wanting to see what was going on. Although Yang Kai hadn't cultivated any kind of qi concealment secret art, his divine sense was extremely powerful, so as long as he didn't make any obvious movements, as long as the other party's cultivation wasn't much higher than his, they shouldn't be able to detect him. Quietly approaching, the closer he got to the source of the sound, the more Yang Kai could feel how terrifying this person's methods were. After advancing a few dozen kilometers, Yang Kai stopped and looked forward. His heart couldn't help trembling as a look of horror appeared on his face. 1,000 meters in front of him, a man with a sword-like figure and a chiseled face appeared. It was none other than the man from Star Emperor Sect, who had cut the red candle fruit into several pieces in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, shocking Saint Chi fluctuations were pulsing from this man's body, using some kind of unknown secret technique. This man was actually floating a meter above the ground, but his burly body was trembling slightly and his face was flushed red as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi, holding an inconspicuous silver flood dragon spear in his hand. He sent out a barrage of spears towards the void in front of him. What made Yang Kai feel inexplicably horrified was not the shocking methods displayed by this man. This man's methods were truly extraordinary. The silver flood dragon spear he sent out transformed into giant silver flood dragons that madly rushed forward. Each of these silver flood dragons was so powerful that even Yang Kai would have to avoid them in the face of such a violent attack. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the void in front of this man. All the silver dragons that pounced over were blocked by this barrier. In mid-air, there were only layers of ripples that constantly spread in all directions. The silver dragons returned again and again without any success. A barrier? No, it's a mountain defending array. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He had once served as the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land, and when Nine Heavens' holy land was besieged by powerful enemies, he had personally activated the mountain defending array to protect the Nine Peaks. So at this moment, he was naturally able to see through it. In such a desolate mountain range where not even insects or birds could be seen, there was actually a mountain defending array. What's more, this mountain defending array was extremely profound. No matter how the indifferent man from Star Emperor's sect attacked, it remained motionless, showing no signs of damage. Yang Kai's face was filled with amazement. Lu Yen's sand field had existed for at least 10,000 years, and from the third layer onwards, no one had ever set foot on it. The same was true for the fourth and fifth layers, which meant that this mountain defending array had existed for at least 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, it still had such a powerful defensive function, so one could only imagine how strong it must have been. Why was there a mountain defending array here? This kind of thing was generally arranged by a sect at great expense of manpower and financial resources. Yang Kai's eyes swept past the Star Emperor's sect disciple and gazed further into the distance, his eyes narrowing in shock. In the distant mountain range, there were thick clouds and mist, and countless treasured lands were protected by the mountain defending array. Although he couldn't see how high these mountains were, or what the situation inside was like, Yang Kai could vaguely see some vague traces of buildings in the clouds. There seemed to be jade palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions, giving off an otherworldly appearance. However, when Yang Kai took a closer look, he found that there was nothing there, only clouds drifting slowly through the clouds. Occasionally, a building would appear from the clouds. There really was a sect here. Although Yang Kai had always regretted that this place could not be used as the foundation for the establishment of a sect, when he confirmed that there really was a sect in this mountain range, he was shocked. Who could build a sect in such a place? What kind of people lived in it? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. That guy from Star Emperor's sect had made such a big commotion. So if there really was someone inside, they would not have just stood by and watched, and would have come out to teach him a lesson. It seemed that there was no one in this sect, just a ruin. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart beat wildly. A sect ruin, and judging from the corner of the jade palaces that were occasionally exposed, this sect ruin seemed to be well preserved. If he could go inside, he might be able to find many good things. Being able to build a sect in such a place and arrange such a powerful mountain defending array. This sect was definitely not an unknown existence tens of thousands of years ago. How could there not be many good things inside? Who is it? A low shout resounded in Yang Kai's ears, waking him from his shock. At the same time, his knowledge sea trembled, as if an invisible thorn had broken into it. Yang Kai's face became cold, and he quickly urged his spiritual energy to resist the attack that was trying to break through his knowledge sea's defense. At the same time, his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing more than 100 meters away. The indifferent man from Star Emperor's sect had at some point stopped what he was doing and landed on the ground, holding the silver flood dragon spear in his hand as he looked at Yang Kai with a slightly surprised expression. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that because he had discovered the sect ruin just now, he was a little excited, which was why he had been discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai simply showed up openly. In any case, he didn't have any evil intentions towards this guy, so naturally there was no need to feel embarrassed. "It's you." The cultivator from Star Emperor's sect wore a strange expression. He had met Yang Kai twice, once in the stalactite cave and once when they were snatching the red candle fruit. But from beginning to end, He had not noticed that Yang Kai had hidden his strength so deeply. Just now, his sole attack had been silently resolved by the other party, which showed just how powerful he was. This made the indifferent man re-evaluate Yang Kai, wanting to see if he was hiding his cultivation. Chapter 1237. However, to the indifferent man's disappointment, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see any trace of Yang Kai hiding his cultivation, as if he really was just a first-order Saint King cultivator. He didn't intend to delve deeper into this, though. He himself was from Star Emperor sect and was a peerless genius, so even if Yang Kai really was hiding his cultivation, he wouldn't be afraid of him. What's more, the other party might have cultivated some kind of secret technique or worn some kind of mysterious artifact that allowed him to display his cultivation as a first-order Saint King. He simply didn't want to believe that Yang Kai was only at this level. "Friend, please don't misunderstand." Yang Kai frowned. "I just heard some movement here, so I came over to take a look." He explained slightly, not because he was afraid of this person, but because the other party was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Yang Kai didn't want to fight with him in this damned place because of some small misunderstanding. To his surprise, the other party just gently nodded, the vigilance on his face greatly reducing, not showing any intention to attack, even taking back his silver flood dragon spear. Without asking anything, the indifferent man suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before reporting his name. "Lung Qing." The other party also reported his name. Yang Kai frowned inadvertently. He didn't believe this other party would come to get acquainted with him for no reason. This person had never said a word when facing Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he was obviously a proud and arrogant person who didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now that he had actually introduced himself here, Yang Kai couldn't help being vigilant. Glancing thoughtfully towards the looming jade palaces inside the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Sure enough, as he had worried, this man named Lung Qing said, "Are you interested in joining forces to break this mountain defending array?" "Sorry, not interested." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head. Lung Qing was startled, as if he hadn't expected there would be someone in this world who would refuse his proposal. Moreover, in this situation, wasn't he interested in the sect ruins inside? Thinking quickly, Lung Qing said lightly, "Do you think we can't break this spirit array with our ability?" "And I don't think there's any hope, so I don't want to waste my energy." Yang Kai's calm and honest. When this guy had broken the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's efforts had been thoroughly examined. SSS's, and the outermost layers. SSS was only the first layers. Yang Kai was Yang's efforts. SSS. Of course, if one wasn't stingy with the consumption of golden blood and directly used a dozen or so drops of golden blood, it was possible to achieve such a feat. But so what if he could break through the outer layer of the protective shield? Yang Kai didn't need to use his toes to think to know that there were many barriers and dangers lurking inside. There were definitely more powerful barriers waiting to be broken through. But Yang Kai didn't have that much confidence, nor did he have the time to waste here. The mountain defending array of a great sect from tens of thousands of years ago was best avoided. So, Yang Kai rejected Lung Qing's proposal without any hesitation, not even bothering to try. "What makes you think I can't break it?" What Yang Kai didn't expect was that this man, who had always had a cold expression, after hearing Yang Kai's frank admission, actually showed a fierce expression, as if he was annoyed that he had been underestimated, and a dangerous aura slowly exuded from his body. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, "If you think you can break it, feel free to do so. I'll take my leave first." Saying so, he turned around and left, disappearing into the jungle with a few leaps. Lung Qing stared at Yang Kai's back as he disappeared, his expression uncertain. He didn't know why, but this cultivator called Yang Kai actually didn't panic when facing him, not even showing the slightest hint of fear. In fact, at that moment, he even gave him a sense of danger. Although this feeling only appeared for a moment, it was enough for Lung Qing to be vigilant. This kind of feeling only appeared on extremely powerful people. Could it be that this Yang Kai had the ability to hurt him? Shaking his head, Lung Qing decided not to think too much about this matter. He decided to wait until he returned to Star King Mountain before he went to ask those old farts if there were any other hidden experts in this world who could nurture such a strange disciple. After Yang Kai ran for 30 kilometers, he once again heard a series of violent rumbling sounds behind him. Obviously, that guy called Lung Qing was attacking the mountain defending array again. Since others were willing to do such a thankless task, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he didn't do it himself, it was fine. Originally, Yang Kai had warned Dai Yuan not to run into this cultivator called Lung Qing, but now it seemed that the two of them wouldn't meet face to face. As long as Lung Qing continued attacking the mountain defending array, it wouldn't be surprising if he ran out of time. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was looking for a certain kind of spirit grass, so she shouldn't foolishly run into Lung Qing. Because of the obstruction of the mountain guarding array, Kaiyang had no choice but to take a long detour. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of some buildings between the numerous peaks. 10 days later, Yang Kai could still feel the existence of the mountain defending array, causing his heart to become even more shocked. The mountain guarding formation covered an area of at least a few thousand miles, and the space within this range was filled with the ruins of the sect from tens of thousands of years ago. One could imagine how magnificent this sect was tens of thousands of years ago, and how many disciples there were in this sect. However, what was even more surprising was that such a huge sect was now completely empty. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't obtain any harvest, but after 10 days he finally left the range of the mountain defending array. At the edge of the horizon, there was a faint trace of bright red light. When this ray of light entered his eyes, Kaiyang couldn't help but grin. His guess was right. There really was a 5th layer deeper into the 4th layer, and this 5th layer was the flame area. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with this Lu Yen sand field, but counting the flame area he had yet to reach, Yang Kai had already passed through 2 similar layers of territory. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai discovered that if he were to look down at the Lu Yen sand field from a high altitude, he would definitely see it as a layered structure, as if someone had placed 3 extremely hot rings on the ground to separate it from the rest of the world. Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Since this was the case, there should definitely be a 6th layer. After gawking for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't even reached the 5th layer yet, so he didn't know if he could break through. So for the time being, he didn't want to think about the 6th layer. If possible, Yang Kai was willing to investigate, but time was of the essence. The deeper one went into the Lu Yen sand field, the less space one could move around. 2 days after Yang Kai discovered the red light, he arrived at the edge of the 5th layer. Before even entering, Yang Kai could feel the scorching heat radiating from the 5th layer. The power contained in the 5th layer was far from what the 3rd layer could compare to. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, his expression also became dignified. Pushing his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around himself, he cautiously took a step forward. With just a single step, Yang Kai seemed to have stepped into a completely different world. All around him was a sea of red, and from all directions there was a violent heat wave. The extremely rich fire attribute aura had actually condensed into a tangible substance, like tiny snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai and attached themselves to his body. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to burst into flames. Even the Saint Chi flowing through his body showed signs of boiling. Yang Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi to release his demonic flame. However, his demonic flame was unable to resist the invasion of the heat wave. The tiny snakes of fire attribute aura and the demonic flame began fighting fiercely on Yang Kai's body, one side invading while the other obstructing, creating an extremely fierce scene. The Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body was like a broken dam, bursting out fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly shocked as he calmly took out 2 pieces of high-rank St. Crystal, holding one in each hand as he madly absorbed the energy from them. At this level of consumption, if Yang Kai didn't supplement himself, the Saint Chi in his body would be exhausted sooner or later. Once it was exhausted, he would have to explode his golden blood and transform it into Saint Chi. On this trip to Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai had used several drops of golden blood and had witnessed its power, so naturally he didn't want to waste it. Step by step, Yang Kai had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Chi every time he went deeper. The Saint Crystals he held in his hands were replaced one after another, and in just half a day he had consumed more than 10,000 Saint Crystals and absorbed all of their energy, turning them into dust. Only Yang Kai's intrepid physique could support such an unscrupulous absorption of St. Crystal's energy. If it were any other cultivator with a weaker physique or meridians, they would definitely explode and die. The restorative pills Yang Kai had prepared earlier finally came in handy at this moment. Yang Kai even used his myriad drug liquid, which he hadn't used for a long time. Although the consumption was terrifying, Yang Kai didn't panic at all, because even if his golden blood was exhausted, he could still borrow the power of the divine tree. However, the divine tree was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be on the verge of evolving, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to disturb it. After a day, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. Although the further he went, the hotter the environment became and the more helpful it was for refining the profound Yin sunflower water. This was almost his limit. If he continued, even his life would be in danger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, but just as he was about to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out in his ears, and the earth began to tremble violently. Yang Kai's face sank as he stood motionless, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Chapter 1238. As soon as his divine sense left his body, it was distorted by the scorching heat. Although Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, a small portion of his divine sense was still burned away. This caused him to let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, his divine sense was extremely powerful, and he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, so he didn't take this loss seriously. In this moment of investigation, Yang Kai had already locked onto a certain location. Looking over a distance of several thousand meters, he saw a red heat wave erupting from a certain spot on the ground. This heat wave was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, spiraling straight up as if it wanted to smash a hole in the red curtain covering the sky. However, Lu Yen Sandfield's barrier was not something this heat wave could resist. The heat wave simply rushed into the sky and merged with the red curtain before disappearing like a clay ox entering the sea. An extremely pure fire attribute aura slowly spread from the place where the heat wave appeared, sweeping past Yang Kai's position before continuing to spread out. In an instant, the sand and stones in the 5th layer of Lu Yen Sandfield were sent flying, as if doomsday had arrived. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he stood in place and waited for a long time, waiting for the movement to subside before he struggled to move forward. After a full 2 hours, Yang Kai arrived at a place a few thousand meters away and stared at the giant pit in front of him with a gloomy expression. This was a huge pit. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could only see red lava flowing like water. At this moment, it looked extremely stable, and it was not as terrifying as before. Pure fire attribute spirit energy escaped from the bottom of the pit and merged into the environment of the 5th floor, strengthening the power of the 5th floor little by little. Occasionally, some gravel would fall into the pit and turn to ash as soon as they fell into the lava. The terrifying temperature inside could be imagined. This place looked like a volcanic crater, but in fact it wasn't a volcano because it was just a huge pit in the ground. There was no trace of lava erupting and forming a volcano. What's more, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the bottom of this pit extended in all directions. There seemed to be countless branching paths, and from time to time he could hear a rhythmic breathing sound coming from the bottom of the pit. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he blurted out a name. Earth Lung Fire Pond! After saying this, Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. The Earth Lung Fire Pond was an extremely rare underground fire vein. It was the favorite of refiners because, when refiners were refining, they could use the power of this underground fire vein to refine materials. It could save refiners a lot of energy and time. However, there were very few sects that had this kind of Earth Lung Fire Pond. Yang Kai hadn't come into contact with many great forces and didn't know much about the secrets of these sects. But he was certain that on all of Shadowed Star, there were no more than 3 sects that had Earth Lung Fire Ponds dedicated to artifact refining. One of the criteria for judging an Earth Lung Fire Pond was its breathing pattern, as if the lungs were expanding and contracting. It was very obvious, so Yang Kai was able to recognize it at once. Judging from the purity of the fire attribute aura emanating from this Earth Lung Fire Pond. This fire pond was the best of the best. Any artifact refiner here would be able to display their abilities to the fullest extent and refine artifacts that they would normally be unable to refine, allowing them to display the full potential of their artifacts. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Although he couldn't take this Earth Lung Fire Pond away with him, it was the best place for him to refine the profound Een sunflower water. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually find such a place. Originally, he was planning to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Een sunflower water, but now he decided to go down and take a look. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits. A cultivator could never be afraid of any kind of danger when cultivating. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm, and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. Pushing his demonic flame to its maximum level, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and condensed a small sandstorm around himself. Not finished yet, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his Saint Chi to condense several dozen grand heavenly shields around himself. After doing all this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and jumped directly towards the hole. Mid-air, Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he swept his eyes around and immediately found a good foothold. Twisting his body mid-air, Yang Kai arrived above this foothold and stepped lightly on the ground, landing lightly on another foothold he had chosen before. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk the lava below was very unstable and would erupt from time to time. The sputtering lava would shoot out in all directions, riddling the walls of the cave with thousands of holes. The lava here was much more powerful than the lava in the ancient spirit array that Wei Guchang and the others had fallen into before. A lot of lava smashed towards Yang Kai, shattering his grand heavenly shields upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen grand heavenly shields flying around Yang Kai were exhausted. The power of the sandstorm protecting Yang Kai swept the magma aside, and the occasional magma that managed to break through the sandstorm was blocked by Yang Kai's demonic flame, allowing him to focus on finding a suitable foothold instead of worrying about it. As he descended, Yang Kai replenished his damaged, grand, heavenly shields. About 30 breaths later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his figure shot off to the side, directly entering a cave in the wall. As soon as he entered the cave, Yang Kai felt that the surrounding heat had eased a lot, as if it had been blocked by an invisible force, causing Yang Kai to become curious. Turning around to look outside, Yang Kai's expression froze, a look of disbelief on his face. The reason for that was because he saw countless caves on the opposite wall that were similar to the one he was in. Those caves were clearly not formed naturally, because there were numbers engraved at the entrances of the caves, in order of A, B, C, and D. These holes in the wall were actually created by someone. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before immediately coming to a realization and hurriedly turning around to investigate the cave he was in. The cave was very deep, about 300 meters in length. At first, it was a straight passage, but after 300 meters, Yang Kai immediately appeared in a spacious stone room. The surrounding stone walls were decorated with some strange stones, used for illumination. Although countless years had passed, they still exuded a soft light, making this place not dim. With the help of this light, Yang Kai put away his shield and demonic flame and began to look around the stone room. The floor of the stone room was flat, and there was a huge spirit array engraved on the ground that seemed to still be working. Waves of extremely hot energy were being transported in from the outside by this spirit array and then converging towards the center of the room. At the center of this room was a huge furnace with 3 legs and 2 ears, carved with dragons and phoenixes. At first glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. It seemed that because it had been baked by this heat for many years, its entire body was red and exuded an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai inspected this furnace and found that it was actually an origin-grade, low-rank artifact refining furnace. Yang Yan had previously used this artifact refining furnace to quench materials, but since the stone mongoose had become her assistant, she no longer needed to use this artifact refining furnace. Only occasionally would she use it to refine high-grade artifacts. Sure enough, seeing this artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When he saw so many stone walls on the opposite side just now, Yang Kai had a guess in his heart, and now that he saw the situation inside the stone room, he was able to confirm his thoughts. This earth lung fire pond was really a place used by the artifact refiners of that great sect to refine artifacts. This was not surprising, though. With such a treasure trove, the artifact refiners of that great sect would naturally make good use of it. The caves in the stone walls must have been specially carved out for the artifact refiners to use. The unknown ancient spirit array in this stone room was able to extract the scorching energy from the earth lung fire pond into these caves for the artifact refiners to use. What a grand design! Yang Kai was secretly stunned. Being able to arrange such a thing in the earth lung fire pond was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, one had to be an Origin King realm master. However, what made Yang Kai feel regretful was that the origin-grade, low-rank artifact refining furnace in front of him had melted quite a bit and was not in its complete form. It seemed that after so many years of baking, it could no longer bear the heat. The reason why this spirit array could continue to operate for tens of thousands of years was definitely because the earth lung fire pond was constantly providing it with energy. Understanding this point, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Soon, he spotted a towering stone block in a corner. Although Yang Kai still did not understand spirit arrays, after being together with Yang Yan for so long, he had some general knowledge. This stone block should be the control center of the spirit array in this stone room. Stepping forward, Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into the stone block, and sure enough, with a loud bang, the spirit array that had been operating automatically stopped, and the scorching heat that had been constantly being extracted from it was no longer being poured into it. Yang Kai waited for a long time, waiting for the artifact refining furnace to cool down slightly before walking up to inspect it. At first glance, Yang Kai was even more disappointed. After the temperature of this artifact refining furnace had cooled down, it had shattered at the first touch. Yang Kai had no idea what kind of material had been used to quench inside, but now it had been reduced to a pile of rubble, completely worthless. This was not surprising, though. After being burned for such a long time, even if it was a precious material, it would likely have been scrapped, let alone a material that had been quenched with an origin-grade, low-rank artifact refining furnace. How high could its grade be? However, this was just one stone room. There were many more outside. Since he had entered a treasure mountain, he could not return empty-handed, so Yang Kai began to investigate the stone rooms one by one. After spending 2 full days and searching through at least 300 stone rooms, Yang Kai only managed to find some artifacts piled up in the stone rooms that hadn't been refined yet. However, he didn't find anything that made his eyes light up. The crafting furnaces were all damaged. Chapter 1239. However, he had collected a lot of artifact refining materials. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, not all were as empty as the first One Kai had investigated. Some of the stone chambers were filled with a lot of artifact refining materials, most of which were ores and the like, but there were also some strange things that could be preserved all year round without being damaged. There were quite a lot of them. Of the hundreds of stone chambers, even if only 1/10 of them contained something Yang Kai could collect, it was still not something to be underestimated. Yang Kai was not satisfied because the harvest was somewhat different from his expectations, not as rich as he had imagined. However, along the way, Yang Kai discovered something that interested him. The deeper he went, the denser and purer the fire attribute energy that gathered in the cave walls became. This was easy to understand. In the earth lung fire pond, the deeper one went, the closer one would be to the fire pond origin. Once Yang Kai began refining the profound Yin sunflower water, he would have to find a cave at the bottom. 2 days later, Yang Kai had already reached the deepest part of the earth lung fire pond. At this point, there were only 2 more caves he had yet to explore. These 2 caves were built very deep. At first glance, it was obvious that they had been used by the sect's best artifact refiners. One on the left and one on the right, they weren't too far apart. The entrances to these caves looked very ordinary, with nothing special about them. But ever since Yang Kai had seen what was inside these caves, he knew that if he didn't investigate them carefully, he would never know what was inside them. Hopefully, I'll be able to find something. Thinking this, Kai Yang casually found a cave on the left side of the wall. With a flash of his body, he shot towards that cave like an arrow. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the passage of the cave, and after standing firm, he continued to go deeper. This cave seemed to be several thousand meters deep, and even after walking for a while, Yang Kai still hadn't reached the end. He couldn't help but feel amazed, and at the same time his heart was filled with anticipation. Sure enough, it was a cave for the most outstanding refiners in the sect. The depth of the construction seemed to be a little different. He just didn't know if there was anything good inside. After walking forward for another 1,000 feet or so, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. This light was soft and not dazzling, and even had some soothing effects. When Yang Kai saw this white light, he felt his body relax, and inexplicably comfortable thoughts emerged in his mind. Increasing his speed, Yang Kai soon rushed into a huge stone room. This stone chamber was more than a dozen times larger than any of the hundreds of stone chambers he had explored in the past 2 days. The ceiling was even several hundred feet high. Yang Kai did not know what kind of ingenious method had been used. But even though the stone chamber was tens of thousands of feet underground, the air was still clear and there was not the slightest sense of turbidity. Just this point alone was not something the other stone chambers could compare with. The other stone chambers more or less gave off a suffocating feeling. Around the stone chamber, there were only 8 fist-sized white balls. The white light was emitted by these 8 balls, and wherever the light passed, it had a miraculous soothing effect. Yang Kai raised his brow, and after glancing at the 8 balls, he focused his attention on the entire stone chamber. However, after he finished inspecting the stone room, his originally somewhat expectant mood instantly turned into disappointment. He couldn't help but sigh. This stone room was built so magnificently and majestically that he thought there must be some good things stored inside. Unexpectedly, this stone chamber was the same as most stone chambers, except for a huge artifact refining furnace in the middle. There was nothing else. The spirit array in the stone chamber was still operating, extracting the purest fire energy from the earth lung fire pond and roasting this huge furnace for tens of thousands of years without stopping. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over this artifact refining furnace, his eyes lit up and he grinned widely. He found that this artifact refining furnace was actually not damaged and was in fact very well preserved. He had found hundreds of artifact refining furnaces in the stone chambers before, but no matter how high grade or quality, these artifact refining furnaces were. After tens of thousands of years, they had all become scrap and useless. Many of them were even origin king-grade furnaces, which made Yang Kai feel quite distressed. But now he actually found an intact artifact refining furnace here. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the quality of this artifact refining furnace was definitely not low, definitely an origin king-grade artifact. Only an artifact refining furnace of this grade could possibly be preserved. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, he quickly began searching for the control center of the stone chamber's spirit array. Unlike the other stone chambers, which only had a single stone pier as the control center of the spirit array, there were a total of 4 stone piers in the stone chamber. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to completely stop the spirit array. Yang Kai did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, nor did he have an artifact with such an attribute, so he could only wait for the temperature inside the artifact refining furnace to slowly dissipate. After about a day, the crimson light on the artifact refining furnace gradually subsided. Although it still looked extremely hot, Yang Kai was confident in his strength, so he wasn't afraid. Quickly walking over to the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it and found that, as he had guessed, this artifact refining furnace was really Origin King grade, but as for its grade and quality, Yang Kai couldn't judge it for the time being. It should not be lower than Origin King grade, mid-rank. The entire artifact refining furnace was about 15 meters tall and had the same 3-legged, 2-eared design. Unlike the artifact refining furnaces Yang Kai had seen before, this one did not have a dragon or phoenix pattern carved on it, but instead a strange bird. Yang Kai looked around the artifact refining furnace and found that he did not recognize this strange bird. It looked like a phoenix, but it also had some resemblance to a crane. Its beak was long and pointed, its claws were powerful, and it had 3 long-tail feathers. Its body was elegant and slender, and its feathers were beautifully carved. It looked extremely lifelike, as if it would rush out of the artifact refining furnace at any moment. Looking at this strange bird carefully, Yang Kai secretly recalled the ancient book he had read from Zhong Ao. Just as he was thinking about what kind of monster beast this strange bird was, his expression suddenly changed as he narrowed his eyes and stared into the strange bird's eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai actually felt like he was being spied on by the other party. But when he looked carefully, he found that this strange bird was exactly the same as before, completely devoid of vitality, causing him to be stunned. However, with such a warning sign, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there was something strange inside this artifact refining furnace? Constantly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined the interior of the artifact refining furnace. After confirming that there was nothing inside except for a pile of burned materials, Yang Kai relaxed. This artifact refining furnace was a good thing and couldn't be missed. He didn't need such a huge furnace for alchemy. Since his Saint Chi had been transformed into his demonic flame, Yang Kai no longer used his Saint Chi for alchemy, and instead used his conflagrated knowledge Si. However, this artifact refining furnace could be brought back for Yang Yan to use. Although she had the stone mongoose to assist her and didn't need to worry about quenching materials, the final step of refining an artifact still required an artifact refining furnace. Yang Yan had helped him a lot. These days, she had done her best to arrange spirit arrays and refine artifacts for him. The two of them also shared the secrets of the stone mongoose and space spirit crystal, so even if this artifact refining furnace was an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy in giving it away. After making this decision, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped it around this huge artifact refining furnace, wanting to put it into his space ring. At that moment, though, a sudden change occurred. The artifact refining furnace, which had already cooled down, suddenly buzzed, and a cluster of flames appeared around it. These flames seemed to have the power to set a prairie ablaze as they madly burned towards Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, but even so, he still suffered a loss as half of the divine sense threads he released were burned away. His face turning pale, Yang Kai was greatly shocked. His divine sense possessed the magical properties of a conflagrated knowledge sea and was incomparably hot. Even before discovering this earth lung fire pond, the heat of the fifth layer should not have been able to destroy his divine sense so quickly, but the flames bursting out from this furnace were actually so powerful. Didn't this mean that these flames were countless times more terrifying than the heat of the fifth layer? Moreover, these flames were faintly alive. After repelling Yang Kai's divine sense threads, they flickered and disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Yang Kai naturally knew that this was not an illusion. He had lost so many of his divine sense threads and had a splitting headache, so how could this be an illusion? Before he could figure out what was going on, though, the strange bird carved on the surface of the artifact refining furnace suddenly came to life. Its elegant body flying out from the artifact refining furnace and transforming into an exceptionally beautiful crimson firebird. An astonishing amount of firepower radiated from this strange bird, and after circling in the air for a moment, it shot directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly as he exclaimed, "An artifact spirit!" He immediately understood why these flames were so intelligent and understood that being spied on by the strange bird just now was not an illusion, but real. It was just that the other party wasn't made of flesh and blood, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. This was an artifact spirit born from this artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know whether this artifact spirit had existed since birth or had been slowly formed after being burned by the earth lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. But when he remembered that this was the artifact spirit of an origin king-grade artifact, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had fought with many people and had seen all kinds of artifacts, both high and low grade, but he had never seen an artifact with such a ferocious artifact spirit. Artifact spirits were extremely rare to begin with. Firstly, the conditions for their birth were very harsh and required a great deal of luck. Secondly, the time it took to create one was quite long. Any artifact with an artifact spirit would take at least 1,000 years to form. Chapter 1240. However, once an artifact had an artifact spirit, the power it could display would increase by several levels. Because of this, some amazing cultivators had developed an amazing method of using the soul of a monster beast to create an artifact spirit. After killing a monster beast, they would use a secret technique to extract its soul from its body and seal it in an artifact. Then, after spending some time refining it, it was possible to artificially create an artifact spirit in this artifact. This method was extremely bloody and cruel, and the refining process was also inhumane. The monster beast soul that was sealed in an artifact would experience unimaginable torture during the refining process. So once it was successfully created, the artifact would become extremely evil. However, compared to an orthodox artifact spirit, there was still a big gap. Although this kind of artifact spirit could increase the power of an artifact, it wasn't as terrifying. The success rate was also very low, and the time it took was not short. Therefore, except for those who cultivated evil secret arts and had great patience, no one would use this method to create an artifact spirit, and these secret arts were rarely mastered. The artifact spirit Yang Kai encountered this time was a genuine existence, not an artificially created evil artifact spirit. It didn't give off an evil aura at all. Clearly it had been created by the artifact refining furnace through some kind of coincidence. Although the artifact refining furnace was not an artifact used for combat, its grade was not low, so the power of this strange bird artifact spirit caused Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Seeing it rush towards him, Yang Kai's vision was filled with a fiery red color, as if the entire stone room was filled with pure fire attribute energy, leaving him unable to see anything else. Hopefully, this guy was just born not long ago and hadn't gained sentience yet, Yang Kai prayed secretly. While retreating, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and madly poured his Saint Chi into it. A violent sandstorm suddenly appeared and surrounded Yang Kai's body as a form of protection. However, as soon as the sandstorm appeared, the crimson firebird spread its wings and stirred up an even more ferocious gust of wind. Numerous flaming blade-like attacks were mixed in the gust of wind, and in just a breath, the protection of the sandstorm was broken. The wind helped the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's power. The firebird's power was monstrous. Yang Kai's breathing stagnated, and he knew that things were not going well. A demonic flame-long sword appeared in his hand, and a jet-black sword light was slashed out. Bang, bang, bang! There was a loud noise as the red flaming knives collided with the sword lights. They were both destroyed, but the flaming knives were endless. Even though Yang Kai had a lot of sword lights, he still couldn't cancel them all out. A casual strike from the Crimson Firebird was incredibly powerful. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the 100 Mountains picture. Mountain phantoms emerged from the picture and flew towards the flaming knives. A look of disdain and ridicule flashed across the Crimson Firebird's eyes as it gracefully flapped its wings again. The flaming knives that had not yet been destroyed transformed into fire snakes that bypassed the 100 Mountains picture's mountain phantoms and shot straight towards Yang Kai. After seeing this human-like expression, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly complained. This artifact spirit not only had sentience, but its intelligence was also quite high. Otherwise, how could it show such an expression? What's more, since this thing was born from an artifact refining furnace, it should be naturally proficient in the various fire attribute principles and divine technique. Fighting with it in this small stone room was really not a wise move. Yang Kai instantly decided to retreat. As the black fireballs were sent flying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and activated his Yuan control technique, transforming them into a series of fire snakes that shot towards the Firebird. The two strange snakes quickly collided, one red and one black, constantly gnawing at each other, seemingly in a stalemate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai wanted to withdraw. He did not want to fight with such an artifact spirit here. However, the Firebird's mind was extremely flexible. As soon as it saw Yang Kai's movements, it understood what he wanted to do. Tilting its head, it spat out a wash-basin-sized fireball from its mouth. The fire attribute aura contained in this fireball was extremely violent and fierce, causing Yang Kai to be startled. If he was hit by this thing, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured, so he hurriedly dodged to the side. The strange bird seemed to have known that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, and the ridicule in its eyes became even stronger. The fireball rushed into the passage Yang Kai had entered and exploded. But the fire attribute aura did not dissipate and instead turned into a bright red light curtain, sealing the passage. Yang Kai's face sank. This scarlet firebird actually wanted to trap him here, as if it wasn't willing to let him leave. If it were any other time, such a simple barrier would naturally not be able to stop Yang Kai, and he would only need to spend a little effort to break through it. But with an artifact spirit in front of him, how could Yang Kai have the time to break through this red light curtain? Once he did so, it would only give the artifact spirit an opportunity. Stupid bird, you're courting death. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he no longer wanted to retreat. Demonic flames surged endlessly around his body, making him look like a raging black fireball. This black color seemed to be able to burn everything, even one's line of sight. No one here could see Yang Kai's true face. Seeing Yang Kai become angry, the look of ridicule on the strange crimson bird's face disappeared, seemingly understanding that it had done something wrong. The person in front of it was not some soft persimmon it could pinch at will. Forcing him to stay was not a wise move. However, it was just an artifact spirit, so although it had gained a lot of sentience, it did not consider this too much. With a sharp cry, an invisible shockwave tore through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea and rushed towards a soul. Inside his knowledge sea The situation was chaotic. Yang Kai coldly snorted and suppressed the abnormalities in his knowledge, see before waving his hands, causing the entire stone room to fill with a black light. Streams of demonic flames continued to pour out from Yang Kai's body and soon occupied half of the room, competing with the pure fire aura of the scarlet firebird. The situation in the stone room suddenly became extremely strange. Half of the room near the entrance was pitch black, while the other half was blazing red, like a raging sea of fire. Under the urging of Yang Kai and the scarlet firebird, the two types of energy fiercely collided with each other. The entire stone room shook violently as the aftermath of the fierce collision of energy spread out in all directions. The stone walls flashed with the light of a series of barriers, intercepting these shockwaves. Fortunately, this was a place where the most outstanding artifact refiner of a great sect had set up a series of barriers. Otherwise, such a small stone room would not have been able to withstand the battle between Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. The black light and red light continued to collide, neither giving way to the other, melting away little by little. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while the elegant body of the scarlet firebird was constantly twisting and turning, letting out a series of strange cries, no longer as relaxed as before. After the collision lasted for a stick of incense worth of time, the stone room returned to its original appearance. Yang Kai and the artifact spirit stared at each other from a distance, both of them going all out. In that head-on collision just now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yang Kai never thought that a mere artifact spirit would be able to fight him to a draw. He knew his own combat effectiveness better than anyone else, even if he encountered a master from the First Order Origin returning realm now. As long as the other party was slightly careless, Yang Kai was confident that he could severely injure them. As for whether he could kill them or not, it would depend on the other party's means. However, this artifact spirit was not inferior to him at all. This was just an artifact spirit without a master and could not exert the full power of an artifact spirit. If it was taken and controlled by someone else, he would definitely not be their opponent, because an artifact spirit was not a physical entity. The existence of an artifact spirit only enhanced the power of an artifact. He was fighting so hard just to fight the shadow of an artifact. If, just as Yang Kai was thinking this, his face suddenly changed and his expression became much more dignified. Without thinking, hundreds of grand heavenly shields appeared in front of him in an instant, and at the same time he summoned the purple shield. Because the artifact spirit seemed to be abnormally violent, the artifact refining furnace, which was originally placed quietly in the center of the stone room, also began to hum because of its violence. Immediately, the artifact refining furnace flew into the air by itself and spun for a while. Clusters of incomparably agile flames flew out of the artifact refining furnace and drilled into the firebird's body. In an instant, the firebird's momentum soared, and a dignified feeling spread out leisurely. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Sure!" Such an artifact spirit actually knew how to use the power of Sure that only origin-returning realm masters could comprehend. Didn't Qian Tong say that Sure could not exist in the Luyan desert? Once a cultivator who had comprehended Sure entered, they would be eliminated in an instant. It was for this reason that origin-returning realm masters could not enter the Luyan desert. Every time this forbidden zone opened, only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter. But this strange bird had actually used Shure's power, and it was completely fine. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. This kind of power was somewhat similar to Shure, but it was not Shure. Instead, it was a magical method the Firebird used to catalyze the rich fire energy in this stone room and borrow world energy for its own use. Worthy of a fire attribute artifact spirit, it was naturally proficient in these world principles. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was the second time Yang Kai had fallen into this kind of power. The last time was outside Dragon Cave Mountain, when he fought with an origin-returning realm master who was with Xia Hongwen. However, Compared to this one, his opponent Sure could not withstand a single blow. Last time, when he was wrapped in Sure, although Yang Kai's actions were somewhat restricted, it was not a major hindrance. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt his entire body become extremely heavy, his bones creaking and dislocating, his figure tottering, and even moving his fingers was extremely difficult. It was as if there was an invisible shackle all around him that firmly locked him in place, making it impossible for him to move. Even his divine sense and Saint Chi had been withdrawn into his knowledge, sea, and body, unable to be used at all. Chapter 1241. Seeing Yang Kai easily trapped, the Firebird once again showed a smug and disdainful look, opening its beak and spitting out a sharp flame sword that shot straight towards Yang Kai's face. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its power was unstoppable. It seemed that it wanted to take this opportunity to take Yang Kai's life. Kacha. The hundreds of grand heavenly shields in front of Yang Kai shattered in an instant, but the purple shield only managed to block for a moment before the purple glow on its surface suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost a great deal of its spirituality. It was directly knocked aside and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the flame sword arrived in front of Yang Kai, and Yang Kai's life was on the verge of being cut off. At that moment, a dark blade-like attack flew out from in front of Yang Kai. This blade seemed to tear space apart silently and without the slightest energy fluctuation, making it seem extremely mysterious. Space blade! Yang Kai knew that with his spiritual energy and Saint Chi alone, there was no way he could compete with this artifact spirit. But it actually knew how to use the artifact refining furnace to fight, which was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. The artifact spirit itself was extremely difficult to deal with, and now that it was using the furnace that gave birth to it, it was even more ferocious. Continuing to fight with it was tantamount to courting death. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his trump card. Yang Kai was quite confident in his space blade. Although the artifact spirit's methods were extraordinary and it was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, the Tao of Space was an extremely powerful force. In terms of space principles, Yang Kai had a lot of experience, so although he had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, dealing with this artifact spirit shouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, after the space blade collided with the flame sword, the blade-like crack distorted and was unable to stabilize itself due to the powerful fire attribute aura, quickly disappearing. However, before it disappeared, it swallowed the flame, soared into the void. Yang Kai's crisis was resolved in an instant. Without waiting for the artifact spirit to make another move, the space blade leisurely formed, half of it flying towards the artifact spirit while the other half circled around Yang Kai. Suddenly, the power binding Yang Kai seemed to have been cut off. He had regained his freedom. The moment he could circulate his Saint Chi again, Yang Kai immediately retreated and waved his hands, sending out a meter-long space blade. It swallowed a hole in the red light screen that had been blocking the passage, although the wound was small, but it was enough for Yang Kai to pass through safely. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure had already rushed into the several hundred feet long passage, and behind him came the angry cry of the artifact spirit. The other party was clearly flustered by the space blade. He had no time to care about the retreating Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't expect his space blade to be able to kill the artifact spirit. The fire attribute aura that the other party used was too pure and wasn't something that his space blade could completely devour. Catching the other party off guard and creating an opportunity to escape made Yang Kai very satisfied. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to leave this earth lung fire pond quickly and find another place to refine the profound Een sunflower water. After his strength improved, if he still had time, he would come back to find trouble with this artifact spirit. Just as Yang Kai expected, he had only covered a distance of less than 1,000 meters when the Firebird seemed to have intercepted all of his space blades and immediately felt a scorching aura behind him. Yang Kai took a moment to look back and suddenly felt his soul fly out of his body. In the distance of the passage, the artifact spirit had transformed into a mass of red light and was chasing after him, unwilling to let him leave. The entire passage was extremely hot, and before the Firebird's main body had even arrived, the rich fire attribute aura had already filled the air and melted the stone walls around the passage. Yonkai didn't stop and even sped up a little, but compared with this artifact spirit that was born without a physical body, his speed was still somewhat lacking. Seeing the exit of the passage in sight and the distance between him and the artifact spirit growing closer and closer, Yonkai's eyes flashed fiercely, and just as he was about to turn around and attack the artifact spirit, a strange cry came from the Firebird behind him. This cry contained unwillingness and anger, and at the same time, the fire attribute aura that filled the entire passage quickly receded, like a receding tide. Yonkai was surprised and turned around again, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Not only did he stop running, but he also stopped and stared at the Firebird with great interest. About 500 feet away from him, the Firebird was fluttering in the air. However, at this moment, chain-like energy strips appeared on its body. The runes on the chains flowed. At first glance, one could tell that it was a kind of restriction technique. It wrapped around the Firebird's body and tightly bound it. The Firebird only let out a few cries before the chains tightened and tightened around the Firebird's body. The unwillingness in the Firebird's eyes became even stronger, but with a loud bang, its body burst open, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Was it destroyed? Yonkai frowned, but after thinking about it, he quickly released his divine sense and probed the stone room. Inside the stone room, the artifact refining furnace, which had been suspended in the air, fell back down again and returned to the state it was in when Yonkai first entered. However, the strange bird pattern on the artifact refining furnace was still there, but unlike before, the strange bird pattern seemed to be irritable and restless, constantly flying around the surface of the artifact refining furnace, refusing to leave. Yonkai's heart relaxed, and he grinned. It turned out that this thing couldn't leave the artifact refining furnace too far. Once it was too far away, it would definitely be taken back by the artifact refining furnace. This was not surprising, though. After all, the Firebird was the artifact spirit of the artifact refining furnace, so there was naturally some connection between the two. After determining that the artifact spirit couldn't do anything to him, Yonkai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The battle just now was really the most dangerous one he had ever encountered. Even when he fought with the Origin returning Realm Master brought by Xiahong one last time, Yonkai was able to cope with them with ease, and there was no danger to his life. After all, he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array at that time. But this time, being forced by the artifact spirit to fight him in this stone room, Yonkai had used almost all of his means except for his demon eye of annihilation. But in the end, he had still been forced to flee in embarrassment. Only Yonkai had been able to escape with his life from the artifact spirit. If it had been any other Saint King, they would have died on the spot. Standing in the corridor and adjusting his breathing for a moment, Yonkai thought to himself, since the artifact spirit couldn't chase him out of the stone room, there was no need for him to leave the earth lung fire pond. This was a rare treasure trove. Although the environment outside the fifth layer was good, compared to this place it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was no comparison at all. However, Yonkai didn't dare enter the stone room, but he could check out the other stone room at the bottom. Yonkai didn't believe that there would be an artifact spirit there. It was already a great fortune for such a thing to be born. It was absolutely impossible for a second one to appear. If it really did appear, Yonkai could only go to the top layer and give up on the bottom layer. Thinking like this, Kaiyang turned around and walked out of the passage. Not long after, he left the passage and stepped into the cave on the right. Like the previous cave, the passage in this cave was also a few thousand meters long. After passing through this passage, Yonkai arrived at a magnificent stone room. Although he didn't think there would be a second artifact spirit, Yang Kai still didn't dare act carelessly. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he carefully examined the Origin King grade artifact, refining furnace, in the center of this stone room had been destroyed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Even the artifact refining furnace had been destroyed, so it was naturally impossible for an artifact spirit to be born. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over some ores and artifact refining materials piled up nearby, his eyes lit up and he hurried over to inspect them one by one. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. Yang Kai hadn't expected that there would be so many artifact refining materials piled up in this last stone room. What's more, the grade of these treasures was very high, at least Origin grade, with most of them Origin King grade. There was also a variety of rare ores, metals of the 5 elements, and monster beast body materials, creating a dazzling sight. Although there were many materials, some of them could no longer be used because they had been stored for too long. Yang Kai picked and collected all the materials that could still be used, and discarded the ones that couldn't be used before clapping his hands in satisfaction and continuing to look around the stone room. The layout of this stone room was almost the same as the one on the left, with a several-meter-tall artifact refining furnace at its center and a few white balls inlaid around the stone walls that exuded a soft glow. However, there seemed to be fewer light balls here, only 4 instead of 8. It seemed that the owner of this stone room was somewhat inferior to the owner of the stone room on the left. Yang Kai didn't think too much about this, though, and simply went to the 4 stone benches and poured his Saint Chi into them to close the spirit arrays of the stone rooms. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came to the destroyed artifact refining furnace and unceremoniously put it into his space ring. Although this artifact refining furnace was damaged, it was still an Origin King grade artifact, so Yang Kai decided to take it back and let Yang Yin take a look at it to see if she could repair it. If she could, he could use it, but if she couldn't, it didn't matter. Yang Kai had already collected several damaged Origin King grade artifact refining furnaces before this. After collecting the artifact refining furnace, an open space appeared in the center of the stone room. This open space was also engraved with an independent spirit array. Although this spirit array was small in size, it was extremely complex. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, after entering and exiting hundreds of stone rooms and closing so many spirit arrays, he could understand that this spirit array was one of the ways in which the pure fire energy from the Earth Lung Fire Pond was transformed into an artifact refining furnace. Moreover, the 4 stone benches around the stone benches also played a big role. Depending on the number of spirit arrays activated, the speed and power of extracting Earth Lung Fire would vary greatly, with the 2 having a proportional relationship. In other words, activating the spirit arrays on 4 stone benches was completely different from activating a single one. This design made Yang Kai very satisfied and secretly felt that the master who had arranged this method was truly extraordinary. Having been delayed long enough, Yang Kai didn't intend to delay any longer. His figure flickered, and he arrived at the original location of the artifact refining furnace and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1242. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes. The day's meditation allowed him to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Shortly after, he waved his hands unceasingly, one after another. Exquisite jade bottles and stalks of precious medicinal herbs were quickly scattered around him. Every single one of them had an oppressive spiritual energy. These things were the auxiliary materials that Yang Kai needed to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had told him that he had collected all of these things when he was on Rainfall Star. After all, although these materials were rare and precious, Yang Kai had collected a lot of them on the floating continent and then on Rainfall Star, where he had plundered the storehouse of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch, so it hadn't taken him much effort to gather these things. Zhong Ao had said that it was best to refine the profound Yin sunflower water when one was at the origin returning realm, because only a cultivator who had reached this level of cultivation would be able to withstand the pain of the refinement process. The reason why Yang Kai chose to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water while still in the Saint King realm was entirely because he was confident in his own strength. Whether it was the strength of his physique, the strength of his soul, or the purity of his Saint Chi, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to any origin returning realm master. Apart from the fact that he had yet to comprehend Sure, he was not much worse than an origin returning realm master. What's more, Yang Kai's tenacity and endurance were also incomparable, otherwise he would not have been able to fuse with great demon god's unyielding golden skeleton when he was still very weak and comprehend the strange martial skill unyielding from it. As such, Yang Kai wasn't worried about his cultivation at all. The only thing he needed to consider now was how to maximize the magical effects of the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao had said that this thing could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation without any worries. Yang Kai already felt that his current first-order Saint King cultivation was too low. If he could improve his cultivation in a short time, he would have more capital. He was not worried about his foundation, state of mind, or comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly Tao. His foundation was already extremely solid. Even if his cultivation had soared this time, it would not shake his foundation and cause difficulties in his future cultivation. He also had nothing to worry about in terms of his state of mind. After absorbing so much spiritual energy from a cultivator, Yang Kai's state of mind was no longer the level of a Saint King cultivator. Similarly, his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was far ahead of any other cultivator at the same level. Now that everything was ready, he naturally wouldn't be willing to be lonely. Although his preparations were very thorough, Yang Kai still checked the various materials placed beside him one by one. After making sure that nothing was left out, he nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few golden sun fruits and placed them aside. These golden sun fruits were obtained by him and Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. They contained extremely powerful yang attribute energy and were most suitable for consumption at this time. When everything was ready, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stretched out his Saint Chi and poured it into a nearby stone platform. After absorbing his Saint Chi, the stone platform's surface flashed, and the spirit array inside the stone room, which had been stopped for a long time, began operating again. A moment later, a stream of pure fire attribute energy was drawn out from the earth lung fire pond and poured into the place where Yang Kai was sitting. The condensed fire attribute energy instantly spread out and wrapped Yang Kai's body before rushing into it and scrupulously. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he endured the excruciating pain. Not only did he not try to stop this, he even opened his body and mind wide, allowing the fire attribute energy to enter his body. Soon, all of Yang Kai's clothes were burned away, revealing his strong physique. His muscles were clearly defined and his skin was glowing with a golden light. The surface of his skin had already begun to crack and golden blood was flowing out. Under the restorative power of his golden blood, the damaged areas were constantly being repaired, repeating the process over and over. Yang Kai clenched his hand and took out a jade bottle from the ground. Immediately opening the bottle, he poured out a crimson pill from it, threw it directly into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to refine its medicinal efficacies. After an hour, the medicinal efficacies had fully dispersed and filled every inch of Yang Kai's physique. He then took out a dark red spirit grass and swallowed it directly. Different pills, different herbs, and even the few golden sun fruits that Yang Kai had taken out at the last moment were all taken by him in batches. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time Yang Kai took a different type of material, the fire around his body would become stronger, and the terrifying heat he exuded would cause anyone who smelled it to pale. Every inch of his muscles was twitching, and his face had become extremely ferocious. His eyes were red, as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. Although he looked extremely miserable, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense and cultivation were still able to keep him sober. Yang Kai didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel bitter about this. In a sober state, Yang Kai clearly felt that the pills and herbs he had taken were transforming into waves of medicinal efficacies that rushed through his meridians and physique, causing some subtle and incredible changes. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of ants running around inside his body. This kind of unbearable torment was not something a Saint King realm cultivator could bear. No wonder Zoneo had repeatedly warned Yang Kai not to act rashly and try to obtain the profound Yin sunflower water before breaking through to the origin returning realm. Sure enough, the old man hadn't been talking nonsense. Yang Kai thought to himself. The pain he was experiencing now was enough to make an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator unbearable, and this was just the beginning. If it weren't for the powerful restorative ability of his golden blood, Yang Kai would likely have been interrupted at this moment. If this had continued, his body would have exploded and he would have died. The materials Yang Kai had taken were all Yang attribute and fire attribute herbs and pills. Coupled with the earth core fire here, an unimaginable amount of heat had accumulated in his body, so the torment he was enduring could be imagined. Yang Kai opened his eyes again and waved his trembling hand, pouring his Saint Chi into the second stone pillar. Asterisk with a bang. The spirit array in the stone room began to rotate faster, and the amount of earth core fire being drawn from the earth lung fire pond increased exponentially. At this time, Yang Kai could no longer bear it and let out a miserable howl, feeling much better. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai constantly pushed his Saint Chi to fuse with the chaotic medicinal efficacies in his body, allowing them to seep into his physique. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally managed to integrate all the various medicinal efficacies in his body and suppress them in his meridians. Immediately, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle with a dignified expression and stared at it for a moment before opening it with a firm look in his eyes. Shaking it slightly, a drop of crystal clear liquid flew out from it. The moment this drop of liquid flew out, the stone room, which had been as hot as a furnace, suddenly felt a chill. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fire attribute aura in the space around this drop of liquid retreated as if it was a snake or scorpion, unable to approach within 3 meters of this drop of liquid. However, this drop of liquid was also quite strange. After being shaken out by Yang Kai, it did not fall to the ground and instead floated quietly in front of Yang Kai like a feather. Profound Yin sunflower water. This was a treasure that even origin kings coveted. Yet Yang Kai had 20 drops of it in his hands. Seeing this drop of profound Yin sunflower water, Yang Kai could not help thinking of Xue Yu's dragon lady. At that time, this beautiful woman had been frostbitten by the profound Yin sunflower water, and it had taken Yang Kai a great deal of effort to wake her up. However, if not for the soul chains restraining him, Yang Kai would not have cared about her life or death. After all, the two of them were enemies at that time. Finally, when Yang Kai left Rainfall Star, he was chased down by people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Slowly shaking his head and dispelling these distracting thoughts from his mind, Yang Kai did not hesitate, opened his mouth, and swallowed this drop of profound Yin sunflower water. A bone-chilling sensation spread from his mouth, and not only did it try to freeze Yang Kai's body, but even his knowledge began to fill with a frigid aura. At that moment, Yang Kai's body erupted with a scorching heat that instantly dispelled the chill. However, the energy contained in this profound Yin sunflower water was extremely terrifying, so when the cold aura disappeared, even more of it spread throughout Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, an endless amount of scorching power erupted, hot and cold, using Yang Kai's body as a battlefield, collided with each other, but instead of disappearing, a mysterious change occurred. Yang Kai's expression instantly changed as he let out a series of muffled groans and roars from the depths of his throat, the veins on his forehead bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. Back on Rainfall Star, Hali Ka, who was a third-order origin returning realm master, had been injured by this profound Een sunflower water and had been forced to cut off one of his arms to save his life. If Yang Kai had not taken so many yang and fire attribute spirit pills and spirit grasses to suppress the burning force in his body, this drop of profound Een sunflower water alone would have killed him instantly. The first difficulty in refining this profound Een sunflower water was suppressing the burning power of these herbs and pills. If one's physique was not strong enough and their soul was not tough enough, it would be impossible to store such a huge amount of burning force in their body temporarily, making it impossible for them to take the next step. The second difficulty was Yang Kai's current situation. He had to maintain his consciousness at all times and integrate the power of ice and fire into his body as much as possible. If he couldn't break through, at best he would be severely injured, but at worst his body would be destroyed. The consequences would be extremely serious. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai's roars, like that of a wounded beast, constantly resounded. His situation was also extremely strange. Sometimes his whole body would shiver from the cold, and his lips would turn blue. Sometimes he would sweat profusely, and his whole body would turn red like a roasted crab. In this alternating cold and heat, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation was growing at a terrifying rate. Not only was his cultivation increasing, but the demonic flame in his body also seemed to be undergoing some subtle changes. The demonic flame itself was a variant of both hot and cold energy, and it was a manifestation of Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi. The environment created by refining the profound Een sunflower water happened to coincide with the properties of the demonic flame, stimulating the Saint Chi in his body to gradually change. This was something not only Yang Kai had not anticipated, but also something that Zhong Ao had not anticipated. Chapter 1243. In the fifth layer of the Lu Yen sand field, in a stone room at the bottom of an unknown earth lung fire pond, Yang Kai sat quietly with a strange expression on his face. Although he looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Yang Kai still had an unconcealable look of excitement and joy on his face. Moreover, the Saint Chi fluctuations, slowly pulsing from his body, were clearly a sign that his cultivation had greatly improved. It had been more than a month since he began refining the profound Een sunflower water, and it wasn't until yesterday that he finally finished refining it. Yang Kai hadn't expected it to take so long, and during the process of refining, many unexpected things had happened. The power of extreme cold contained in the profound Een sunflower water was simply too strong. The various spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had taken before, coupled with the earth core fire drawn in by the barriers of the two stone stools, were unable to suppress the chill of the profound Een sunflower water, causing the hot and cold forces in his body to become unbalanced. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only open the barriers of the third stone stool in order to strengthen the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai originally wanted to use the power of the earth core fire to balance the profound Een sunflower water. But how could he have known that after the barriers of the third stone stool were opened, the power of the profound Een sunflower water was completely suppressed and the burning force in his body became more vigorous? Yang Kai steeled himself and took a second drop of profound Een sunflower water, only to find that the initial situation repeated itself. As a result, in the end, the barriers of the four-stone stool were all opened by him and the earth core fire fiercely poured in, barely managing to maintain a balance between the hot and cold forces in his body. But because of this, the risk and suffering Kai Yang had to bear increased exponentially over the course of this long month. During this month, he had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times and had almost failed. His powerful physique and resilient spiritual energy played a crucial role at critical moments. Yang Kai had to use a few drops of the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to repair his injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persist and would have been killed by the profound Een sunflower water and the earth core fire long ago. Although good things were difficult to achieve, the final result was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Zhong Ao had praised the profound Yin sunflower water to the heavens at that time. Since it wasn't on the ground, Yang Kai had thought it would have some kind of powerful effect and had hoped that this time's refinement would allow him to directly break through to the third order Saint King realm or even touch the threshold of the origin returning realm. But now his cultivation was only at the peak of the second order Saint King realm. 2 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, so many precious spiritual herbs and pills, plus the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai's face. Although his cultivations, face. Yang's face's face. He pondered for a while. Of Yang Kai's, S's soul's, S of his, of a fire flame water, this of his heaven, of essences, of divine, chi of essence of earth, aura, and flames orof, it's its appearance, it's of auras and chi, aura of chi's of earth, of his, of this of his's, of the this, of it. But with a single thought from Yang Kai, this mass of demonic flame began exuding a bone-chilling aura, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as a layer of frost instantly filled the stone room. Even the stone walls were frozen solid and began to creak. The barriers arranged in this stone room spontaneously played a protective role, releasing layers of light that prevented the spread of this cold aura. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed again, and the bone-chilling aura disappeared, replaced by an endless heat from the demonic flame. The frost that had filled the air before was instantly melted away. The power of this heat was unstoppable, and before the stone room's protective barrier could react, it suddenly cracked and shattered. Yang Kai showed a satisfied look and gently clenched his fist, causing the black ball of demonic flame to disappear. He also noticed that after refining the 2 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, the main reason why his cultivation hadn't improved much was that his demonic flame had absorbed most of the energy. When the profound Yin sunflower water and the various types of heat reached a balance in his body, it was reasonable to say that these 2 conflicting forces should stimulate his cultivation to grow wildly. But the demonic flame inside his body was also a mixture of heat and cold, so it was able to absorb the efficacies of the profound Yin sunflower water and the various herbs and pills, making his demonic flame even more powerful. When the demonic flame was first born, until more than a month ago, it had always been a mixture of heat and cold, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Although it was strange and unpredictable, as its master, Yang Kai couldn't control its state at all. But now, Yang Kai was able to do this. While the power of his demonic flame had greatly increased, its compatibility with his body had also increased greatly. In the future, when he faced an enemy, he would be able to control his demonic flame to be cold or hot. This kind of demonic flame that could be controlled was far more lethal and threatening than its own transformation. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with this time's refinement. As early as when the demonic flame was born, Yang Kai knew that this strange power had a strong ability to shape and grow. Unfortunately, he hadn't figured out how to make his demonic flame grow, and no one could tell him this. This time, by chance, he had found a way. As long as he could make the heat and cold reach a balance, forming an external force, and then fuse with the demonic flame, he could promote its growth. It seems that the remaining profound Yin sunflower water is not useless, Yang Kai thought to himself. He was still thinking about how to deal with the profound Yin sunflower water he still had. Selling it was definitely not a good idea. Everyone knew that it was a crime to possess a jade ring, and it would be a waste to leave it lying around. But now Yang Kai had a good idea. As long as he collected a large number of yang and fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines, he could even refine the profound Yin sunflower water a second time, making the power of his demonic flame even stronger. Of course, this was just an idea, and whether or not it could be realized was still unknown. If it weren't for the lack of time, Yang Kai would have been willing to refine some more profound Yin sunflower water to experiment, but unfortunately more than 5 months had passed since he entered the Luyan sand field, and the half-year deadline was not far away, so he could only put this idea aside for the time being and find a way to test it in the future. Yang Kai was afraid that he would never be able to find a refining environment as good as this earth lung fire pond. After all, who knew when the Lu Yen sand field would open again? After sitting in meditation for a day, Yang Kai recovered, stood up, and looked around before taking out the 4 soft, glowing spheres embedded in the stone room and throwing them into his space ring. These glowing spheres were obviously not ordinary things. If he took them back to his residence, not only would they be able to calm his mind, but they would also be able to optimize the environment. So, of course, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. After confirming that there was nothing left behind in this stone room, Yang Kai left and walked out along the long passage. Soon, Yang Kai exited the passage and stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at the cave on the left with a sneer on his face. More than a month ago, he suffered a big loss at the hands of the artifact spirit. If he hadn't cultivated the Tao of Space, he likely would have died on the spot. Now that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm and he had fully grasped the changes in temperature of his demonic flame, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Having an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, Yang Kai would be lying if he said he wasn't jealous. If possible, he naturally wanted to subdue the other party. However, this artifact spirit was not something to be trifled with. Even if Yang Kai was somewhat confident, he still had to carefully consider his options. On top of that, this battle had to be resolved quickly. Who knew when the Lu Yen sand field would close? It would be bad if he was suddenly teleported out while fighting the artifact spirit. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he directly rushed towards the cave on the opposite side. Floating midair, the earth lung fire pond below wrapped around Yang Kai's entire body, the rich energy visible to the naked eye burning his body. Yang Kai's demonic flame burned brightly, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Although it wasn't easy to resist this heat, it wasn't too strenuous either. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he immediately realized that the power of his demonic flame had increased greatly. The last time he had rushed over, he had been extremely cautious and vigilant, but now he didn't need to worry too much. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived at the cave on the left and walked in with ease. Yang Kai quickly traversed the several hundred meters long passage. From beginning to end, the artifact spirit did not react at all. It wasn't until Yang Kai's figure once again appeared in the stone room that the artifact refining furnace in the middle of the room suddenly hummed and its surface glowed red. The strange fiery red bird let out a sharp cry, and its elegant body suddenly rushed out from the surface of the furnace. In an instant, the temperature of the entire stone room soared and turned red. This artifact spirit was obviously very vengeful. Last time, when Yang Kai escaped, it had been secretly angry for more than a month. Now that it saw Yang Kai recklessly rushing in again, it immediately wanted to teach him a lesson. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. His body shook and a layer of cold demonic flame surged around him, resisting the scorching aura of the other party while his hand flickered and a heaven-punishing spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it at the crimson firebird with all his strength. The crimson firebird cried out angrily, seemingly annoyed that it had been underestimated. Opening its sharp beak, it spat out a large wave of flames towards Yang Kai with monstrous momentum. Yang Kai sneered. He had no intention of dodging at all. The heaven-punishing spear that he threw out directly tore a hole in the wave of fire. At the same time, the spear twisted and transformed into a pitch-black dragon. It opened its black mouth and spat out a large amount of demonic fire, blocking the heat wave in an instant. After several battles, Yang Kai had gained some experience in using Yuan control techniques and could now easily control the Saint Chi he shot out and transform it into a variety of attacks. It had to be said that the Yuan control technique he had comprehended with the help of the red candle fruits ripening was of great help to him in battle. This move alone had increased Yang Kai's combat power by at least 20%. Chapter 1244. Although Yuan control was a good technique, it placed a heavy burden on one's divine sense, so not every cultivator could comprehend and use it. Only those cultivators with stronger divine senses than the average person could comprehend such a mysterious technique. The heaven-punishing spear's sudden change obviously surprised the firebird, and when it saw that the black flood dragon's cold flames were actually able to block its own wave of fire, it became even more furious. It spread its wings, causing a gust of wind to rise as clusters of flames rushed out from its wings, bypassing the black flood dragon and the fire dragon, heading straight for where Yang Kai was standing. Behind Yang Kai, the power of wind and thunder surged, and a pair of exquisite, transparent wings suddenly appeared. These wings flashed with the agility of wind and the violence of thunder, and with a flicker, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood, causing the clusters of flames to hit nothing but air. Without waiting for the firebird to launch another attack, Yang Kai had already waved his hand and released more than a dozen space blades. Since he intended to end this battle quickly, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of dealing with it any longer and immediately used his trump card. The space blades, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, rapidly shot out, causing the human-like eyes of the firebird to reveal a trace of fear. Last time, it had suffered a small loss under these space blades and knew just how strange and ferocious these things were. Naturally, it did not dare to stay in place, and with a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and flew to the side. Before it could reappear, Yang Kai had already closed in and reached out to grab it. Now that he had the cold flames protecting his body, Yang Kai was not afraid of the heat of the artifact spirit. After all, the artifact spirit was only born after being burned by the Earth's core fire for tens of thousands of years, and it was not as if Yang Kai had never experienced the torment of the Earth's core fire before. The artifact spirit's reaction was extremely fast, and the moment it sensed that something was wrong, a feeling of solidification suddenly spread out as Yang Kai's big hand suddenly froze half a foot away from the artifact spirit, unable to advance any further. It was the same kind of power that was similar to Shur, but this was not the cultivator's Shur, but the artifact spirit's innate mastery of the fire principle. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk, there was a burst of explosive sounds in the air as the fire attribute aura in the stone room instantly increased by several levels. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Chi to push the power of the cold flames to the maximum, causing an icy aura to spread out from his body. Suddenly, he broke through the artifact spirit's principal blockade. Freedom again! With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that the artifact spirit had yet to fully materialize to send out a series of pitch-black spears towards it. After being pierced by a few spears, a sharp cry rang out again. The two small eyes were immediately filled with rage and fear. It seemed that it couldn't understand why in just a short period of a month, this person who had been defeated by it the last time actually had the qualifications to compete with it. The artifact spirit did not have a physical body, so even if it was pierced by the heaven-punishing spear, its life would not be in danger, but the cold aura contained in the heaven-punishing spear made the artifact spirit extremely uncomfortable, causing its body to fluctuate and squirm for a while before it was restored to its original state. Yang Kai's actions completely angered the artifact spirit. Its figure flickered as its feathers condensed from pure fire principle, turned into red lights, and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's leisurely expression instantly became serious as he noticed the terrifying killing intent contained in these fire feathers. He did not dare hesitate in the slightest, condensing a grand heavenly shield to protect himself while summoning the 100 Mountains picture, sending a dozen peaks towards the artifact spirit. With a loud rumble, the grand heavenly shield was shattered, and the mountain phantoms that flew out from the 100 Mountains picture also suffered heavy losses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai hurriedly put away the 100 Mountains picture, and with the help of his wind and thunder wings, hurriedly dodged to the side. Mountains crumbled, and the earth cracked. The stone chamber shook. The spells all around activated once more, protecting the stone chamber from destruction. Even so, 2 layers of spells were destroyed by Huiyu. After shooting out the fire feathers, the artifact spirit's body suddenly shrank and it looked a little tired. These fire feathers were obviously not an ordinary attack and were very likely closely related to its existence. Moreover, the fire feathers did not disappear after failing to hit their target. Instead, they turned into a series of dense red lights and chased after Yang Kai, seemingly intent on killing him. Yang Kai saw that he could not avoid them, and a fierce look flashed across his face, but he remained motionless as he quietly stared at the fire feathers rushing towards him. When they were only 10 meters away, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hands, as if trying to tear something apart, and fiercely parted them. A large void crack was suddenly torn open by Yang Kai, like the maw of a beast, and welcomed the numerous fire feathers flying towards him. Seeing this, the artifact spirit let out a cry, and the fire feathers that were flying towards him quickly changed directions and hurriedly returned to the artifact spirit's location. It seemed that the artifact spirit also knew that it could not allow its fire feathers to enter the void crack. Once they entered, it would be impossible to find them again. In the blink of an eye, the fire feathers returned to the artifact spirit's body, and its originally small body was restored to its original size. However, a figure flashed beside it, and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost, slowly stretching out his hand. Suddenly, a giant dark palm appeared above the stone room, as if it wanted to cover the entire heaven and earth. Heaven-covering hand. The artifact spirit really could not avoid this attack, so it could only stimulate the heat waves in its body and stare at the giant palm with its 2 small eyes, trying to resist this blow. In a flash, the heaven-covering hand struck the artifact spirit. With a loud bang, the power of extreme cold and extreme heat rolled and collided in the stone room like a landslide or a tsunami. The sound was astonishing. The fire wave and the black flood dragon that were fighting not far away immediately turned into fluorescent light and disappeared after being hit by the impact. After everything calmed down, the artifact spirit floated in the air awkwardly while Yang Kai stood more than 10 meters away, coldly looking at it. The artifact spirit seemed to be fine, but the red light on its body was obviously dimmer than before. Obviously, it had suffered a loss under Yang Kai's successive attacks just now. I don't know how much of your intelligence has been opened, nor do I know if you can understand my words, but if you are willing to surrender, I can let you go. If you don't, I can only use force. You will have to suffer a little, and perhaps your Yuan Qi will be greatly damaged. Yang Kai looked at it indifferently. This artifact spirit was indeed intelligent, but Yang Kai was not sure whether it could understand his words. After all, this guy had stayed in the artifact refining furnace for tens of thousands of years and may not have come into contact with other living creatures. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, after he finished speaking, the artifact spirit's small eyes immediately flashed with anger. It could actually understand him. The next moment, it let out an angry cry, and the artifact refining furnace, which had been placed peacefully in the center of the stone room, buzzed at the same time. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace became red hot, and a wave of fire suddenly flew out from the furnace and poured into the firebird's body. The artifact spirit, which had suffered some minor injuries, suddenly became full of vigor after being replenished by the furnace that gave birth to it. Even its body grew larger as it hovered above Yang Kai's head and spread its wings, covering most of the cave's ceiling. During this process, Yang Kai just watched quietly, without any intention of stopping it. Not only did he not stop it, but he also revealed a trace of ridicule in his eyes. After all, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit. Although it had gained intelligence, it still lacked experience in fighting against him. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. After fighting with the artifact spirit last time, Yang Kai knew that the artifact refining furnace was not an ordinary object. By relying on it, the artifact refining furnace could greatly supplement the artifact spirit. However, there was definitely a limit to how much energy it could replenish the artifact spirit's consumption endlessly. Therefore, Yang Kai had used forceful means at the beginning to force the artifact spirit to use the stored firepower in the artifact refining furnace. If it didn't use the scorching fire attribute energy in the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai really wouldn't be able to carry out his next plan. Now, there probably wasn't much fire attribute energy left in this artifact refining furnace, right? Yang Kai secretly paid attention to the huge Origin King grade furnace from the corner of his eye. After its body became extremely huge, the artifact spirit once again restored its arrogant and proud expression, its small eyes filled with disdain. However, before it could show its might, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When his figure reappeared, he was already standing next to the artifact refining furnace. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai sent out a mass of demonic flame from his palm and slammed it into the artifact refining furnace. In an instant, the artifact refining furnace was wrapped in demonic flame as Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi fiercely and poured it into the artifact refining furnace. At this moment, the icy cold flames displayed their full power. In the blink of an eye, the surface of this huge furnace began to freeze. Moreover, what was frozen was black ice, which continued to spread towards the inside. The artifact spirit, who had always been aloof and arrogant, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as its huge crimson body began to tremble violently. Only now did it understand what Yang Kai was planning. The artifact refining furnace was the vessel that gave birth to it, so it was the artifact spirit of this artifact refining furnace. Once the artifact refining furnace was damaged or attacked, as an artifact spirit, it would not be able to remain unscathed. It could be said that Yang Kai did not need to fight it head-on at all. All he needed to do was deal with this inanimate artifact refining furnace. This may be the tragedy of being an artifact spirit, having great strength but not being able to use it. The artifact spirit's body twisted and distorted for a while. Yang Kai's actions had angered it to the extreme, but the chill that spread from its body terrified it greatly. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and sent out a wave of heat towards Yang Kai. It did not expect to kill Yang Kai, only to force Yang Kai away from its vessel so he would not attack the artifact refining furnace again. Chapter 1245. Yang Kai was also secretly shocked at this moment. He discovered that this artifact refining furnace actually contained a ferocious amount of spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to seal it in ice for some time. When the heat wave hit him, Yang Kai didn't dare to move. After all, his intentions had been exposed, and this artifact spirit sentience wasn't shallow. Once he left the artifact refining furnace, it would be extremely difficult for him to attack again. Staring at the monstrous heat wave, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he stretched out his hands again, grasped at the void and spread them apart. A dark crack, twice the size of the previous void crack, appeared in front of Yang Kai. The heat wave arrived right in front of Yang Kai at that moment, pouring into the void crack and being exiled to an unknown part of the void, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. However, this void crack also seemed to be a little unstable. Although Yang Kai's understanding of space force and principles had improved greatly, he still hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage. Forcibly tearing open this void crack was already extremely difficult for him, so when it was hit by the pure fire energy contained in the artifact spirit's heat wave, it immediately began to distort, as if it would collapse and disappear at any moment. Yang Kai's face sank as he placed one hand on the void crack, trying to maintain its stability, and buy as much time as possible, while placing his other hand on the artifact refining furnace and desperately pouring his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, Yang Kai's Saint Chi was drained like a dam breaking, causing more and more black flames to appear on the surface of the artifact refining furnace, while the black ice it formed grew thicker and thicker. When the artifact spirit saw the void crack on the verge of collapse, its small eyes showed a look of joy, But when it saw Yang Kai desperately trying to seal the artifact, refining furnace and ice, it suddenly panicked and spat out more heat waves from its mouth, as if it wanted to fight to the death with Yang Kai. It seemed that it also knew that after this battle, either it would be frozen or the Yang Kai would be destroyed, so it didn't hold back at all. The battle in the stone room instantly came to a stalemate. The artifact spirit continued to spray out heat waves from its mouth, causing the space it was in to become extremely hot. But Yang Kai's position was blocked by an unstable void crack that swallowed up the heat waves. Behind him, the artifact refining furnace began to emit a crackling sound as layers of thin black ice began to spread from the outside to the inside, from top to bottom. Although the speed of this process was not fast, it was definitely not slow either. As time passed, the spatial crack became more and more illusory and unstable. In the end, under the pressure of the artifact spirit's heat wave, it suddenly collapsed, exposing Yang Kai behind it. Seeing this, the artifact spirit's small eyes showed a look of surprise. Without this strange spatial crack that could swallow the heat waves, it had full confidence that it would be able to melt Yang Kai in one breath. A cruel and violent look appeared in its eyes as the artifact spirit opened its mouth and a red light quickly formed in its mouth. A shocking fluctuation of fire attribute energy spread out, shaking the entire stone room. Seeing that it was about to spit out this shocking attack, Yang Kai's serious face suddenly showed a strange smile as he glanced at the artifact spirit and immediately laughed. Along with his laughter, the huge artifact refining furnace suddenly emitted a crackling sound as it was completely sealed in black ice. Not even a trace of world energy could be released. The artifact spirit was stunned for a moment. Then, as if it had been struck by lightning, its huge body suddenly seemed to have lost its strength and fell from the sky. Before it hit the ground, the huge amount of fire spirit chi in its mouth had already exploded with a loud bang, causing its entire head to explode. However, this was not enough to take the artifact spirit's life. It was not a physical entity and was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, so the backlash just now was not enough to kill it. Even so, its huge body quickly shrank, and after falling to the ground, it once again returned to its original size when Yang Kai first saw it. Its newly grown head was also much dimmer, and it stood up shakily, looking very weak. It stood there quietly, looking at Yang Kai with fear and resentment, its two small eyes rolling around, not knowing what it was thinking. Suddenly, it spread its wings, turned into a flame, and rushed towards the artifact refining furnace. It actually wanted to return to the vessel that gave birth to it. How could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After this battle of wits and courage, he had finally managed to force the artifact spirit into a disadvantageous position. If he could not subdue it now, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. Black, demonic flames gushed out from Yang Kai's body, one after another, floating in front of Yang Kai. These seemingly inconspicuous black fireballs were just a little strange in color, but under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, they all exuded an astonishing chill. Looking at the incoming red light, Yang Kai flicked his finger towards one of the black fireballs. The black fireballs immediately flew towards the red light with a chilly aura. Whether it was because the artifact spirit had not yet recovered or because its Yuan Qi had been seriously injured, the red light transformed from the artifact spirit did not dodge and was directly hit by the cold flames. With a loud bang, the collision of cold and hot fiercely spread out, and the artifact spirit's body once again appeared, constantly tumbling in midair before it was directly knocked into the cave wall, and the red light outside its body dimmed a lot. Staggering to its feet, the artifact spirit once again turned into a red light and rushed forward. Yang Kai coldly snorted and once again controlled a mass of cold flames to meet it. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk inside the stone room. The artifact spirit was suffering inhumane torture. Every time it was hit by the cold flames, its body would dim a little. After 7 or 8 times, it was barely able to maintain its complete form. Its 2 wings had shrunk a lot, and the 3 long feathers on its tail had disappeared. Its vessel had been frozen, and it had suffered the backlash of the world Yuan Qi. So, under its anxiety, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant artifact spirit could no longer compete with Yan Kai and had completely become a punching bag. However, this guy was really amazing. After being eroded by the cold flames so many times, its body still did not dissipate and its spirituality was not lost. This made Yan Kai secretly shocked and at the same time made him even more determined to subdue it. This time, if he had not directly attacked the artifact refining furnace, with the strength and spirituality displayed by this artifact spirit, he would not have been able to do anything to it. However, its vessel was placed right here, so if Yan Kai did not attack it, he would really be stupid. After being easily knocked away again, the artifact spirit stubbornly stood up and let out a low cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, sounding extremely miserable. Yan Kai narrowed his eyes, his expression neither happy nor sad, simply looking at it indifferently. Feeling that it was about time, he opened his mouth and said, "Since you have sentience, let's discuss it. I won't destroy you, and I can even let you live, but you must submit to me." The artifact spirit let out a cry and stared at Yan Kai with its 2 small eyes, obviously quite angry. Yan Kai chuckled. "You'd better think it over carefully. In any case, I don't have to subdue you. I can also destroy you here, erase your existence, and make you disappear from this world. And it wasn't easy for you to be born, and I'm afraid only you know the hardships and time it took. So how about you obediently agree to my conditions? Of course, submitting to me is not without benefits. As far as I know, an artifact spirit like you should have a very strong growth potential. If I take you out, perhaps I can find something that will be of great help to your growth." Yan Kai was well aware of the principle of using both hard and soft methods. When dealing with a race with high sentience, using a stick and a date would work every time, let alone dealing with an artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit was indifferent at the beginning, but when it heard Yan Kai's last words, its small eyes rolled and it tilted its small head as if it was contemplating the gains and losses, which gave it a very cunning feeling. Yan Kai saw that there was hope, so he immediately struck while the iron was hot and said in a flat voice, "You have been here for tens of thousands of years. The Earth Lungfire Pond is the source of your birth, so presumably this place will not be of much use to your growth. If you don't come with me, you will be trapped here forever. Next time, who knows who will break in at that time? Ha ha! Those people won't be as easy to talk to as I am." After saying this, Yan Kai's expression sank. "I've said enough. Whether you submit or perish, it's your choice. I don't have much patience, and I don't have much time. When I get up again, if you still haven't made a decision, then you don't need to answer." Saying so, Yan Kai sat down cross-legged next to the artifact refining furnace. Pressing forward step by step, Yan Kai felt that it should be enough, so now he just had to wait for the artifact spirit to make a decision. The artifact spirit stood in the corner of the stone room and stared at Yan Kai, then at the artifact refining furnace sealed in black flames behind him, a human-like look of hesitation flashing across its eyes. The stone room suddenly became quiet. Yan Kai didn't urge the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit had suffered so many hardships, and with Yuan Qi's heavy injuries, it didn't dare to rush over rashly, so it just stood there motionless. Half a day passed in a flash. Half a day later, Yan Kai opened his eyes and coldly looked at the artifact spirit before standing up. This time, without waiting for Yan Kai to say anything, the artifact spirit suddenly let out a clear cry. Although Yan Kai didn't understand what it meant, he could still figure it out, so he nodded and said, "I keep my word. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will try my best to help you grow and evolve." Right, I forgot to tell you, you are not the only one who has gained sentience by my side. There is also a divine tree, but it is currently evolving and sleeping. You will meet in the future, so communicate with it more often and you will understand what kind of person I am. The artifact spirit let out another cry, but this time there was a hint of docility in it. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. Good. If you are willing, you can release your spiritual energy defenses. I will place a few barriers on your body first, but you can rest assured that it won't harm you. It's just a precaution. The artifact spirit hesitated for a long time before reluctantly releasing its spiritual energy defenses. Yang Kai immediately burst out with his spiritual energy, invaded its spiritual energy, and used some small tricks.